This is a CBC News special presentation.
There we are, the skyline of downtown Toronto on election night, October 19th, 2015. You're looking at the ceiling there, the Barbara Frum atrium of the Broadcast Centre, the CBC Broadcast Centre in Toronto. This is our election night headquarters. Barbara would have loved a night like this. She loved elections. She loved the excitement of those nights. This is going to be one of them. All sorts of excitement planned for this evening as the votes start to be counted in just 30 minutes' time. Excitement on the election, excitement right across the street from our broadcast location. The Toronto Blue Jays playing in a playoff game tonight, an important one. We will keep you updated. But let's face it, the election is very important. It took 78 days, a grinding campaign. It started in the dead of summer, stretched into the chill of fall, but the heat continued all the way. And here we are now, finally, election night. You've heard the promises, the policies, the attacks. You've heard debate among the leaders and among your fellow voters. Now it's time to find out what it all adds up to. And we'll be on top of the results all night as they flood in from east to west. We have reporters across the country, where the leaders are, where the voters are. First results will come in from Newfoundland and Labrador. Polling stations there close in about 30 minutes' time. And in about 1 hour, the rest of the Atlantic begins its count. There'll be a bit of a wait, a couple of hours, before we get a huge wave of results. We're talking 263 ridings, reporting from Quebec to Alberta and also from much of the north. And about 3.5 hours from now, the last polls close in BC and Yukon. One thing to note tonight, this is important, no blackouts. Everyone will be hearing the results as they come in. So when the Newfoundland results are heard, you will hear them right across the country, even though in many places you will still be voting. After all, it's only mid-afternoon in Vancouver. Let's have a look at some of the polling stations out there. This is in downtown Toronto.
Here we go.
Not far from the Broadcast Centre, where there are signs out there trying to influence people as they go in, but voters have been lining up in different parts of the country all day. This is Vancouver. Keep in mind, mid-afternoon there. It's only 3:30 in the afternoon in Vancouver. The wave of late afternoon, after-work voters will be starting to arrive in polling stations in Vancouver as they are elsewhere in the next couple of hours. So that kind of sets the stage. Let's talk to some of the people who will be helping tell the story tonight, starting with the host of Power and Politics, Rosemary Barton, who's been on the air, I think, every day of all 78 days of this campaign, being busy, setting record numbers for that program. A lot of interest out there in the campaign. Tonight, you're going to be doing something a little different for us. You're going to be watching specifically some of the major urban areas.
That's right. 4 cities that will make a big difference tonight. Halifax, Montreal, Toronto and the Greater Toronto Area, Vancouver and the Greater Vancouver Area. And here's part of the reason why. Conservative governments have been formed by getting votes in and around those cities, the beltways of some of those cities, and then in rural ridings. So if we're going to see a change in government tonight, it's going to come through those urban centers. And that's going to potentially change the direction of this country as well. So we'll keep a particular focus on those places
All
tonight.
right. Diana Swain is with us as well, and she's got the job of the task of looking at the first votes counted in Newfoundland, but also then in Ontario outside of the Greater Toronto area, plus Manitoba. So you get a lot on your plate.
I do, and an interesting night ahead of us, I think, because we have 3 different distinct regions that I'm looking at. In Newfoundland, it won't be a story of Conservative strength or weakness tonight. They don't have any seats there at present. It'll be a story about whether the Liberals are able to take all of the seats, which they say they might be able to. How will the NDP do with the 2 seats it has there at the moment? In Newfoundland, there are parties represented all over the map, but the Liberals are saying they feel very good about their chances in the city of Winnipeg. Those seats would come primarily at the expense of the Conservatives. So we'll be watching those stories, but in addition to Rosemary watching the GTA, I'll be looking at Ontario because history has shown us no party can form government in this country without doing well in the other parts of Ontario.
Well, between Ontario and Quebec, 60% of the seats in the country, so it's a lot of seats. Now, New Brunswick will be one of the first provinces in Atlantic Canada after Newfoundland to report. A great son of New Brunswick, Ian Hannamansing with us, who cover New Brunswick, but also Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia. What's the linkage?
Well, and I'll be focusing on the interior of British Columbia, so you're looking almost entirely at the breadth of the country. And what really joins those four regions together is that in 2011, if you were to look at a political map, they weren't just Tory blue, but deep Tory blue. A lot of ridings and also strong support. All but 2 seats in New Brunswick, all but 1 in Saskatchewan. Same story in Alberta. Even the staunchest Conservative supporter isn't expecting that level of winning in those regions tonight. The question is, and really the story for us tonight is, how many of those ridings will they be able to hang on to?
All right, watching Quebec, which is part of that double big power in central Canada, but also in Atlantic Canada, Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. Wendy Mesley. Wendy.
Yes, Peter, I'll be looking at the areas outside the cities. Rosie's taking care of those. The Liberals are fairly confident that they will be able to wipe the Conservatives off the map in PEI and Nova Scotia. Perhaps taking out a cabinet minister in PEI, that 1 seat plus 4 seats they're confident they can pick up in Nova Scotia, including perhaps Peter MacKay. That would really be the end of an era there. So the Tories are afraid they could lose that seat, and they're even more worried about not picking up a big chunk in Quebec, which they need to do. Last time it was the NDP that benefited from the anti-Harper feeling in Quebec, picking up 59 seats. The Liberals are very bullish. 7 seats last time. They're thinking they could get as many as 25, maybe more. If they do, it means that they could be forming a government. Last time, Stephen Harper formed a majority without a lot of Quebec representation, but the NDP or the Liberals, they have to have a big chunk.
I think there's no doubt in these last couple of days that the bullish sounds have been coming from the Liberal camp. The cautious signs have been coming from both the Conservatives and the NDP. But it's Canadians who make this decision tonight, and we're waiting to see exactly how they vote. But that's a good snapshot from Wendy, Ian, Diana, and Rosie in terms of what to expect, what they'll be looking at in their specific regions. Let's go across the country now to 3 of our top reporters who've been watching the leaders on this night. Catherine Cullen in Calgary, Hannah Thibodeau in Montreal, and also in Montreal, Susan Ormiston. Catherine in Calgary is watching Stephen Harper. Catherine, what can you tell us?
Well, Peter, it's an exciting place to be because one way or another, history is going to be made in this room tonight. Either Stephen Harper is going to do something for which there is relatively little precedent, win a 4th consecutive mandate. In fact, only 2 Canadian leaders have done that before. Or tonight he is going to see the end of the Conservatives' time in power, almost a decade coming to an end. Now, if you want a bit of a sense of perhaps how the Conservatives are feeling, you just have to look at this room. Not a lot of chairs in here tonight, perhaps not a sign of terrible optimism on that front.
All right. Thanks, Catherine. And if you're wondering who those other former prime ministers are who had 4 mandates in a row, pretty heady names here. Sir John A. Macdonald, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, Stephen Harper trying to join that group of 4 mandates in a row. We'll see what happens tonight. Hannah Thibodeau's in Montreal. She's watching Tom Mulcair, who's had a real up and down campaign. It's been quite something.
Absolutely. He came into this campaign, Peter, with a lot of momentum. But after the niqab debate, it seemed that that momentum went down quite a bit. Polls were showing that he was in 3rd place. However, one of the things that I noticed on this campaign is that he always stayed energetic, always stayed optimistic. Even tonight, when you talk to the campaign workers, they're trying to stay that way. They're trying to focus on getting what they call the second best result ever, because, of course, last time they went into official opposition status. Now they're hoping that they can maintain the support they have and build on it, they say, potentially in the prairies and in BC.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much. Well, if optimism resides anywhere tonight, it's also in Montreal, but it's across the way at the Queen Elizabeth Hotel where the Liberals will be meeting. Susan Ormiston is there tonight. Susan.
That's right, Peter. This is the ballroom at the Queen Elizabeth Hotel. There's nobody here yet except for technicians and reporters, but they're setting up to have Justin Trudeau arrive here, win or lose tonight at this podium. They've come off a sprint across Canada in the last 2 days, 8 big rallies in 6 provinces. From our perspective, the rallies growing bigger and more boisterous as we went from east to west. They're feeling good. They're feeling that Justin Trudeau left it all out there on the campaign, that he won the campaign, we'll see about the vote, and he has for sure resuscitated the Liberal brand. It's going to get busy in here. I've seen bigger rooms on election nights, but maybe that's part of the strategy. Keep it moderately sized and pack them in, Peter.
Yeah, you got it. That is an old political strategy. Small room, big crowd. All right, Susan Ormiston. Hannah Thibodeau and Catherine Cullen will be talking to you throughout the evening. Thanks for that. I know a few of you have been wondering about that graphic down in the corner there. Time till polls close, 20 minutes. Those are the polls in Newfoundland. And we'll be warning you as we come into each various different region when the polls are closing. So in Newfoundland, they still have 19 minutes. You want to dash down Water Street there to your closest poll in St. John's, you can do it. In the rest of Atlantic Canada, polls won't close for another 50 minutes. Then from Quebec right through to Alberta, it is 9:30 Eastern Time that polls close. In British Columbia, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock local in BC. So keep those times in mind. But the first results of the campaign we'll start to hear in less than 20 minutes' time when the polls close in Newfoundland. 7 ridings at stake. Always interesting to see what happens in Newfoundland. And always interesting to hear the thoughts of Canada's most watched political panel. And guess who's here? Andrew, Chantal, and Bruce are with us for the evening as well. A quick around the table with each of you. What are you going to be watching for tonight, Andrew?
Well, if the polls are to be believed, the only real question is whether a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority government. Now, we know the polls can oftentimes be wrong, so let's hedge our bets on that. But even for the Tory hold on power to be in question is remarkable. There's only been 4 governments in the last 80 years, 4 majority governments that have been driven from power in one election. They would be joining a very select crew if that were the case. And for the Liberals to have come back from 34 seats last time to something north of 40% of the seats this time is extraordinary. I guess we'll be looking in Atlantic Canada, a couple of ridings, Central Nova, St. John's, Rothsay, to get an early sense of what's going to happen. But for the Liberals to get that majority that some people are talking about, they're going to have to get a big wave in Quebec, and that'll be one of the interesting questions.
And it's interesting, when you think back 4 years, people were doing the death knell on the Liberal Party. Many of them were. Chantal, what are you watching for?
A couple of things. One of those is the last 2 prime ministers that were told by voters to retire were Joe Clark and Pierre Trudeau. So I'm thinking for Stephen Harper, if that happens tonight, there will be some irony that forever his name will be linked with 2 prime ministers. One was his nemesis, Pierre Trudeau, and Joe Clark, no friend of his. Atlantic Canada, a word of caution. Mm-hmm. It is quite probable that it will go Liberal in a big way. And if I've learned anything over the course of many campaigns is that waves don't start in Atlantic Canada. They sometimes stop there. Mm-hmm. Ask Jean Chrétien, you would have lost the 97 election on that basis. I'll watch Quebec because for all of the years that I've covered federal politics, I've never seen a 4-way split in Quebec. To the point when you ask old pros from every party, what do you think is going to happen? The math is so complicated that the answer is, I don't know. 3 leaders running in Quebec. One has a safe seat, Justin Trudeau. Should SEP trying to come back? Less than certain. And Thomas Mulcair's Outremont riding is smack in Liberal territory. So if there is a bit of a wave in Quebec for the Liberals, it will be there, and it might give him a long night.
All right, Bruce.
Well, 2 things for me, Peter. The first is the turnout. I'm really interested in whether this 11-week-long campaign, extraordinarily long by Canadian standards, is going to increase the number of people who go out and vote. It was 61%. I think about 14.8 million votes were cast last time. If the turnout is higher, I think the tendency is to think that that's going to be favoring the other parties other than the Conservatives because people have been indicating that they want to change. So we'll watch that pretty closely. The second thing is how closely the results that we're seeing align with the published polls. People in the polling business, including myself, always try to approach elections understanding whose voter is going to turn out. And I think there's always been this notion that there's shy Conservatives and that more Conservatives will show up than actually tell us in the polls. But in this case, it could also be that there are dismayed Conservatives, people who just don't feel motivated to show up. And I'll be watching for that, as well as whether NDP voters are looking at their polls and saying, maybe it's not worth going out and voting. Certainly the Liberals do seem animated tonight.
All right. Bruce, Andrew, and Chantal all be back throughout the evening to give us a sense of their thoughts as we watch the various results coming in. Now, on election nights, all television networks like to show off the best they can. They all build new sets, like we did here in the atrium of the CBC building. They also like to use new ways to try and show you how the results are not only coming in, but the way to calculate the impact of those results. And sometimes people call them gimmicks that they use. Now, we don't want to say that, but we do have something we want to show you that we'll be using a number of times during the evening. And it is 3D, animated, kind of virtual House of Commons. It is the House of Commons exactly the way it's produced, right down to, and watch this, up on top of the Peace Tower, you know what's there, the clock on the Peace Tower, and this one actually works. We'll be using it to guide us through the different poll closings across the country. And at the top of the Peace Tower, nice flag fluttering in the breeze. But it's more than just the pretty pictures of the outside of the building. We're going to use the inside, the House of Commons in Centre Block, to help display exactly what will be happening tonight in the choices you make and how they'll be reflected in the House in a kind of color-coded way. Those seats will change color to Liberals, Conservatives, NDP, Green Party, whatever the case may be, by the numbers. 338 seats now in the House of Commons. And so there are lots of stories, individual stories to tell you about and how this new House will be made up. Now, lots of different things for us tonight in ways of telling the story. And one way, particular way, is the way you want to see the story told. And how do you access the information you want? We have an area behind me here called the Voters Studio. And you'll see Anne-Marie Medawake down here in the Voters Studio who will help us tell that story of how you can access your vote. Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Peter. You know who else is hanging out with me down in the Voters Studio? Check this out. Rex Murphy. Get your heart out, ladies.
You're going to destroy your social media standing with that statement.
You're going to give me street cred.
I'm a hologram.
Okay. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm just kidding. All right, also here at the Voters Studio, we can't have too much fun. They'll kick us off. This is where our social team is tracking the online conversation happening around the country right now. Most of that is centered on voting. The rest of the country is still voting. Hashtag Poll Watch. We want to see your pictures, and we want to hear from you what your experience is like. But hang on to this. You were impressed with that 3D graphic?
I certainly was. I am a 3D graphic.
Listen, Rex, wait until you see what we have for you at cbcnews.ca/Canada Votes. We've made a way for people to customize their coverage. So whether you are watching at home or you need to take the coverage with you on the go, if you load up cbcnews.ca/Canada Votes, you'll see our riding results page. So as riding results start to come in, these will be updated in real time. But here's the best part. You can customize your coverage by going to My Favorites. So I've picked Oakville, North Burlington. And if you want to find well, Rex, what are you interested in watching?
What am I interested in doing?
Yes.
Very little, but for the purposes of the election, I'd like to offer you St. John's South and Mount Pearl. And I have a reason, apart from the great contest there.
Okay.
It's incorporated the towns of Bay Bulls and Witless Bay, which is my spiritual homeland.
Okay, well, we are going to favorite that for you. And there it is. This will stay locked and loaded throughout the evening. At any point you want to check in on your ridings that are important to you, you can do so. Just click on them. The page is up live now. And, you know, if you're trying to decide between ballots and baseball, you don't have to worry about it. You can take the coverage with you. Also on this page, our live streams. We're carrying live this broadcast and our radio special. cbcnews.ca/Canada Votes. It's where you need to go election night.
All right, Anne-Marie, thanks very much. You control that Rex guy. He's something else, right? All right, a couple of reminders once again. I know that people are interested and fascinated in huge numbers by the Blue Jays game, and we will update you through the evening. It doesn't start for another hour and a half, so you don't need to get your Blue Jay gear on quite yet. Before that game starts, we'll let you know how it's working out, the other contest that is happening on this evening. All right, let's bring in David Common. If you've been watching the CBC for the last few days, you've seen David crisscrossing the country, telling stories. Tonight, he's here in Toronto. He's at the Broadcast Centre with us, and he's going to tell you about what we call the decision desk. This is where a lot of key decisions are made for us on evenings like this. David, take it away.
Well, Peter, it's a question of how we figure out who's going to win in a particular area. 66,000 polling stations across Canada. And of course, it begins with this, the ballot. Don't worry, I didn't steal this one. It's just a sample ballot, candidate, political party. People, of course, today and throughout the day, were marking the X on the spot for their favored candidate. Once that happens, it actually gets hand counted in those polling stations by the deputy returning officer. And from there, Peter, they actually phone those results into Elections Canada. Well, those results then go into the computers, and we get them. We actually get them right here in the decision desk room. I like to call this the salt mines. People here sweating, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. How they figure it out is by looking at historical results for each and every riding, also looking at the most recent polling data, trying to get us an idea of what is likely to happen. And then they are able to project. Once the initial results start coming in, they're able to project what is likely to happen, software to help them. The actual humans, the people here, make the call themselves. But we'll be watching exactly what happens. And of course, getting it right is the most important thing, not just being first.
You got that right. Nobody remembers who was first. Everybody remembers if you were wrong, though. And so we're depending on the decision desk, as we always do, to monitor these decisions very carefully throughout the evening. David Common will be back with us lots of times during this night from various locations, not just sitting there in the decision desk area. Lots of members of Parliament will get their pink slips tonight. They'll lose. Quite a few others will find themselves with new jobs. What exactly do they get when they come into Ottawa? Adrienne Arsenault has a peek at the pay. Spoiler alert, it's pretty good.
There are a whole bunch of people getting brand new jobs tonight. Have you ever wondered what comes with the post? Well, let's talk money and let's start at the top. The Prime Minister will make $334,000 a year. The Leader of the Opposition, a precise $249,500. And the other party leaders, $224,200, if those parties get at least 12 seats. But what about the real new kids on the centre block? Well, MP salaries start at $167,000 a year. That is exactly half of what the Prime Minister gets, by the way. The thing is, most MPs will do better than that. Last parliamentary session, only 45% got the minimum. And then come the add-ons. MPs who get key positions, say cabinet posts or jobs as party whips, also get a bonus of sorts, anywhere from $5,900 to an extra $80,000. And that's not the end of it. Ready? A book allowance, up to 3 copies of any given title. 2 tablets, a news subscription, members-only gym, parking on the Hill, and a flower budget. So for all the new MPs out there, that is the good news. But be warned, there are some don'ts that come with the deal, most of them concerning conflict of interest. And the higher an MP rises in the ranks, the tighter the restrictions become. For example, ministers, parliamentary secretaries, the Prime Minister must distance themselves from their personal investments, sometimes putting them in a blind trust, which just means handing the portfolio over to someone else to manage, to tinker with the investments from time to time. The trustee doesn't share the details with the politician, and the politician doesn't try to influence the trustee. It's just a way of making sure there's no funny business with insider information. So many rules, but no fear, it's all covered in orientation, all outlined on one of those handy tablets MPs will get.
All right, there you go. Adrienne Arsenault giving us a sense of, well, the pay and the perks in many ways for new MPs. Sounds like a lot of money in some cases, but really, what are we talking about? The people who will be directing the future of the country from the Prime Minister on down. Now, we showed you the voters' studio a moment ago. We saw Anne-Marie and Rex down there, but they're not alone. The insiders are down there as well, and we're going to bring them in for a couple of minutes as well. The insiders have been a critical part of our election coverage, and we want to give them a chat in terms of what exactly we can expect from the leaders themselves tonight. We've got, of course, Kathleen Monk, David Hurley, and Jamie Watt. Here's where, obviously I'd like to ask you what you think is going to happen tonight, but I know because the polls aren't closed, you're probably not going to be able to tell us exactly what you know about what might happen tonight based on your own internal polling. So instead, I want to ask you what Canadians have been used to by 1 million or so a week watching you, giving us some insight to the political story on a night like this. What will be happening where the leaders are? Who will be in the room with them in these next few minutes when the polls close in Newfoundland and they start seeing results coming in? Kathleen?
Well, it's an exciting night, and actually for the role of the leader, at least, his work is done in many ways. And I'm told tonight that Mr. Mulcair is gathered with family, his 2 sons, Matt and Greg, and his wife, Catherine, and grandkids, and they're on the way to the hotel. The event tonight will happen at the Palais Congrès in Montreal. But at this point, any leader, whether it was Jack, who I worked for, is really quite serene. There's not much more they can do at this point. So it's gathering with their advisors, getting the best intel, and preparing for how to react.
David, you've been in rooms like that before. What is the mood? Is it real tension even when you think you may know what's going to happen?
Well, it depends on whether what you think you know is going to happen is a win or a loss. I mean, if you think you're going to win, then the mood is extremely celebratory and upbeat. Normally, the leader has their own sort of little bunker to watch with their family or very close friends and advisors. But there's always a larger group of the campaign team watching nearby. And when things are going well, it's hard for the leader to not bop their way into that larger group and celebrate along with everybody else. But if it's a tough night, they're likely to spend more time by themselves figuring out exactly on what note they want to potentially end their public life, but certainly end the campaign in narrative terms for the public.
Jamie, is the old story about having two speeches on close nights that true? You sort of got the speech if you win, the speech if you lose?
You sure do, Peter. And the question mark comes when you decide to give that to the leader. You know, election days are pretty tough for campaign strategists and for leaders. Their work is essentially done. The leader goes and votes in that cliche picture with their family, and then you spend the rest of the day trying not to start drinking, because if you do, disaster is going to ensue. No matter what, even if you think you're going to win, even if you know you're going to lose, you're always wondering, is that the way it's going to turn out? So until you see those numbers start to rack up, you're never really sure. And I can tell you, when you're waiting for them to rack up, you're convinced Elections Canada's computer is broken and they're using an abacus because they seem to come in slow motion.
They do come in slow motion for a while, and then they start to really tumble fast. And we're going to be able to witness that over these next little while, first with the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, and then with the big bulk of seats that starts to come in later on from that. The insiders will be with us throughout the evening. We'll be back to Jamie, David, and Kathleen as the evening progresses. Let's bring Rosie back into the conversation. What do you got for us?
Well, this is my first time at the big desk, my third time covering federal elections. How many have you covered again?
You have to keep doing this.
Sorry. I just keep forgetting.
14 in total.
14 in total. So
72 was the first one.
72.
At the big desk since 79.
So we thought we'd cast our mind back because I had a hard time remembering how many. So Canadians can have a look at all the elections that Peter Mansbridge has covered in the past.
No.
The Liberal is not much different. He goes out on the he goes out on bridges in St. Boniface and stands up and waves at the cars as they go by with his sign.
This is the kind of election night many Westerners have been waiting for. The Conservatives are going to form a majority government, one of the strongest in Canadian history.
So right now and for the next 30 minutes, we're all yours, Newfoundland.
Just as the Jays painted this country blue, the Liberals are painting it red, and they're painting it red big time. This is the corridor, the Prime Minister's corridor. The paintings on the wall here represent all the Prime Ministers of our past. Well, we've got the first riding result in, and keep in mind, this is the first one from anywhere in the country. Don't leap to any conclusions based on the first poll.
Based on Peter's typing skills, I'm guessing we should have the results by Wednesday at the latest.
Hey, don't make fun of Peter. Hey, I think he does a great job there.
Yeah, well, you had to do that, right?
Oh, yeah, it was all my idea.
Well, I tell you, it sure wasn't mine. I sometimes tire of watching myself age through the years, but it's great memories of all those elections, I got to tell you. Chantal was making the point earlier about being careful about Atlantic Canada results. She's absolutely right that we've had a number of instances. 84, though, was the reverse. Mulroney set the trend in 84 by taking 25 seats of the 32 in Atlantic Canada, 54% of the vote, and it signaled what would happen in many ways through the rest of the country that night. Will that happen tonight? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and find out and see. But that's part of the excitement of nights like this. You don't really know until you see those votes counted. And the first votes will be counted in Newfoundland, 7 ridings there, Newfoundland and Labrador, before we get to Atlantic Canada about a half an hour later, when we'll see the results counted in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island. So for a couple of hours, we're going to have 32 seats to talk about. It's Atlantic Canada's spotlight moment in terms of the nation, because all kinds of discussions surround what happens in those seats and the various possibilities. So we're just getting started. We're only moments away now from the first votes being counted.
It's been one of the longest campaigns in Canadian history, a marathon of politics and passion. Now it comes down to this. Live from CBC News election headquarters, Chief Correspondent Peter Mansbridge and the CBC News team. The results, the analysis, and the reaction from across the country. Now, with the polls about to close in Newfoundland and Labrador, special coverage of Election Night 2015 continues. This is Canada Votes on CBC.
All right, the first polls have closed and they're starting the counting in Newfoundland. We're at election headquarters in the CBC Broadcasting Centre, and you're looking down from that skylight roof down into the Barbara Frum atrium where our election night headquarters is located. This is going to be an exciting evening. We're looking forward to telling you the story of the nation as it unfolds after your votes on this day. So, does Stephen Harper stand on the precipice of a historic fourth mandate? The first Prime Minister to achieve that since Wilfrid Laurier in 1908. Is Tom Mulcair about to make history as the first NDP leader to take his party to power? Or does Justin Trudeau become the first leader in 90 years to move his party from third place to first place? Welcome again to the Barbara Frum atrium, where we've set up CBC News election headquarters. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Polling stations for all 7 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador are now closed. Voting is still going on across the rest of the country, and the last polls close 3 hours from now in British Columbia and Yukon. But right now, we're anticipating our first numbers, the first glimpse at the shape of your next government. Keep your eye on the bottom portion of our screen. As soon as results start coming in, you'll see them in terms of leading and elected for each party that those numbers represent. And then we'll break it down for you, riding by riding, giving you a full sense of what to expect. Now, keep in mind, the early results will be very small. So don't jump to any conclusions based on those very early results by poll as they start to come in from those 7 Atlantic Canada, Newfoundland ridings. It's still very exciting because you watch it play out, the story play out. Last time round, you had Liberals, 4 of them in Newfoundland. You had 2 NDP and 1 Conservative. What will happen this time? There were changes in those numbers through the 4 years of the mandate because of by-elections, but we'll see. The first results expected any moment. As soon as we see them, we'll flash them up on the screen and we'll go to them in detail. But let's bring in David Cochrane, who worked a lot in Ottawa on the election campaign for us at our Ottawa Bureau, covering stories. He is, of course, from Newfoundland and knows the Newfoundland story as well as anyone. And he's joining us tonight from St. John's. David.
Well, Peter, if this election's ballot choice is do you want to get rid of Stephen Harper as Prime Minister, the Newfoundlanders and Labradorians answered a resounding yes to that question several elections ago. This province is expected to go heavily red tonight. The battles for gains and losses are between the Liberals and the New Democrats, in particular in the riding of St. John South Mount Pearl, where Seamus O'Regan for the Liberals is trying to unseat incumbent NDP MP Ryan Cleary. And I've got a guest with me here now. This is John Allen. He is the president of the Liberal Party, of Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Allen, one of the concerns I'd heard going into this was about the O'Regan campaign's ability to deliver their vote. Would they have the machine? What are you hearing about Liberal turnout so far today?
We've had a great turnout. We were early through this campaign identifying our vote. The Liberal Party here, we've got a very well organized machine to get the vote out on election day, such as today. We've been preparing for our own election in 6 weeks today. So this has been a great proving ground for our volunteers and our teams to be firsthand, get the vote out. We feel we've been really successful on that tonight. All indications are that it's going to be a good evening for us.
I was speaking to a senior Seamus O'Regan campaign official tonight. In July, their internal polls had him 16 points behind Ryan Cleary. The campaign was close to being a panic. They looked like they were done. Do you think he's closed the gap here tonight?
Oh, absolutely. If you recall I believe the debate that you had, Seamus, from that time on, I think he hit it out of the park, and he really started to get his stride and confidence, and that went right through the whole team, and everybody felt that, along with the surge from Justin Trudeau, which has been great. It's going to be a great night for all Liberal Newfoundland and Labradorians. So.
Okay, John Allen, thank you very much. Okay. And Peter, that is John Allen, the president of the Newfoundland and Labrador Liberal Party. I don't know if Diana has any results yet from the riding, but the John Allen decision desk thinks Seamus O'Regan's got it wrapped up.
Yeah, I bet he does. Thanks, David. We'll be back to you as the evening goes by, and maybe hear a word or two from Seamus O'Regan himself, depending on what happens in that particular riding. All right, we keep in mind, once again, 7 ridings in Newfoundland. None have reported yet. As soon as they do, we will go to them. Susan Ormiston joins us once again from Montreal because she was in Newfoundland covering Justin Trudeau just a little while ago. Susan?
Well, actually, I was there just the end of September as well, Peter, and lots of anecdotes out of there. I was talking to Buddy What's-His-Name and the other fellas, you know, the folk group there, and they were telling me about how much Stephen Harper was disliked in Newfoundland currently. And he said, you know, when the tide goes out in Newfoundland, it takes everything with it. So that was their prognosis for the Conservative fortunes in Newfoundland. In Atlantic Canada in general, we were just there on the weekend with the Trudeau team. They were in Halifax and in St. John, New Brunswick, one of about a total of 8 stops in those 2 provinces. They're clearly looking to make gains there. And I noticed that, you know, for many Liberals, this election is about, as I said, resuscitating the Liberal brand. In the rallies in Atlantic Canada, people were feverish to be able to rally around a leader who had momentum behind him, unlike the previous elections. So we saw a lot of excitement in Atlantic Canada, and the fact that Trudeau went there on his second to last day of campaigning indicates that that part of the country is extremely important to the success of the Liberals tonight.
All right, Susan, thanks very much. Susan Ormiston, reporting from Montreal. Let's see that first result. You can see on the board the Liberals are leading in one of the 7 ridings in Newfoundland. Which one is it? Well, we can tell you. It is Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame, which would be a hold for the Liberals. Scott Sims has been elected many times before in Newfoundland for the Liberal Party. It is assumed that he would do well tonight. He's got a huge lead early out. Lead of, as you can see, more than 300 votes just on the first few polls, or first poll itself. Now, that could be the advance poll. There was a huge turnout for advance polls across the country, as you heard reported, over the Thanksgiving Day weekend, 4 days of that holiday weekend. 5% of the voters were told in that riding voted during the advance poll, but overall in the country, 3.6 million Canadians voted in advance polls, and just how that figure will come out, because in some ridings they were allowed to start counting that before the polls closed today, so they were ready to what's the best way to say, unload those results right away in terms of the results gathering process. But so far, just that one riding, Scott Sims, and that will not come as a shock to anybody. That one was not necessarily one that anybody thought there was going to be a major contest in. It is still early, but a huge lead for Scott Sims right out of the gate in Newfoundland. Okay, this will give you a sense of the vote in Newfoundland in 2011, the last time round, 4 years ago. The province looked very Liberal red. We're going to use these maps a lot during the evening to reflect what has happened tonight, but this gives you a sense of what happened 4 years ago. One riding was Tory blue, Conservative blue, and a couple were NDP, as we've told you before. But Newfoundland and Labrador, that's how it looked after the 2011 vote. Now, 2 ridings reporting in Newfoundland now, and we're getting ready to give you that second one as it stands right now. It is Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, where also a Liberal incumbent, Judy Foote, is in the lead. And it's very early. There are less than 50 votes have been counted so far in that riding. So this is the kind of thing we'll have for the next little while, and then all of a sudden the votes will come in very fast. Here it is, Judy Foote, the incumbent Liberal in Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, sitting with 35 votes. Mike Windsor with 5, Jen Brown with 4. But once again, we're not going to make any determinations based on what we see on that. Diana, you're watching Newfoundland. What can you tell us about these 2 ridings that we're seeing so far?
Well, I can tell you, first of all, that Bonavista, Buren, Trinity, in spite of this sort of swell of people who showed up at the advance polls across the country, in fact, had the lowest voter turnout at about 5%. Who knows why, but the advance poll may be, as you say, the numbers that we're seeing now, but it'll be a really small portion of what we see overall in that riding. I think what's interesting, too, is that as I'm looking at the vote share right now, because we can see what share of the vote they're all getting, Scott Sims always does terrifically well. And in the years that you and I have covered him, I mean, he's won going back to 2004. We always mention that he used to be a weatherman for the Weather Network. That was what he did before. But he's become a real name politician on the island. And as you say, no one was really surprised to see him shoot out in front. But he's got 80% of the vote at the moment. Labrador is coming in too. And Yvonne Jones, you referenced that the Conservative Party won this riding in 2011. But then there was a by-election. Peter Panashaway had to step down. We see he is running again, and as you mentioned, very early, 1 out of 86 polls. But Yvonne Jones won the by-election, and she is a well-known provincial politician on the island as well. And in the moment, she's jumped out to this early lead. But we always have to caution that this could be, one particular ballot box counted at one particular poll station. It could be that person's neighborhood where they live and all their neighbors have voted for them. So it's hard to tell. But that would certainly hold to the pattern that most people think we're going to see out of Newfoundland tonight, where the Liberals have done well for years, largely on the strength of the things that Danny Williams has told them, which is don't vote Conservative. And it's such a contrast, as you know, because they have a Conservative provincial government.
Every time you think Danny Williams has sort of disappeared from the political stage, he pops back up again.
He rises
as he
with the
did
dry as smoke.
Yeah, as he did in the interview with David Cochrane a couple of weeks ago, with quite the condemnation of Stephen Harper as Prime Minister. And tonight you're seeing the early effects, at least on the first few polls being counted.
And one other thing we should say that, Newfoundlanders who would be going to the polls, you could have lived in the same house for 30 years. And you may have a little more difficulty with this election for two reasons. One, there's a provincial campaign underway.
Yep.
It's next month, in fact. And so there are ridings where you'll have, for instance, two Liberal signs side by side, different name. One's running for the federal office, one for provincial. So it could give you a start. And in terms of redistribution, where the borders of the ridings have been changed radically, really across the country, no more so than in Newfoundland, where all but one riding was touched. And in some cases where the ridings had gone west to east, they're now north to south and so on. So you live in the same spot, but suddenly you're voting in a different riding or it's by a different name. So it's not necessarily the patterns that people are used to where it's a familiar name on the ballot. They go to the same place and they're seeing different names.
Rosie, on Danny Williams.
Yeah, it wasn't just that Danny Williams came out against Stephen Harper for the second time. It's that he came out and basically went after Stephen Harper for his position on the niqab. Right. He went so far as to almost call the Conservative leader a racist. So it was a well-timed sortie by Danny Williams. He knows the power of what he has to say in that province, but he also knows that Stephen Harper hasn't spent a lot of time there. At one point during the campaign, there was a question about whether he was even going to make an appearance in the province at all, because frankly, it's not a place that has been friendly to him. And part of the reason, as you well point out, is Danny Williams. So I'm not going to say it's a lost cause for the Conservative Party forever, but the time that they have or have not invested there is in direct relation to their success. They haven't invested time there, and so they wouldn't expect much to come out of that province.
All right. We got more results now from Newfoundland, and so far things are all colored red, early going. Keep that in mind. We'll break it down for you, but when you look at the map of Newfoundland right now, everything is coming up red from Labrador down to the Avalon Peninsula. It's all showing red. We haven't seen the results inside some of the St. John's ridings yet. Diana, tell us on these latest ones with 5 leading Liberals at the moment.
Yeah, we want to draw your attention, first of all, to the riding of Avalon. And you'll see there, as you say, it's Liberal red for the moment, but we're still waiting where it's white for the 2 St. John's ridings to come in. Avalon is interesting in part because of its history as a riding, and Scott Andrews, who you see is for the moment in second place, actually won this riding for the Liberals in 2011, then was expelled from caucus over a sexual harassment claim made by an NDP MP. He's decided to run anyway as a non-affiliated candidate. And as again, it's in the early going, but he's sitting in second place. Ken McDonald, though, pretty well known. He's a former mayor and councillor with Conception Bay South. And many people think he will win this riding tonight, but we'll keep our eye on that.
We also want to take a look at another riding called Long Range Mountains. The redistribution is so significant there that it's been renamed. And Goody Hutchins is in the lead. She's made a career in the outfitter and tourism industry, really well known in the area, running up against Wayne Ruth, who's been a 4-time mayor of Kippens. But again, she's out to the early lead. And yes, it's one of 255. But as you and I both know through experience, even a lead like that early on can mean something, especially if it jives with the history of the ridings. And
Sure.
everything we're seeing so far would jive to the history. We're all waiting, though, for the 2 seats from St. John's. Those were NDP heading into tonight. Certainly the Liberals targeted St. John's South Mount Pearl. That's where Seamus O'Regan is running, who's a personal friend of Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Justin, asked him to come into this, went there to help him out at the beginning of the campaign. That's really where they've got their hopes pinned, and I guess that's why we've got David Crockin there tonight as well.
And he's up against Ryan Cleary from the NDP, who holds the seat. And then the other St. John's seat, of course, is Jack Harris from the NDP, a very well-known NDP member. And it'll be interesting to see how that race plays out. 5 leading Liberals out of the 7 ridings in Newfoundland. All 5 that have reported so far show Liberals in the lead. Rex Murphy, of course, is from Newfoundland. He never hides that fact. And he's going to weigh in with some thoughts about the Rock and in terms of politics and in terms of what we're witnessing tonight so far. Rex.
Yeah, well, Peter, it was very interesting to hear a repeat of Danny Williams' many maledictions on poor Stephen Harper's head. And I do admit that in Newfoundland, what Mr. Williams has to direct has some force. But I would remind all the people who are watching the election tonight that there was a much more mighty conjure. And that's when Ches Crosby, who was the son of John Crosby, who bears the same relationship to Newfoundland conservatism as Bethlehem does to Christianity, when his son was knocked out by the Tories up along, that's equivalent to having put a curse on the very word of conservatives in Newfoundland. And I'll agree with all of the other contributors to this, that the real one to watch tonight is Ryan Cleary, the NDP candidate, versus Seamus O'Regan, for 2 reasons. Cleary himself is a very interesting, very nationalist kind of force. He has some personal force and dynamic. And Seamus O'Regan, as has been pointed out, is a very close friend of Justin Trudeau. So Trudeau's rising fortunes in these last few weeks have made him a real contender with Cleary. And, of course, Newfoundlanders see in Reagan, because of his proximity to Trudeau, there's the Newfoundland cabinet minister of some depth that we haven't had for so long.
All
So
right.
the Crosby curse and the Reagan-Cleary battle.
All right. Thanks, Rex. We'll be back to Rex, of course, throughout the evening with his thoughts, not just on Newfoundland, but on all the different regions of the country and how the story plays out in terms of how Canadians are signaling what they feel is needed in terms of a new government or the next government. Keep in mind when you're looking at these Newfoundland early figures, Liberals leading in 5 ridings, there's barely been 1,000 votes counted so far in all 5 ridings. So while the Liberals must be very happy with what they're looking at right now, it is very early. You saw some of those graphics showing the very few votes counted in most of the ridings. But it'll start to speed up in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, let's go out to the other end of the country, to Chris Brown, who's in Vancouver, where there have been reports, and there were reports earlier in the week at Advance Poll, of problems at polling stations. What about today, Chris? What's happening at the polling stations you've been monitoring?
Well, right now, Peter, we're at Creekside Community Centre. People across Canada might remember this because it was where the athletes stayed in the 2010 Olympics. Let me show you a little bit of what's going on. It's a really interesting scene. Normally, cameras can't go into polling stations, but we can stand right here and actually peer inside because this is a big glassed-in area. So you see there are not very large lineups at this moment. People are able to come in. There are lots of people here from Elections Canada to ask their questions. And there's about 12 or so different polling stations within this voting place, and people have been casting their ballots pretty easily, I would say, here all day. There haven't been really that many problems at this station. We've heard some instances of people showing up, for example, with problems with their ID. One woman we heard had a driver's license that had a different address that had been pasted across. She had to go back, had to go and get proper ID. But really, I think it's fair to say here, at least in the areas that we've been monitoring, there haven't been too many problems.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. Chris Brown in Vancouver. keeping an eye on some of the polling stations there for the next little while. Of those 5 ridings, interesting, 2 of them, the vote that we're seeing is just the advance poll. How do we know that it's just the advance poll rather than today's polling results? Because it's a big whack of votes that were dropped in 2 of the ridings, Judy Foote and Scott Sims, and as a result, that's all they've seen. So the tabulating of the votes, a little slow, but the polls have only been closed for 15 minutes, so we expect that to be 15 or 20 minutes, so we expect things to speed up in the next little while. Let's keep our monitoring of the polling situation in different parts of the country. In Toronto, Chelsea Agro is with us. Chelsea, any issues at that polling station you're at?
No, Peter, no issues at all. There was a small lineup earlier, but take a look at this reception. You can get your selfie taken after you vote here. Free high fives for anybody who cast their ballot. This is the thank you reception that's awaiting voters here in Regent Park. And this is Shelby Kim. She's helped to organize this event. Shelby, we're here in Regent Park. This area is seeing a huge revitalization. What's the goal here tonight?
To make voters smile. Super simple. We're doing something a little bit radical and making the voting experience something very memorable.
Well, congratulations. This has been quite a turnout. Thank you so much, Shelby. I mean, Peter, this is quite a voting party. We've even got a band out here celebrating getting the vote out. It's been a steady turnout here all night long in Regent Park, and of course, they're not finished yet. And these people, Peter, they're not going anywhere.
All right, Chelsea. Well, they're a pretty happy bunch there. I thought all those signs were for Chelsea, making an impact. This person's awesome. Well, we think that. Thanks, Chelsea. We'll be back checking in with Chelsea through the evening. Let's go back to Diana with the latest coming out of Newfoundland, because the seats, there's still the same 5 seats, but the numbers are starting to pile up.
And starting to tell an interesting story about the support for parties or lack of support for parties in Newfoundland. So as you see there, we have 5 ridings that are already showing the Liberal in the lead, still waiting on those 2 St. John's ridings. But let's take a look at the share of the vote, the way it's breaking down in the province so far. And it tells you exactly what we're seeing in the ridings, which is incredible support for the Liberal Party. Conservative and NDP roughly matched. And the NA you see there is really about the non-affiliated candidate, Scott Andrews, running under essentially his own banner tonight, no longer in the Liberal caucus. So let's show you how this is playing out in individual ridings by starting with the riding of Labrador. Yvonne Jones is in the lead right now, but when you break down the numbers, she has 89% of the vote. And I was watching a second ago, it got as high as 95%, which is to say virtually every vote being cast for you, which is a remarkable thing. Peter Panashaway won this in 2011, but by the slimmest of margins. It was really down to about a couple dozen votes. And so not a terrific surprise to see she's run to the lead, because she won the by-election after he stepped down. The other riding to focus on for this particular point, Costa Bay Central Notre Dame. We've talked about Scott Sims. He has been an MP on the island, I think, going back to 2004. Tremendous personal popularity as well as the party brand tonight. And right now he's got about 78% of the vote. The Conservatives second in this case with 15% of the vote. So you see how it's really lopsided in this early going for these ridings. And many expect that that's the way it's going to continue tonight. And I keep looking down here because we're waiting for the 2 ridings considered to be the most contested. And we've talked about St. John's South, Mount Pearl, where Seamus O'Regan is running. But there's also that other riding in St. John's East. Jack Harris won with pluralities like this. We got like 70% of the vote last time. But there have been some Liberals who've been saying in the days leading up to this, feeling so confident about their chances, maybe we're going to take every riding in Newfoundland. If someone, the stature of Jack Harris, stature within the NDP, were to go down, that would start to tell us an entirely different narrative tonight.
Well, it certainly would, although it's still Newfoundland. And it doesn't always set a national trend, Newfoundland. You know, we've seen different times, 58, Diefenbaker sweep, across the country, the Liberals won Newfoundland. Opposite happened, 68, Trudeau sweeping the country. Conservatives won in Newfoundland. So we've got to be careful making those distinctions, but there's no doubt if the NDP have problems in St. John's with 2 of their best-known, certainly one of their best-known candidates, that doesn't augur well for them, perhaps as the evening progresses. But those 2, in terms, and you cautioned us, Diana, that 70% share of the vote in Newfoundland right now for the Liberals, you got to be cautioned by the fact you haven't heard from those two ridings that were NDP holds from the last time round. So we'll see how that, whether that makes much of a difference when they are reported. 7,000 votes counted already in Newfoundland, which is a fair chunk of votes. Liberals leading or elected in 5, leading just now. I don't think we've seen an elect go by as yet. We're coming up in about 5 minutes' time to the closing of polls in the rest of Atlantic Canada. So 25 other seats, PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick to talk about. Snapshot, Wendy, Nova Scotia and PEI in terms of what we might expect?
Well, PEI is fascinating. Traditionally liberal, red as the dirt. Since Pierre Trudeau was Prime Minister, it's been Liberal, with one big exception, that's Gail Shea in the riding of Egmont. She is the Fisheries Minister before the election, but the Liberals are going after that, and the Tories are worried. They're also worried about Nova Scotia, the 4 seats that they have there, all held by fairly familiar faces, big names in the province. None of them are running again. In particular, Peter MacKay, him and his dad, and even Brian Mulroney ran in the riding of Central Nova. Peter MacKay, of course, has said that he's not going to run again. At least not imminently. And so the Conservatives are very worried about that. And there's a very strong sentiment against Stephen Harper's Conservatives here growing. And there's a lot of unemployment in these ridings. There's a lot of seniors on fixed incomes, a lot of veterans, and there's been cutbacks to eligibility of EI, and that hasn't gone over well here. So it's not a lot of seats for any other party to pick up in these provinces, but in a tight race, of course, if they lose seats here, the Conservatives, it's very difficult for them to pick up going forward.
All right. People might wonder why Brian Mulroney ran in Central Nova, but he'd won the leadership in '83, didn't have a seat at that time, went in the safest seat in the country, perhaps, for Conservatives at that time, when Elmer MacKay stepped aside, let him run there for the rest of that '83 term. Ian's watching New Brunswick. What can you tell us?
Well, you know, earlier I talked about New Brunswick from the Conservative perspective, that they want to hold on to seats there. Let's look at it from the Liberal view for a moment. What's success tonight for the Liberals? Well, at the very least, to do better than they did in 2011. They only got 1 seat back then. Beausejour, a riding we both know well, Sackville, New Brunswick, is in that riding. And that was the only one they had. So kind of the bare minimum for them to have a decent night in New Brunswick would be to reclaim some of the other primarily Francophone ridings. One of those, Madawaska, Restigouche, Bernard Valcourt, a cabinet minister, is the Tory candidate there, and there's some sense that he might be in trouble. But I think we should look carefully at the 3 big cities, Moncton, Fredericton, and particularly St. John. If the Liberals can win in all 3 of those cities, they won't just be cheering in New Brunswick, they'll be wondering if something big is about to happen right across the country.
All right. Well, we're only a minute or 2 away from those polls closing in the 3 other Atlantic provinces, and we'll start to get a sense of just how it shakes down, how your decision has been made in those particular ridings. You see now Liberals leading in 6 ridings in Newfoundland, in fact, elected in 1. That's the Scott Sims riding. You saw just a moment ago St. John South Mount Pearl, Seamus O'Regan, that's who David Cochrane was talking about as we signed on with the Newfoundland vote count just 30 minutes ago. We saw him talking about Seamus O'Regan. He is leading in St. John's South Mount Pearl. So that riding, one to watch tonight. If he held on to that lead, it's early. If he held on to that lead, that would be a takeaway from the NDP. Still, 70% of the vote that has been counted so far in Newfoundland has gone to the Liberals. But still, those 2 main St. John's ridings, as Diana told us throughout the evening, are critical in terms of the NDP vote in that province, how well they'll do. Let's look at the map of Newfoundland once again. It is all red so far in terms of leads for the Liberals, including 1 that we have declared elected so far. We've seen enough to make that. There you see the Seamus O'Regan numbers at the bottom of your screen. He has the lead right now. It's a 60-vote lead. It's early. It's on very few polls. Still waiting to hear on St. John's East. That is Jack Harris. It is a Liberal riding. But the other ridings starting to pile up now on that Liberal number. Judy Foote has been declared elected, and Bonavista, Buren, Trinity. So that's the Newfoundland story as it is right now. But as we said, 25 more seats in the other 3 Atlantic provinces about to report as we continue Canada Votes 2015.
It's been one of the longest campaigns in Canadian history, a marathon of politics and passion. Now it comes down to this. Live from CBC News election headquarters, Chief Correspondent Peter Mansbridge and the CBC News team. The results, the analysis, and the reaction from across the country. Now, with the polls about to close in Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick, special coverage of Election Night 2015 continues. This is Canada Votes on CBC.
And we're in the broadcast center at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation here in downtown Toronto. This is our election night headquarters, and we are spanning the country with our coverage, of course. Polls now closed. Voting has wrapped up in the Maritimes, so a flood of results just ahead before the huge wave that begins in 2 hours from now when polls close, 263 of them from Quebec to Alberta and in 2 of the territories. Right now, we look east, where the picture is about to become clearer in 25 more ridings. So let's have a peek, first of all, in terms of what we've seen. You can see the scoreboard right there on your screen. 6 Liberals leading, 2 of them elected in Newfoundland. 1 riding still to be heard from, that's St. John's East, which went to the NDP in the last go-round. But a spectacular start for the Liberals so far, with the votes counted. 72% of the votes counted so far are for the Liberal Party of Canada, which is a huge increase, about double the percentage they had last time around. But that 1 riding, St. John's East, where Jack Harris, the NDP, popular NDP member, is running for re-election, that would change that dynamic on percentages somewhat, obviously, if he holds on to that seat or does well in terms of the vote getting. Here's your party standings. Liberals elected in 3 and leading in 3 so far in Newfoundland. But the 25 other seats about to come in, those are critical seats, obviously, for the Liberal Party if they're going to try and show that this is the beginning of a momentum, beginning of a tide, if you wish to sweep across the country. Got to caution that. Atlantic Canada doesn't always suggest what happens there will happen elsewhere, but it would be a heck of a start for the Liberals, who only won a dozen seats in Atlantic Canada last time round. Diana Swain has been watching Newfoundland for us in the last half hour. He's going to give us an update on all the ridings there now. Diana.
Out of the 7 ridings that comprise Newfoundland and Labrador, we have seen enough, at least in 3 of them, to say that 3 people have been elected tonight so far in this campaign. So let's start with Bonavista Burren Trinity. It was interesting that they had the lowest voter turnout in the advance poll, that people seem to show up today, and enough has already been counted that we can say that Judy Foote has been elected in this riding for the Liberals. Another one we want to show you where the result is pretty much in the bag already. This is Coast Bay Central Notre Dame Scott Sims. He returns to Ottawa in this seat. Another one that we can tell you, Long Range Mountain, Goody Hutchins has also been elected tonight. But this one is in play. St. John's South Mount Pearl, we've got these numbers in, 1 of 187 polls reported. So hard to say what it tells us. But for the moment, Seamus O'Regan is in the lead over Ryan Cleary, who's had this riding since the last election. And we've just started to get numbers from that other one that we've been waiting for, which is St. John's East. Jack Harris, again, very early, 1 of 188 polls counted, but he won with a huge margin last time, about 70%. Many people would expect that based on that, based on his personal popularity, his name brand in Newfoundland, that he shouldn't be in trouble. Having said that, there are some Liberals in the last few days feeling buoyed by what they think has been the end of a great campaign, looking at seats like this. And that's why we'll be looking at them as well to see what's happening. But for the moment, 3 people already elected, all for the Liberals in Newfoundland.
Yeah, 15,000 votes counted in Newfoundland already, and almost 3/4 of them have gone to the Liberals so far. That Jack Harris riding could alter that number, obviously, if he maintains the kind of lead that he has, a percentage lead that he has in St. John's East. Rosie, jump in on this, because
Obviously, Jack Harris is a key member of that Liberal caucus, or the NDP caucus. He certainly is in terms of representation on PNP, your program. He's always there with a quote. That would be, if they're in trouble with Jack Harris, that would be devastating signal.
Sure, early days
Yeah.
still. But yeah, I mean, he's one of the more senior members of the team. He's one of the people that has political experience and clout. So when they came in 2011, and remember they had all those new people that didn't expect to win, they had to rely on people like Jack Harris to give them some political capacity, some ability. And he picked up that banner easily, and he was the critic of defense and foreign issues and filled those shoes happily. He also regularly brings his kid to Ottawa and gives him a little tour of Parliament Hill. His kid's a political junkie, and so he would always come by the show and want to watch politics with him. So yeah, I mean, obviously anyone of that kind of stature it's going to hurt the NDP more. They need to hang on to those people that have the experience. But as I say, early. I'm not going to count him out yet.
No, and nor should any of us count him out yet. In fact, he's leading, so why would we count him out? Right. All right. We can see on the board the other numbers are starting to trickle in now from the other parts of Atlantic Canada. We have one, well, at least one anyway. And Wendy, I think you can tell us where it is.
Yeah, the numbers are just starting to pour in, Peter, and the first results that we have tonight are from the riding of Sydney, Victoria. This has been held for a long time by Mark Eiking. He was determined to hold on to it. It's just early results, but it looks like he has a fairly strong lead. One of the big issues in this riding was there's a lot of veterans here, and this is where one of those veterans' offices was shut down. So the Harper Conservatives were not popular in Prince Edward Island in this election campaign, even though they were fairly popular in the last campaign in 2011, sort of even in the popular vote with the Liberals. But the veterans has hurt, the unemployment has hurt. Just the whole feeling of rough times and time for a change. And Mark Eiking, that's not the kind of change that people in Prince Edward Island want. It's a good first sign for the Liberals in
Breton,
Nova
right?
Scotia. Sorry, in Cape Breton.
Cape Breton, right. I just want to give viewers some guidance on the kind of numbers we're seeing in that Cape Breton riding just now. We saw a big number, a lead of about 500 votes on the first poll reporting, showing, dumping almost 1,000 votes in. What does that mean? It likely means that was an advance poll. This is the way things worked, and the Elections Canada was warning of us of this over the weekend. In that particular riding, 17% of the voters voted in the advance poll. That's a lot of votes. So what Elections Canada told us, because so many Canadians voted in advance polls, 3.6 million, that they were going to change the rules a little bit and allow counting on advance polls before the regular poll closing time. People would be locked in a room, not let out until the polls closed officially, but they could do the counting, and when they came out, those numbers could be entered immediately. Now, we've seen a couple of ridings in Newfoundland where a big number was dropped on the first poll. We're assuming that meant it was an advance poll, and the same thing we're thinking in terms of that Cape Breton seat that the Liberals are leading in at this moment, that was likely an advance poll. But the other polls reporting, not yet in Atlantic Canada. That's just one of the 25 seats we'll have to talk about as the evening wears on. Still a couple of hours away from the big swath of seats from Quebec right through to Alberta. Let's go to Nova Scotia, where Tom Murphy's joining us from Cumberland Colchester. Fabulous story here, because you've got somebody running for the Liberals who used to run for the Tories and was an independent, had a fight with Stephen Harper, and that's Bill Casey. Quite a story. Tom.
Quite a story indeed. It's been a wild campaign this whole while. We're just happy to be here. Let me just say right off the top, we were supposed to be at the Legion, but they had some structural problems at the Legion, so they moved the party here to Teaser's Bar. It was bad at the Legion. They even had to cancel the Sunday night hootenanny, so you know it was bad indeed. But have a look at here. Here's the dance floor where they hope they're kicking up their heels later tonight. And you can see there it is red. And Bill Casey is the, as you say, the former Conservative who held this seat for many elections and then voted against the Harper budget in 2007, had to sit then as an independent, won the seat as an independent as well, and was thought to have been his night of redemption that time around. He retired from politics, as you well know, Peter, and then he got the call. He decided to come back for the Liberals, and a lot of people think tonight be a bit of revenge for him, you know, maybe a feeling of making Mr. Harper pay a little bit in this riding. But so what better place to come to get some comments about an 11-week campaign for some sober second thought than the bar here at Teasers. And I'm sorry to interrupt the good time here, but I got to ask, I was talking to this lady earlier tonight, 11-week campaign, how are you feeling after it's all over now?
Oh, Bill Casey's going to win.
You're pretty confident of that?
Oh, yes, and so are the Liberals. Right across Canada.
You think so?
Oh, sure.
Looking pretty good so far, but early on, and this is Atlantic Canada, where they tend to vote red to begin with anyway. Describe the mood in this room. How does it feel?
Oh, I think it's very positive.
Were you a Conservative before? Did you come over with Bill Casey to the Liberals?
Yes, definitely.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, see, there you go, Peter. That's the kind of mood that's in the room here. It's not exactly the at-issue panel, but we're getting some good feedback and some good comments. We're having a good time talking politics here tonight in Amherst. Peter.
Yeah, Tom, that's great. We love that. Let us know when the hootenanny may start later on tonight, right? And we'll come back for our live coverage of that. Yeah, okay. Tom Murphy joining us. Okay, you can see the board is starting to change a little bit as the first results and the first Conservative lead of the evening. And I believe it's in New Brunswick. So Ian's going to tell us about it. Ian.
Well, early results, you know, we were talking about if the Conservatives are to do well at all in Atlantic Canada, they're most likely to be doing well, or at least hanging on to some of those seats in the province of New Brunswick. And they're in the lead right now in one of those seats. There are 4 ridings in New Brunswick that I call the 50s. These are ridings where last time around, the Conservatives had more than 50% of the popular vote. In fact, last time around, the NDP ended up going in second place, the Liberal vote collapsing in these places. One of them is Toby Mactaquac. Mike Allen has retired there. Richard Bragdon in the lead is a former pastor. And so it's interesting. The Conservatives will be very happy to see that their candidate, even though early, just one poll reporting, but in the lead there in Toby Mactaquac. We're going to take a look now at Moncton Riverview Dieppe. And this is a riding that went Conservative last time around. Robert Gauguin won. But if you look at the history of the city of Moncton, it has a long history of sending Liberals to the House of Commons. And Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, as we can see, is in the lead there. I was talking to her earlier today, and she was talking about how, and I've heard this from a lot of candidates across the country, forget about the long campaign. They've been knocking on doors sometimes earlier in the year. I think in her case, it was something like since January, she counted 42,000 doors. Some she returned to, but still in a city of only 100,000 people. She's been to a lot of doorsteps, and she's hoping that it'll pay off.
All right. Thanks, Ian. 30,000 votes now counted in Atlantic Canada, and more than 70% have gone Liberal so far. But as Tom reminded us, and as we've reminded you, there's a track record for the Liberals in Atlantic Canada. They didn't do well here last time round, but they do seem to be doing well tonight. How do Conservatives feel all about that? Well, let's go back to Calgary, where Catherine Cullen has a pretty special guest with her to give us a sense of that. Catherine.
Well, that's right, Peter. I'm here with Guy Giorno, Conservative Campaign Chair, so thank you very much for joining us. I do want to ask you, a lot of people are noticing that this room is a lot smaller than it was in 2011, that you're expecting perhaps fewer supporters tonight. Is that indicative of something bigger, perhaps expecting less support at the polls?
No, I think we're pretty confident. It's what we know is a tighter election than it was in 2011, probably the tightest, most competitive election in modern history. A lot of close races in pretty much every part of the country, and it's going to come down to that. And there's still 2 hours left with polling open in most places, and I think there are probably tens of thousands of people still making their ways to the poll.
What kind of results is Stephen Harper prepared to hear tonight?
Look, we're in the hands of the voters. Those who have voted and those who haven't voted yet, we're ready for anything. Obviously, though, hoping to win a fourth time and lead a government focused on, so we can continue to keep taxes low and keep the budget balanced and create jobs.
When you say ready for anything, what does that mean in these circumstances? What is he prepared to come up here and do?
I think it means that every time we go to the politicians go to the polls or Canadians go to the polls. It's in the hands of Canadians, and we're confident that we've run a solid campaign focused on the economy, but we respect whatever Canadians do tonight.
Now, you guys were the ones who called this one of the longest campaigns, the longest campaign in modern Canadian history. You also had a lot more money than your competitors. How do you explain the fact that this has wound up being such a tight race?
Well, I think the race has been tight from the beginning, so it's no surprise to me or any of us that this is such a competitive election. The reason the election is longer was simply because it was felt that it wasn't appropriate for parties to be campaigning on parliamentary and government resources when they're already campaigning. They should be switching to paying for the campaigns as they should be with the party. The longer campaign has allowed us, but it's allowed, I say, all the parties to communicate with more people, to travel to parts of the country they wouldn't have otherwise got to in a shorter campaign. And we've been talking about the economy and lower taxes and balanced budgets for those 11 weeks and haven't wavered from that.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Back to you, Peter.
All right, Catherine, thank you. A tough position to be put in sometimes for party officials who come out to talk to reporters, and they got to react to the kind of results that are starting and the kind of expectation that polls have suggested. But Guy Giorno coming out, a top Conservative strategist, to talk to Catherine. I want to talk to the insiders about that in a minute. But first, I want to go over to Ian because we've got more results coming in from New Brunswick, at least one potential surprise in there, too.
Sure. Let's take a look at the next two ridings that we've seen some results from in New Brunswick. And New Brunswick Southwest is another one of those ridings that where the Conservatives consider this to be rock-solid territory for them, more than 50% of the popular vote in that riding last time around. You can see John Williamson, former columnist of the National Post, in second place, and the Liberals in first place there. And you note the NDP result. Let's see how the party is doing in Acadie-Bathurst. This was a long time riding for the NDP in New Brunswick. Yves Gaudin had just piled on the votes from election to election to election for the NDP. Jason Gaudin, no relation, but smart enough to take advantage of that name. He would just say Gaudin for House of Commons, but right now they're in second place. Yves Gaudin, to lose him from the NDP caucus would be a blow.
It would be. They must be starting to wonder, the NDP and certainly the Conservatives, in terms of the way the Atlantic numbers are unfolding. 14 of the seats heard from so far. There are 32 in Atlantic Canada, so lots more still to come from. But here's one figure that you want to keep in mind. This is the vote change in Atlantic Canada. This often can tell a story. There have been 40,000 votes counted so far, so this is where we stand right now. You've got the Liberals up 40 percentage points. They're at 70%, as you can see, of the votes counted at this point in the evening. Where are they taking them from? Well, it's almost half and half from the Conservatives and the NDP. A little more from the Conservatives, just over 23%, just over 17% from the NDP. So not a good night in Atlantic Canada at this point for either the Conservatives or the NDP, and a huge night for the Liberals, who have more than doubled their vote count so far in Atlantic Canada. But still, we've got another 17 seats to hear from in Atlantic Canada yet before we can make any huge determinations on the big picture there. But for a start, for sure. Let me bring the insiders back in again, Jamie, Kathleen, and David, because, I've always been fascinated on election nights watching the people who the parties send out, because in some cases it can be a really difficult situation to have to put a good tone to what might be a difficult story. And Guy Giorno came out to talk to reporters, talk to Catherine Cullen. Jamie, how difficult is that?
Well, I think you can say he got the short straw. They were sitting in the hotel room, and someone had to go out and talk to Catherine, and so he was the one that was sent out there to do that. Always a tough thing to do, and people are being very cautious. You're being cautious. It's just Atlantic Canada. We're waiting, but when you see the Liberals doubling their support and you see the Conservatives losing that much, that's a worrisome sign. Now, the good news is there aren't so many seats at stake yet, but if that trend was to hold as we breach into Quebec and Ontario, the so-called mother load of seats, that would make for a challenging night for for Guy and his campaign.
Yeah, and for the next couple of hours, we'll be discussing the 32 seats of Atlantic Canada. They really get the spotlight on them. You do have to keep reminding yourselves, roughly the same number of seats as in Alberta, which is kind of traditionally be conservative. So, you know, the two could at some point cancel each other out. But nevertheless, at the moment, that's the story to tell. David and Kathleen. Kathleen, you've got your hand up, so you go first.
I was just going to mention in regards to Guy Giorno coming out, you know, it's one thing for party operatives or insiders like David, Jamie, and myself to come out with our what we call our game face on big nights like this on election night. But it's another thing for all the candidates across the country, right? No matter what partisan stripe they are, who put their name forward to run in this election, it takes a lot of courage, and they should be regarded and thanked really for their public service. In terms of what our party is still looking for in these early moments of the Atlantic results coming in, I think that it's going to be significant in those two Newfoundland ridings, the advanced polls that come in. We're hearing that there's several thousand advanced polls both in St. John's East and South Mount Pearl, so looking for that. But it certainly looks like, in my opinion, it would take the Liberals to take they need to take 28 seats in the Atlantic region, really, if the sweep is going to take wave across the country. So we'll see if that comes true.
All right, David, a quick word from you. David, of course, is looking like the cat who swallowed the mouse here so far in the evening, but what's your thought at this point?
Well, coming into the election, there was some discrepancy between the polls that were out there. Some showed a closer race than others. Some showed momentum heading into this. We didn't know how far that momentum would carry. So I think the Atlantic results are instructive in that respect. And I think that if you see, as Kathleen said, the Liberals north of 28, if they get 27, 28, 29 seats in Atlantic Canada, then the momentum that we were seeing in the last week of the campaign did carry forward. And I think it's likely that you'll end up with a Liberal majority government across the country. If the Liberal numbers are more in the 25 range, then you're probably looking at where the closer polls had it and probably at a Liberal minority government. And if the Liberals come in sort of 22 or less out of Atlantic Canada, then the polls were mostly wrong and we're looking at a different result than we had come in here expecting.
All right, well, you're keeping it interesting with the three different possibilities there. We'll wait to see what happens, but it's a good guide, perhaps, to the way the night may unfold. David, Kathleen, and Jamie, we'll be back to them. I want to go to Wendy because we've got more results coming in from, and well, first of all, there's Seamus O'Regan's headquarters in St. John's. The results keep coming in there that are good for O'Regan, which would be a steal for the Liberals from the NDP in Newfoundland. At the moment, every time a new poll is reporting, they are cheering in St. John's, South Mount Pearl, as Seamus O'Regan has a healthy lead of 1,100 votes, almost double his NDP opposition. So we'll see how that continues to unfold. Let's check in now with, as I said, Wendy is looking at Prince Edward Island, 4 seats at stake there. And here's the early look at the ridings that have been reported, both turning Liberal red at the moment. Wendy.
Not a huge surprise, but it's interesting. As we know, this is a tight race. There's only 4 seats in Prince Edward Island, but every single seat counts in this election tonight. Let's take a look at a couple of ridings. This is Egmont. Fisheries Minister Gail Shea is here. She's very well respected. She is the only Tory elected last time in the election. Very well respected. But will her popularity outweigh the unpopularity of Stephen Harper's Conservatives here? Very early results, really hard to tell. But this is a fight to watch. Winning the seat is a priority for the Liberals. Lawrence Macaulay in Cardigan. Again, early results. He was Solicitor General in a previous Liberal government. If the Liberals form government, he's likely, stands a good chance of being back in Parliament. So we're seeing that very early results, Peter, but we're seeing that we know that the Harper Conservatives are not popular in Prince Edward Island, and the Liberals have promised to repeal the restrictions on unemployment insurance. A lot of unemployment here, a lot of seniors on fixed income, and that seems to have been very popular. So early glimpse, but if there is, as we saw in Newfoundland, a small Liberal bandwagon building, it may be spreading to Prince Edward Island as well, with that 1 seat up for grabs from the Conservatives.
All right, Wendy, the numbers as we look at them now, Liberals leading are elected in 21 of the 32 Atlantic Canada seats. The Conservatives just 1, The NDP just won. One of those Liberal leads is in Central Nova, the old Peter MacKay, and then before him, his father Elmer MacKay's riding. For most of the last 50 years, the MacKays have had control of that riding. At the moment, very early, only a couple of hundred votes have been counted so far, but at the moment, the Liberal leads the Conservative 3-1 in terms of the vote count. But once again, early, just a couple of polls reporting. Let's have a look. We're going to bring Rosie back in here. That's Nova Scotia, obviously. Very red across Nova Scotia, including the parts of the Halifax-Dartmouth area that have reported so far, which is more than just a little bit interesting for the Liberals and for the NDP. Rosie.
Yeah, early polls reporting again. We caution everyone. But remember, just 4 ridings in Halifax, Dartmouth, and 3 of them held by the NDP right now. So let's give you some early results. We'll start with Sackville, Preston, Chescook. This is currently Peter Stauffer, who's been an MP here since 1997, is trailing the Liberal Daryl Sampson. Now, again, 3 of 198 polls reporting. So, this is not over. Stauffer has won 6 elections in this riding. So we'll keep an eye on where things are heading. I'll bring you over to Halifax West. Jeff Regan, the Liberal incumbent, leading, look at their numbers here. We're talking very small numbers because very small number of polls reporting, but Jeff Regan is the Liberal incumbent and has held that riding since 2000. And finally, I'll take you over to Halifax, which is interesting for many reasons, partly because this is the riding held by Alexa McDonough. It's been NDP since 1997. What do we see here? That one only of 211 polls reporting. Again, early results, but Andy Fillmore, the Liberal, leading over Megan Leslie at this stage. Megan Leslie, remember, one of the deputy leaders of the NDP. So all ridings to keep an eye on. And these are the kinds of ridings, remember, that the NDP needs to hold, obviously, for all sorts of reasons, but they're also the kinds of ridings that the Liberals were going into and trying to pick up. I mean, we saw Justin Trudeau in Halifax as recently as just a few days ago, knowing that this broad appeal that they were making to progressives in this country, and I'm sure we'll talk more about how they were doing that, it was to tap into these very kinds of ridings. Here.
And those are some pretty well-known NDP names.
Listen, Megan Leslie, I think it is fair to say, is the future of the NDP. She is young, she is urban, she is progressive, cares about the environment and climate change. She has become one of their most vocal and prominent critics. So she is important to that party, but she's also important to the future of the party. So they need her to stick around, no matter what happens to them tonight.
Well, right now, the NDP's got half the percentage total of votes that they had the last time round. Now, still lots of votes to be counted, and especially in that riding, in Megan Leslie's riding, because it's, I think, less than 100 votes counted. I want to get up to date on the New Brunswick story as we look at the Liberals marching across Atlantic Canada. These are pretty impressive numbers at this point in the counting in Atlantic Canada. Ian's watching New Brunswick.
So how long do we have for the Maritimes? 2 hours, I think. So it's an interesting dynamic, because at this point it's kind of like a shiny butterfly, and you jump on a riding, and it changes before your very eyes. In an hour and a half, you're going to be tired of hearing from all of us on Atlantic Canada. But we're still in the shiny butterfly stage, right? So let's look at some of these ridings, starting with Madawaska, Restigouche. Dare I say, early on here, but we were talking earlier about Bernard Valcourt, the former cabinet minister with the Mulroney government, cabinet minister with the Harper government, in second place with only 1 poll reporting. But it is one of those ridings we want to take a look at. Let's move on now to St. John Rothsay. Again, this is an interesting one because the city of St. John has elected a Conservative MP since the 1950s, every time but 4. And it's just interesting, 1 poll out of 178 to see the Liberal in the lead. And Rod Weston's run a lot of campaigns. He says he's just going to wait and see how this one turns out. And Acadie Bathurst, a little earlier, I was talking about Yvonne Gaudin, the longtime MP for the NDP. This one has been going back and forth. 3 polls reporting now. Not a huge lead, but a bit of a lead there starting to open up for the Liberal in Acadie Bathurst.
All right. Thanks, Ian. I want to bring, in this shiny butterfly stage, it's time to go to the at-issue panel. Andrew, Chantal, and Bruce. Chantal, we take your warning, and it's absolutely correct about being careful about what's said about Atlantic Canada. But these are pretty amazing numbers that we're looking at here. And you heard what David Hurley going, key liberal strategists going over some sense of what these numbers could mean once they're all played out in Atlantic Canada. So you're looking at this. What are you seeing?
I'm guessing that there are two parties that are praying that Atlantic Canada isn't a trend. But I will also note that for almost 2 years, the polling in that region has shown an overwhelming Liberal lead. If this is what I expected to see out of Atlantic Canada, so far I'm not surprised. It was always a given that there would be a serious challenge even to the NDP in the area. The EI reforms, plus the Trudeau effect, which has been real since day one in that region, was always going to make it difficult. And losing Yvon Godin, central figure for Francophone voters across Atlantic Canada, was a huge loss for the NDP. So far, I am not surprised, and I'm not ready to draw conclusions.
No, okay, that's fair enough. Andrew, I want your thoughts. I just want to let you know the second Conservative on the board there now is Rob Moore in Fundy Royal in New Brunswick, which was another Conservative riding that the Liberals conceded was going to be hard for them to get. This is early going. We'll see what happens. 26-2-1. Andrew?
Yeah, you always have to measure these things against expectations. As Chantal said, it was pretty widely expected that the Liberals were going to do extremely well in Atlantic Canada. In this early going, you would say they're exceeding expectations. They are, I think at last thing, something like 70% of the popular vote overall. If you look at some of these ridings that they are leading in, I mean, they're not leading in Fundy Royal. If they were leading in Fundy Royal, it'd be lights out for the Tories. But they are leading at this early stage in New Brunswick Southwest, which is a pretty safe Tory riding. They're leading in what I think is a very riding to watch closely, St. John Rothsay. At this point, you'd say it's looking very good for them.
All right, Bruce, I'll get to you in a sec. I just want to get Diana with an update on the Seamus O'Regan story.
Yeah, I mean, the caution taken in mind, the one thing we can say with certainty is that the Liberals are phenomenally popular in Newfoundland, and tonight it has resulted in a gain for the Liberals. They've held 5 seats. We've talked about those, but there have been enough votes counted now that it looks like Seamus O'Regan has, in fact, won the riding. St. John's South Mount Pearl, taking that from Ryan Cleary. Mm-hmm. We're still watching another one in play. The only one left in play in Newfoundland, that's St. John's East, and it's tight. We've got Jack Harris in the lead at the moment, but by 127 votes, which is not a lot. We're talking about 2.5%. And when you look at the share of the vote in Newfoundland overall, I mean, these are the numbers that any party would dream of. They have 70% of the votes counted so far in Newfoundland. The NDP and the Conservatives, roughly neck and neck at 12%, not making much of a dent. And so here's where you're seeing it play out. As we mentioned, Jack Harris is in the lead ever so slightly over Nick Whalen, who's a local lawyer. You may recognize his name because at one point in the campaign, he actually called on Tom Mulcair to apologize for back in the 90s referring to Newfoundlanders as Newfies. Mulcair did that. He apologized, and Nick Whalen said, I accept the apology, and moved on. St. John's South Mount Pearl, we know that Seamus O'Regan does have political background. He was an analyst for Liberal Premier Brian Tobin back in the day before he moved on to his broadcasting career. And now he's moving on to Ottawa as an MP for this riding.
There you go with the headquarters for Seamus O'Regan. Diana, there's the headquarters for Seamus O'Regan in St. John's. And we're waiting to see when he arrives to speak to that crowd, perhaps have a chat with our David Cochran as well. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, I was just going to say that they'll be happy with even the look of the crowd, that it's a young crowd. And that's one of the things that they've been trying to do, is to try to get young people into the frame to say that this is what the party represents now, and that someone like Seamus would be sort of a visual symbol of that young, new face of a Liberal Party.
Right. Okay, more than 100,000 votes counted across Atlantic Canada now, and the Liberals have 66% of those votes, and the Conservatives only 15%. Bruce, I have to bust into you there, but when you're looking at all this, what are you saying?
Well, as I said at the beginning, Peter, I was going to look at how the results compared to what the polling data was telling us, and I looked at the average polling indicators for Atlantic Canada earlier today, and I think it was 53% for the Liberals. So 66 or 67% is obviously a better result. Now, it remains to be seen where the where those results will go as we get a few more ridings reporting that haven't reported yet. But if we have to read early signs, no question that these results are better for the Liberals than the polling data indicated. And we're also seeing evidence that really well-known incumbents are struggling to withstand the tide towards the Liberals that we're seeing in this region anyway. And it's got to be making some incumbent Conservative cabinet ministers in other parts of the country feel quite nervous about their prospects.
Keep in mind, as I mentioned it a little earlier, when Mulroney swept across the country in '84, starting in Atlantic Canada, 25 of the 32 seats went Conservative at that time for Mulroney, 54% of the vote. These numbers, if they hold or perhaps even increase, which they're starting to do here, 27, 2 and 1, and a share of the vote of upwards of 70%, that is quite a signal. Mulroney went on to clean up in almost every region of the country. We'll see what happens to Justin Trudeau here.
Well, as Chantal has said, we're not surprised, I guess, that the Liberals are doing well in that region. And really the only thing to take from this so far, because we've got enough votes, we can say this is arguably the largest poll, not necessarily evenly distributed, but the largest sample that we've seen from the region. And the fact that it is running that much ahead of what the polling data indicated suggests to me that Liberals were motivated, at least so far, and maybe the other party's voters weren't.
We heard David Early a moment ago breaking down what he expected, or not expected, but how he would characterize different stages of that Atlantic Canada vote. We're now at his 27 number, if it holds. The counting isn't all done yet, and there are still 2 more seats to hear from. He was suggesting that this was an indicator of heading towards a Liberal minority or majority government. But that's David Hurley. He's a Liberal strategist. We're not going to challenge his assumptions, but we'll put them in that particular context. Let's give you a sense once again by going to our special little 3D virtual House of Commons and go inside the House of Commons now to have a look at just how things are shaping up in terms of the share of the vote. We keep mentioning how many votes the Liberals are getting. Well, look at those numbers. 66% of the votes counted so far, and there are more than 100,000 of them, are heading in the Liberal column. 15.4% for the NDP, 15.2% for the Conservatives, and then the rest, just a few votes scattered amongst the Greens, the Independents, and others who are running in Atlantic Canada. But those are staggering numbers for the Liberals at this point in the evening. The Conservatives are down 22%. The Liberals have more than doubled their vote. They were at just under 30% in 2014. So that's the story. 28 leading our elected Liberals, 2 Conservatives, and 1 NDP. Let's go to Seamus O'Regan headquarters. I think the candidate is still yet to arrive, but David Cochrane is there to tell us the story, and a happy-looking bunch of people you got there with you.
Yeah, Peter, a very different mood in 2015 than in 2011. The former Liberal MP, Siobhan Cody, the NDP wave took you out in 2011. The Liberal wave is sending Seamus O'Regan back to Ottawa. What's your reaction to the result?
This is exciting. It's exciting for our province. It's exciting for our country. We're thrilled that Seamus O'Regan is going to be the Member of Parliament for St. John's South Melbourne. And we're happy for our country because it looks very, very positive that we're going to have a good turnout and a good result for our friend Justin Trudeau.
I want to just very quickly get reaction from these 2 people behind you. Ryan Steeves, Adam Quirk, 2 young Liberals who've probably walked the length of Newfoundland and most of Labrador throughout this campaign. Adam, start with you. You've put in a lot of hours. What's your reaction to Seamus O'Regan winning tonight?
It hasn't quite set in yet. This has been the longest campaign. We've been campaigning for months before that, and we've put in so much work, and I can't believe that the day has come, I guess. The result has come.
Ryan, what about you?
Well, we've been campaigning since February, so it's just insane to see it finally produce fruit. So it's great.
All right, and Peter, it's a result of a lot of hard work. As I said earlier, in July, Seamus O'Regan's polls had him 16 points behind the incumbent Ryan Cleary, right next door in St. John's East. Jack Harris won in 2008 with Fidel Castro numbers, in 2011 with Raul Castro numbers. Right now, Nick Whalen is in the hunt. Maybe 7 Liberal seats, a possibility. Who would have thunk it when the campaign was called? Peter, back to you.
All right. David Cochrane reporting to us from Halifax, and he now has a crowd that he takes with him to applaud every one of his stand-ups. That's our boy David. Okay, we want to, there's been a lot of talk here in the last 10 or 15 minutes of trying to figure out how to interpret these numbers in terms of what it may mean for the big picture on the evening. Great night for the Liberals shaping up out of Atlantic Canada. You just have to look at those. 29 leading or elected for the Liberals, 2 only for the Conservatives, 1 for the NDP. That's now hearing from all 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada. Not finalized yet. Many of these races have not been fully determined, yet only a handful have. And as you see, they keep changing, and it just keeps getting better for the Liberals in terms of leading and elected. Right now, they're sitting at 30. Only 9 of them we've seen enough votes to be confident enough to say they have won those particular ridings. So we want to talk a little more about the context of what this means in a pathway to victory for Justin Trudeau.
Well, I had an idea. My wife had one, and her idea took over. And once again, that's Justin.
We've known his name since the day he was born, the first child of a charismatic prime minister. Most of his life spent in the spotlight, but as Liberal leader, Justin Trudeau has his own political style, a natural campaigner who loves to work a crowd. He has exceeded expectations these past 11 weeks, silencing the skeptics, gaining momentum.
Stephen Harper isn't afraid of me, my friends. He's afraid of you!
But to win tonight, voters must believe he's a real alternative to Stephen Harper, that there's substance behind the smile, that Justin Trudeau is rock steady and not a rock star. All right, we got Rob Russo, our Ottawa Bureau Chief, with us now, and help us, guide us on this topic of where this could possibly go for the Liberals. If they are going to have a pathway to victory, there's going to be good news for them in a number of places. It's got to be more than just Atlantic Canada. How do they put it together?
Well, let's look at their support right now in 2011, right across the country outside of Atlantic Canada. If you look at it, there's just a series of isolated dots, really, in a few cities. They're lonely outposts of Liberal support in 2011, concentrated in urban Canada. If they're going to have a good night, if what we're hearing in Atlantic Canada is the shuffling of the hooves of the stampede that might be happening, here's what we're going to see it and where we're going to see it. We're going to see Liberal support, that Liberal red, radiating south of Vancouver, maybe north, Vancouver north, but also into the Surrey and Burnaby suburbs. We're going to see a red dot for the first time, perhaps, in the city of Calgary since 1968. Along with Regina, we'll see some growth for the Liberals, again, south, Winnipeg Centre, Winnipeg South, St. Boniface. Right now, there's a blue belt of Conservative support in the 905 across the top of Toronto. That will become a crimson clasp, perhaps, tonight. And in the city of Montreal, you'll see their support radiate north into the Laval suburbs. You'll see it also spread south into perhaps Longueuil. You'll see them break through into Francophone Quebec in places like Shefford, perhaps, and in the Outaouais region around the National Capital Region.
It would be quite a story if that is the way it unfolds. Now, what do you make of these numbers? Chantal has quite properly cautioned us about Atlantic Canada, but 30, 1-1.
Right. I think we have to look at expectations, and I think these are beyond the expectations of the Liberals. And again, we have to look at popular vote. A significant increase in the popular vote, suggesting that people are heading to the polls in droves to send a message to Stephen Harper. And it is also, I think, reminiscent of what we saw when Justin's father ran in 1968 as well. He, for the first time, he is seeing support from pockets of Atlantic Canada that they have not seen support from in a long, long time.
And in 93, we started to see the same kind of thing develop when Chrétien ran in 93 and formed his first of what was 3 majority governments. We saw ridings that people thought the Conservatives might hold on to, like Bernie Valcour's riding, dropped to the Conservatives. They only ended up with 2 seats that night for a number of different reasons, the emergence of the Bloc, the emergence of the Reform Party. But nevertheless, it was a signal, and that first signal came from Atlantic Canada.
And it's quite remarkable when you think about what the Liberals faced going into this election campaign. Really, a lot of people thought they faced an existential threat. They were on their way down. The NDP was ascendant. And if you would have asked Liberal organizers in their heart of hearts what would have been a good result for them, on a night like tonight, they would have said leapfrogging over the NDP into second place for a two-election strategy, holding the Conservatives to a minority. Well, if they do better than that, this will exceed their wildest dreams, I think.
All right. Rob, thanks very much. We'll get back to you a little later in the evening. All right, let's take another look at the change in the vote that we've witnessed so far tonight in Atlantic Canada, because once again, it helps tell the story very well. Here it is. You've got the Liberals at roughly 2/3 of the vote that's counted so far, just under 65%. The Conservatives down 21.5% at just over 16%. The NDP down as well, 14 points at 15.4%. So you've had a real shift in votes in Atlantic Canada, and the big winner of that shift have been the Liberals, taking votes 3-2 from the Conservatives and the NDP for a night for them, which is one, I'm sure, in their wildest dreams they never expected. Leading are elected now in 31 seats. That means that even the Jack Harris seat in St. John's must be now falling towards the Liberal side, although now it's all 32. All right, so Liberals are leading and elected in every single seat in Atlantic Canada. It's early yet, only 11 of those have been declared elected, but look at that map. It is solid red right across Atlantic Canada, solid red right across Nova Scotia, solid red there in Halifax, Dartmouth. Rosie's watching that. Man, that's a story.
Okay, well, let's just blow people's minds a little bit further. The Liberals had a caucus of 34 when we left, right?
Yeah.
So they almost have their whole caucus back,
That's right.
and we're only in Atlantic Canada. I mean, that's the direction we're headed. So they're definitely going to have a good night.
Yeah.
You know, they only need to pick up a couple more. Let me show you what's going on in Halifax, though. Still very early results. We'll start with Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. And here you see Darren Fisher leading by 200 votes. Again, early results, 3 of 202 polls reporting. Robert Chisholm is the former NDP leader in that province. He is trailing here. He won by just almost 500 votes, or not even 500 votes in the last election. So this is what's happening there. Let me show you the next one. Halifax, again, we are seeing Megan Leslie struggling. Again, early results, 6 of 211 polls reporting. But Andy Fillmore, an urban planner in Halifax, is leading Megan Leslie right now. And we've talked about the importance of Leslie to the NDP caucus. It should not be this tight for Megan Leslie. I think that's fair to say at this stage. And I'll show you one more here, and this one as well. Should not be unfolding this way. Even if you look at these early results, Peter Stauffer has been the MP since 1997. He didn't win by a huge margin in the last election, but here he is trailing the Liberal, Daryl Sampson. This tells the same story that we're seeing through Atlantic Canada. Even if these don't pan out, even if the NDP holds on to these seats within Halifax, the race has tightened, and that is not a good sign for the NDP. These should not be fights that they are struggling to maintain. Definitely not.
32 out of 32. I mean, think about it. If that is the way it continues to play out, and you know, as you said, it's early, especially Megan Leslie's riding is still close. Jack Harris is a very back and forth riding in St. John's East. We'll keep our eye on that. But you know, if that held, you're looking at a Parliament of Canada where there wouldn't be a single opposition member in the 4 Atlantic provinces.
You'd have some senators, though. There's a fellow by the name of Mike Duffy who would be a Conservative, a senator, and you'd have, and honestly, that is a part of the story we would have to talk about, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have anyone else except Liberals in Atlantic Canada, then you have to start wondering about the importance of senators to give some balance and some weight to the legislative process going forward. And you would see representation from some other senators in that area that would represent other parties. And that would start a conversation about what the Senate is really about, which is supposed to provide that kind of regional balance and political balance that you might see there. But that would be astounding if you had no one from any opposition party representing a whole swath of the country.
Well, you can't call this anything other than a sweep so far. What we're looking at. I mean,
32 out of 32. Keep in mind the Jack Harris riding, I just checked it, and it's less than 100 votes separating him from the Liberal Whalen candidate. But look at this map of Atlantic Canada right now. In all my years, I've never seen a complete region of the country like this painted in one color, somewhat similar to Quebec under Trudeau when he used to win 75 to 75. Alberta at times when all Alberta ridings went Conservative. But here you got 4 provinces, 32 out of 32. Remember New Brunswick back, Ian, in the days of Frank McKenna, won 58 of the 58 provincial seats when he was running for Premier, which made it kind of difficult in question period to be challenging the government. I think they tried to work out a deal where certain members of their party did a challenging role, but nevertheless, when you're all one party, that can be pretty tricky. Let's go to Liberal headquarters in Montreal, where Justin Trudeau will be speaking later tonight. Susan Ormiston is there, and I guess they must be pretty excited about what they're witnessing so far.
You know, Peter, at the start of this evening, I spoke to a Liberal who said, yeah, we're feeling good, but there isn't a Liberal in this country that doesn't feel like an anvil's about to drop in their head. Well, they're feeling a lot better about it now. They were planning and plotting and working on the Atlantic Canada for sure. I mean, we were there on Saturday in Halifax, in New Brunswick. The Liberals went 4 times to New Brunswick over the course of this campaign. And the crowds were big. There were a lot of people there saying, we don't know, but something feels like it's happening here. In Halifax, Saturday morning early, it was so hot in that ballroom. I was standing on the podium and a senior guy, a senior man, an elderly man, was standing and he fainted. The heat was so intense in that room and there was so much excitement. That was the way it was all across Atlantic Canada for that last sweep, that last campaign. And you were talking a little bit about Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And, you know, it was very interesting this week when I was with the Trudeau tour. There wasn't one place that we stopped where I didn't hear an anecdote about Trudeau. In Ajax, Ontario, a woman came up to me and said, Pierre Elliott Trudeau kissed me once. And another woman brought out a picture of that Christmas card in the 70s and when the 80s when the 4 boys were on the Christmas card with Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and she'd brought it back for Justin Trudeau to sign. So across the country, I was seeing that there was certainly amongst diehard Liberals the legacy of Justin's father. Here at headquarters, still empty except for journalists, but they're all waiting to come to this room and certainly feeling pretty good about those Atlantic results, Peter.
All right. Susan, thanks very much. Susan Ormiston. We'll be back to Susan, obviously, many times during the evening at Liberal headquarters, where Justin Trudeau will be talking later on in the evening. We want to, you know who we want to bring in now, just for a little levity in the program as we wait for more results coming in from Atlantic Canada. One of Atlantic Canada's favorite sons, Mark Critch, from 22 Minutes, joins us from Montreal, where he's at NDP headquarters tonight. Must be getting something ready for tomorrow night's program, I might say.
Hello, Knowlton. It's... How long has this election been? It feels like I should be talking to Knowlton. It's a bloodbath. Do I know how to pick a party? I can't hear you over the sobbing, Peter. It's a little quiet here. Newfoundland Labrador has gone red, but traditionally we do that. We go against the country. We voted against Diefenbaker. We voted against Trudeau the Elder and Harper. But when they elect a new pope, white smoke billows out of the Vatican. Right now, there's white smoke coming out of the Peace Tower. It's just Harper burning documents, but I think a change is going to come.
Listen, Rick, before you go, I want to show you something that you did here while we were doing some rehearsals yesterday.
I didn't know there was a tape.
You didn't know. I want to show viewers this and come out of it and talk quickly about it. Watch this.
Okay.
I'm very excited. Tell me about where we are here now. We're in the atrium, so it's all right here in the atrium, which is essentially the lobby of the CBC?
It is the lobby of the CBC in Toronto.
Is it because the real estate people are showing people around, prospective buyers, that's why we're down here?
There are still a few floors still available.
I see Ian Hannamansing over there. He's right there. So is he coming up to you every now and then going, how you doing, Peter? You look tired. Are you sick? I just flew in from Vancouver. Can you explain exactly what's going on here on this monitor?
Well, it's like you're actually looking at the House of Commons, but it's not the House of Commons.
So you can zoom right in there, right? You can actually see the gum. under the desk.
It brings it to life in a way that it's really never been as vivid until now. Can you tell how excited I am?
You're very excited.
Yeah.
You're popping. Hannah Mansing is popping.
We do every possible scenario.
Okay, green
Except the
majority.
block.
Green majority. What would that sound like?
A green majority?
Yeah, call it like it's a green majority.
A shocker tonight for Canadians. Elizabeth May, the next prime minister with a majority government. So, you just
I
trade
hope
the
that's
names
playing
around.
in an airport in Vancouver as she walks by.
Mr. Critch, very
Good
funny,
times.
Mark. Listen, Mark, I'm going to have to let you go here. Before I do, you have a chance to talk to all these guys as you do stuff with them, skits with them for your 22 Minutes program. But you talk to them often when they're in opposition, and then you talk to them sometimes when they're in power. Did they change at all in terms of your ability to get them on the show?
Do they ever? I remember Harper used to come up when he was in opposition, and I'd be interviewing somebody else, and he'd come up and go, hey, Mark, do you need me? I could do something humorous. One time he made me go up to his office and shoot a bit that showed that he was the only one working there on the weekend, and it was like my camera. I was going, we're not going to use this ever. I said, I know, just roll. I'd feel bad. He just looked sad all the time wandering around. And then the second he becomes prime minister, like, hey, buddy, remember the times? Get on the floor! So it's... Things change. The other day I was on Trudeau's bus, but we'll see what happens. I kind of get the feeling I'm going to try and talk to him tonight. I feel I may be tased. So some clip for you tomorrow on the show, and it'll be fun.
It sure will. Listen, Mark, great to have you with us. Thanks
Always
for this.
a pleasure.
Okay,
Enjoy.
Mark Critch in Montreal. We're going out to Cumberland Colchester with the new MP at Teaser's Pub, now a Liberal, Bill Casey with Tom Murphy. Tom.
Peter, indeed, he is the new MP. Funny, Bill Casey just turned to the crowd here a moment ago and said, am I still ahead? Is it true I'm elected, but am I still ahead?
Yep.
He wanted to know. Kind of look over to see the crowd here. They're a pretty excited bunch, as you can expect. A little scarce there. They're pouring drinks at the bar there, and there'll be a few consumed tonight in celebration, indeed.
All soft drinks.
Bill Casey, listen, thank you very much for speaking to us here. Congratulations tonight. The crowd cheering you on. What does it feel like tonight for you to win this seat?
Well, look, I'll never get used to this exercise. I might be 4 or 5 more elections in me, but
Okay,
I'll
at
never get
70,
used to it.
that's saying something at 70. But listen, I don't know if anyone's ever run and won a seat as a progressive conservative, then as a conservative, then as an independent, and now as a liberal in this country. Do you know if that's ever happened before?
I don't think so, but I don't know. I don't know. But it's an interesting concept.
Now, your message...
I don't recommend it.
You don't recommend it. You may not do it again. Your campaign sign says, send Stephen Harper a message.
Yeah.
What's the message you tried to send here tonight?
Well, the message can be, it could be anything you want. It can be, we want veterans looked after, we want the environment looked after, we want the economy looked after, we want Atlantic Canada to have an economic, I mean, that was part of the campaign, but really, when I was watching the results, it just struck me that Atlantic Canada is sending Stephen Harper a message, and that is we want change, and this looks like it's going to happen.
You can't make this kind of political drama up because you ran against and defeated Scott Armstrong, the Conservative who held this seat before, who, when you were a Conservative, used to run your campaign. What's that like? What's that been like between you two on a personal level?
It's even more complicated than that because the person I ran against in my very first election was Dennis James, and he is my campaign manager in this election. So my campaign manager is my former opponent, and my opponent is my former campaign
What I'm thinking
manager.
is you make enemies, but you make friends quicker. Is that what's happening here?
Well, I like to make friends. I do, and Scott called me and. He offered to help with the transition just a minute ago, and I'll work with him as best I can. It's not an easy thing for either one of us, but I felt it was something that had to be done. I watched the erosion of our democratic process. I watched the erosion of our parliamentary process, and I felt that I had to have a voice. I had to speak my mind because I knew better than most what was happening just because I had been there. I've been there through 5 prime ministers.
Yeah.
I know how the system's supposed to work. It doesn't work that way anymore.
Well, Cumberland Colchester's behind you once again. Mr.
Yeah.
Casey, congratulations tonight.
Thank you very much.
Peter, back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Tom Murphy in Cumberland Colchester with MP Bill Casey for the Liberals. Okay, quickly, just looking at your board, 31 Liberals leading or elected so far, and 1 Conservative now back on the board. It's Richard Bragdon in Tabik-Mactaquac in New Brunswick. He is the only Conservative showing in Atlantic Canada right now, but as you can see, a very tight race there. 56 votes separating
the two candidates. All right, we're lucky to be joined here in the atrium by Stephen Lewis, former UN ambassador for Canada at the UN, former Ontario NDP leader, and someone who I've been lucky enough to work with many times over the years in covering political stories. Now, it took the NDP an awful long time to get seats in Atlantic Canada, and right now they don't have any.
It would appear that the Liberals are marginally ahead.
Yes, marginally.
Canada. Yeah.
What's happened here?
I think that obviously the anti-Harper vote has gravitated en masse to the Liberals, certainly in Atlantic Canada. The sense of antagonism to the Prime Minister was remarkably intense in my experience right across the country, and I've been from east to west. And I think it's manifest now and probably will be fairly consistent through the evening of the Liberals being seen as the alternative.
And the NDP are going to take a beating on this as a result.
We may well, people are still voting. I'm feeling kind of apprehensive about chatting about it. But I think that the NDP has a very powerful ground campaign in a number of key ridings, and that may change the mathematics. But it's obvious from Atlantic Canada that there is a trend underway. It would be foolish to suggest otherwise.
And when you look at the kind of candidates for the NDP who are in trouble in Atlantic Canada, as Rosie was saying earlier, they were the future. Now, the races haven't been decided yet, fully decided, but you got Megan Leslie.
No, but Megan and Jack Harris and Bob Chisholm, and these were terrific members of Parliament, and in many ways for us the heart and soul of the party in Atlantic Canada. So I'm hoping that in these close races they will ultimately emerge at the end of the night. But that it should be so close and so tough is unsettling. I grant that.
What did this campaign tell you about our country?
Well, it made me feel better about the country because we've put up, I think, obviously deeply prejudiced, with an awful lot over the last decade that has undermined the basic values of this country. And I think what we're going to see tonight is a rejection of what happened over the last decade. However it manifests itself, whoever becomes the government, it will clearly be a rejection of the Conservatives, and that's terribly important in terms of the people of Canada expressing a view. And I'm, I don't know what will happen in Quebec. That will be fascinating to see. But we feel, Tom Mulcair feels, that he'll be able to hold a goodly number of seats in Quebec. And he's fought a very principled and good campaign. I think the NDP has come out of it very well, Peter, because people feel that Mulcair is a guy with integrity and a principled person who fought a good fight, who ran into the NICAB and a couple of other things which cost votes and seats, but did well. But I like the country rejecting the Conservatives. Forgive my intense partisanship, but I really think it was important that Canadians deliver a message which was unequivocal. Goodbye, Mr. Harper.
Do you think that the potential exists, when you look at those results so far tonight, that the NDP got caught in the squeeze here, and they're going to have just as hard a time picking up the pieces after the night's over?
Well, every time Tommy Douglas finished an election which wasn't successful, he quoted Bobby, that I'll lay me down and bleed a while and rise to fight again. And that's in the DNA of the NDP, that whatever the outcome tonight, it will not suppress our ardor for the next campaign.
More than NDPers have used that quote over time, haven't they?
That is true.
Diefenbaker used it as well, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that.
Well, some of us were there.
Some of us chose to forget we were there.
Stephen Lewis, thank you so much for joining us again tonight. All right, Wendy, the latest from Nova Scotia.
Well, we heard 32 out of 32. If we take a look at the map tells the whole story. It's a clean sweep for the Liberals, and so far this evening, or actually we've declared. So it's not just Bill Casey that's going to be celebrating a hootenanny in Nova Scotia tonight. Let's take a look at three of the other ridings that used to be held by the Conservatives, starting with Central Nova. This, of course, is Peter MacKay's old seat. He announced he was stepping down. Him and his dad basically had a family fiefdom in this riding of Central Nova for 4 decades. Fred Delory couldn't keep it going, and the Liberals have taken that. It really is the end of an era, and great news for the Liberals. South Shore St. Margaret's Bernadette Jordan, she has now been elected. This was expected to be very close. It wasn't. This was Gerald Kennedy's riding since 1997. The Liberals not here since 93. And one more. Of the Conservatives had 4 ridings, 4 seats in Nova Scotia. This was the 4th one. West Nova, it bounced back and forth for decades, really, between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And the Liberal here has won with, actually, if you look at the voter support, the Liberals are in many of the ridings in Nova Scotia are ahead by 60-70% vote totals. So it's a very clean message being sent. And, you know, Peter, really, Stephen Harper hasn't felt the love from this province since he made that comment about culture of defeat, about the dependency on unemployment and so on. And a very clear message is being sent tonight as 4 ridings in Nova Scotia have gone to the Liberals, all 4.
All right, Wendy, thank you. 31 leading or elected Liberals, 1 Conservative. That's now back. It keeps hopping around. It's Rob Moore and Fundy Royal, once again in New Brunswick. That is the one marker on the board for the Conservatives at the moment. The Jack Harris riding in Newfoundland is still very close. He's not far behind, less than 100 votes behind the Liberal in St. John's East. Well, now the Fundy Royal has obviously flipped back into the Liberal fold. They're still looking at 32 out of 32. One of those ridings that Wendy mentioned was Central Nova. Look at those numbers. And the reason we're showing you this, of course, this used to be the domain of Peter MacKay, and before him, his father, Elmer MacKay. It's MacKay country. But tonight, after Peter MacKay decided to step down a few months ago, you've got the Liberals winning in Central Nova with more than 60% of the vote. Joining us now from Central Nova, Peter MacKay. You got to look at these numbers and obviously wonder what happened here.
Well, Peter, for sure, a sea of change here, and we're used to high tides in Atlantic Canada. This is not what we had hoped for at all, but it'll be a long night, and I'll invoke some history here. In 1972, you'll recall that the Stanfield Conservatives did very well in Atlantic Canada, but went on to lose the election by a narrow 2 seats. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out in the rest of the country, but clearly there was a very strong resonance of this change. Now, change to what and change for what reason, people can give all kinds of commentary, but I think that certainly was resonant across Atlantic Canada, that people were looking for something different.
Right. Well, as your father would attest in '84, when the Conservatives swept across Atlantic Canada, they kept sweeping right across the rest of the country, too. So it does cut both ways. You never know how it may unfold as the evening progresses. You're quite right to throw in that caution.
You're right.
But let me try to understand.
I recall running in 1997 when the Liberals held every seat here in in Nova Scotia and lost every seat on election night in 1997. So what we're seeing here it may or may not translate into impacting in the rest of the country. We're going to remain hopeful. I'll invoke an expression from somebody very near to you, and that is we never give up. And look, there's an ebb and flow in politics that you have followed, that I followed for a long time, and we're very proud of the work that we did here, proud of the contributions that we've made to public life. What it means, and politics is personal here in Nova Scotia as elsewhere, is a big change in people's lives. A lot of incumbents and a lot of new elected MPs will experience what I got to experience, and that was the wonderful sense of participating in democracy, being part of your community, representing it in the House of Commons, and it's healthy for our country.
One last question. I know you're still very connected to a lot of people in that party, your party, the Conservative Party, from coast to coast. And you must have been talking to them in these last few days. Why do you think it's going to be any different in the rest of the country than what we've just witnessed in Atlantic Canada?
Well, there's a bit of contrarian in a lot of Atlantic Canadians, and I don't know that same sentiment sort of a visceral reaction that was perhaps more prevalent here than in other parts of the country. We'll see as we move into Quebec and Ontario, and we'll know very soon. But I remain hopeful. You have to remain optimistic in this game. It's important to always see the best in people and see the best in your country, but also in your party. And it was a long campaign, a marathon session. I think that impacted in some ways. And there was certainly a lot of fatigue as we reached the finish line for not just candidates, but the many, many people who participated in this process. And again, I say for emphasis, that was a very healthy thing for our democracy, as was bringing the Conservative movement together. That, to me, is something I'm very proud of. It produced a competitive democracy. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. And the Conservative Party is resilient. We're the party that started the country, and we'll be around to govern again.
All right. Peter MacKay joining us from Central Nova. Good to talk to you again. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good evening.
All right. All right, let's look at the seat change situation in Atlantic Canada. Once again, we see the Conservatives back on the board now, leading in Tabik Mactaquac. Thank you, Ian. Anyway, that's the riding. They're hopping back and forth, Fundy Royal on that one, with the Conservatives and Liberals switching leads. It's very close in both those ridings. We'll see how it ends up. It's only a 2-vote lead for the Conservatives in that riding right now. Let's look at the overall numbers in Atlantic Canada in terms of the vote change that we've witnessed so far tonight, because it always tells a story. We're hearing Peter MacKay, hopeful that this isn't a trend that begins to splash across the country, but he sounded only hopeful, not convinced that that might not happen. Things do seem to be happening across many parts of Atlantic Canada, obviously, tonight. They've got 19 new seats, the Liberals, for a total of 31. That's leading and elected 19 new seats. 24 of their overall total of 31 now are elected, so they're getting very close to being able to say they're definitely going to win a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada tonight. The Conservatives down 13. This is where all these seats are coming from. The NDP are down 6. So it is a disastrous night for the NDP so far. All of these seats aren't settled for the NDP. Jack Harris riding is still up for grabs. And I believe, Rosie, the Megan Leslie riding is still not decided yet either.
Sorry, repeat that.
The Megan Leslie riding,
no, it is
that's not
but
determined
it
yet?
is not. But do you want to see it? Because there are some pretty staggering numbers happening here in Halifax, and I can show them to you. And I think we're going to start with Halifax, and the lead is pulling away. We're going to start with Dartmouth if we have that ready.
Okay.
Do we?
And it's coming up.
It's coming.
When you call for it.
Let me tell you what it'll show you. Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
There it is.
That this is a gain for the Liberal Party. That, but look at the margins here. Darren Fisher has won this riding by more than almost 6,000 votes. The last time Robert Chisholm won the riding by 500. So it's not just that the Liberal Party is winning. They are winning big in these ridings. And they are taking from people that you wouldn't expect them to take. We are not talking here about MPs that were elected surprisingly in 2011. We are talking about established ridings and established people inside these ridings. Now I've got Sackville Preston, and let me show you what's going on here. This as well, elected. The Liberal candidate here, Daryl Sampson, has defeated Peter Stauffer. That is astounding, I think, because Peter Stauffer has been the MP there since 1997. He is well-loved, well-respected, has been a prominent voice for the NDP on everything from veterans to other issues, is a fixture on Parliament Hill, and has now gone down to the Liberals tonight, again, by a huge margin. Let me show you the next one here in the Halifax area, and here again. This isn't over here, but we are seeing Andy Fillmore, the Liberal candidate, pulling decisively away from Megan Leslie by more than 1,700 votes at this stage. Only 50 of 211 polls reporting, but I mean, we're getting close to a point where we're going to call that for the Liberals. And again, not a place that you expect necessarily the Liberals to have picked up. This has been NDP since 1997. So these are not one-off things happening here. And you have to start wondering if this is not, as you've been discussing, a move to try and make sure that you're getting rid of a government rather than choosing someone
no,
else?
it's looking very much like it's an anti-Harper vote that they've moved over. But for the NDP, it's terrible news because these are, well, they're not icons within the party, but they're icons within that caucus.
Sure, fixtures within the caucus.
Right. If you lose people
prominent
like Megan Leslie, Peter Stouffer, was, you know, the feeling was if anybody was going to hold on in Nova Scotia, it was Peter Stouffer.
Yeah, he's
the NDP.
regularly elected the Parliamentarian of the Year at the Maclean's Awards because
Awesome,
he's
yeah.
so well loved and such a good performer in the House and so friendly and kind. So for them to lose these kinds of people, bad news. However, the next test for the Liberal Party is the province of Quebec, obviously, and is in Ontario. If this is just something that is contained to Atlantic Canada, it doesn't help them, right? We have to see what's going to happen in the next number of minutes here.
Now, there's an interesting figure on our board. 33.
Yeah.
So why are the Liberals leading in 33 ridings? Why? Well, it's Île-de-la-Madeleine in Quebec, which has just started reporting because it's on a time zone. It's on the Atlantic Canada time zone. And there it is. Gaspé, les Îles de la Madeleine. Look, it's very early, right? Okay, only 50, 60 votes counted here so far. But the Liberal is leading, and it's an NDP seat at the moment. So it's another example of the NDP in trouble, but, you know, really very early. Just one poll out of a couple of hundred reported there so far. So the story, all Atlantic Canada seats at the moment in the Liberal column, some of them too close to call, for sure, both with Conservatives in the running in a couple of seats and the NDP still in the running in one Newfoundland seat that is still yet to be determined which way it will end up. Having said that, this is a Liberal sweep of Atlantic Canada that's taken place, and the question is whether or not it will continue on through the rest of the country. Let's go back down to our voters' studio, and Anne-Marie Medawake is down there, has been monitoring things for our voters and helping guide them to the results in each of their ridings or any particular riding that they may want to see. Anne-Marie?
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, taking a look online at the conversations people are having as these results start to come in. One of them at one point was hashtag LPC pitches a shutout. Didn't actually work out that way, but we thought that was kind of funny as people are starting to tie in the Jays game to the results on our election show. Joining me now is Aaron Brindle. He's a trends expert with Google Canada. You know, all that searching that we do on our computers, they actually take that data and find trends from it. What were people Googling most today, Aaron?
Well, what's interesting is that we saw a lot of searches related to the mechanics of voting associated with Elections Canada, how to vote, where do I vote, what time do polls close, but then also kind of moving into the evening, like who's going to win the election, these kinds of questions.
Yeah, and we saw that people looking for how to vote today because Elections Canada's website shut down for a while.
I think that's a direct correlation.
All right, when you take a look at what we've been Googling at home, what trends stood out to you?
Well, a couple things. I think one that's really interesting when we look at this election compared to, say, 2008, 2011, we've seen a huge surge in searches for two words, strategic voting. 6 to 1, we've seen more searches for strategic voting this election campaign than 2011 or 2008.
And perhaps we're seeing some of that work play out tonight.
It's quite possible.
Tell me about the leaders and about people searching the leaders. How did that play out through this campaign?
At the beginning of the campaign, actually back in July, searches for Stephen Harper were outpacing all the other leaders in 54% of the ridings in Canada on Google search.
That was in the summer?
In the summer. That stayed the case through August. But in the last 3 weeks, we've seen Justin Trudeau eclipse Stephen Harper. He's now polling first, there are more searches for Justin Trudeau in 50% of Canada's ridings.
And you really saw that number start to peak around Thanksgiving advance polling time?
That's right. Actually, this month is when things seem to really, really take off.
And finally, this is a long campaign. If you compiled all the data, what did you find about the issues that actually ended up being important searches for people in Canada?
Well, across the board, there were a couple of issues that came up. This is supposed to be the election about the economy, and we certainly saw several issues related to that, but it was the refugee crisis that was the top trending issue over the course of the campaign, and the niqab issue. That was 1 and 2, whether you were in rural Canada or urban Canada, and regardless of your geography, east or west.
Interesting information, and I know you're gathering the information that we're starting to
we're
Google even right now. Aaron Brindle, thanks so much. And just a reminder, if you're watching at home, if you're still voting, if you want to give us some reaction to the results that you're seeing come in, hashtag Canada Votes. We'll be following it here in the voter studio. Peter?
All right, Anne-Marie, thanks very much. A quick update on the story that Rosie and I were discussing a few moments ago, and that was the status of Megan Leslie. In her Halifax riding tonight, the incumbent NDP member, she has lost. We have now seen enough votes registered in Halifax, and in fact, the Liberals, with 54% of the vote in that riding, have defeated. That's Andy Fillmore is the Liberal candidate, has defeated Megan Leslie. That will not be good news within NDP ranks. Very popular member, not only on the floor of the House of Commons, where she was active participant, often led the questioning when Tom Mulcair was not in the House of Commons, and also outside of the House of Commons, where she was very popular among all parties at various social events because she's a great singer. Sounds like Patsy Cline, as a matter of fact, when she sings. Joining me now, and we're glad to have him with us, Perry Bellegarde, who is the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. You know, when this campaign started, you were concerned, you wanted to ensure that your issues, in fact, involving Indigenous Canadians, were discussed at the forefront of the campaign. Did that ever happen?
Well, I would say they're not only First Nations issues, Peter, they're Canada's issues, they're Canadian issues, because when you start talking about poverty and overcrowded housing and caps on education and 40,000 children in foster care, they're really Canadian issues. And if we can start addressing those issues, it brings down this high social cost that's there, this socioeconomic gap that exists. And if we can close the gap, it's really in the best interest of Canada.
Well, some of those issues on a broader scale were in fact discussed, right?
Yeah, there was talked about, not enough focus, like in some of the major dialogues, major debates, there wasn't a lot of attention focus on that, you know. So a couple of weeks ago, we called our own AFN forum in Edmonton and we invited the leaders to come out to focus on these issues that we need to address collectively across
And how many of them came?
Well, Mr. Mulcair came and Carolyn Bennett came and a rep from the Green Party came. So we had a robust dialogue with our chiefs there that were there. And again, to bring more attention, because if they're going to be forming the next government, if you're going to be a Prime Minister of Canada, you know, it makes sense to get these issues into your head, into your policy platform, you know, it's in your legislative regimes, everything else, to close the gap. And so we wanted to make sure that dialogue was maintained.
Well, it's specific to your membership, appreciating the fact that some of these issues are faced by all Canadians, but your membership does face particular issues themselves. Did any party have a platform that you were willing to look at and say, you know what, this is good, this I'm willing to endorse?
Two of the main parties had some really good, robust responses to our Closing the Gap document. I issued a Closing the Gap document to all the parties, you know, speaking that we need investments in education, get rid of the 2% funding cap, look at revitalization of First Nations languages, dealing with the missing murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry, all those things. So we tabled a formal document. We had responses back from the Liberals and the NDP, and they had robust responses. So they're very similar in their responses. So they addressed some of those concerns. You know, we always say it's a start, but more must be done in order to close the gap.
And who do you see giving you the potential to make more done, to have more happen?
Well, again, I will work with whoever gets elected, you know, tonight. You know, I'll be reaching out to the Prime Minister tomorrow morning, no matter who it is, because we have to have a really positive, cooperative relationship together between the AFN and the next Prime Minister and Cabinet. And I'm going to continue to do that no matter who gets elected. As I mentioned before, the Liberals had a robust response to our Closing the Gap document. The NDP had a robust response, you know, and so we're pleased, you know, from the AFN that they did focus. But again, we have to hold the feet to the fire, so to speak. We have their written responses in writing. We had their verbal responses as well. And so again, I will work with whoever gets elected.
A couple last quick points. There was much discussion before this campaign started that if Indigenous Canadians voted as a bloc, they could have a real impact on this vote. Was there any organized attempt to make that happen?
Not to vote as a bloc, but to mobilize the vote, to get the vote out. Because we mentioned we could influence 51 ridings. And basically our priorities matter, our concerns matter, our people matter, and our vote will matter. It's so close.
And how did you make out on that?
Again, the chiefs I've talked to, some chiefs have closed their communities down and are busing their people to the polling stations. You know, there's an excitement, there's an energy that hasn't been there before, that we can make a difference. And basically, maintaining the status quo is not acceptable. And so we need a positive change to close that gap. And that's what I'm hearing in the communities.
So you had your own Get Out the Vote operation going?
Yes, we did.
Just like the parties do.
Well, we wanted to mobilize the vote. Remember, we didn't get the right to vote till 1960. And I think we have to harness that political power so to make sure that any future prime minister listens to our concerns and priorities. Because in effect, it's really good for Canada when that gap closes.
You know, it's funny because a lot of Canadians kind of assume that everybody's had the right to vote all along in this country. As you say, First Nations people did until 60. Inuit was about 10 years before that.
Exactly.
Women, shortly after the turn of the century. So there have been a lot of changes over time, but 1960, being First Nations first getting their opportunity to vote, it's not that long ago, really, you know, less than 60 years ago.
That's right. And I think, again, we're getting comfortable with that concept of dual citizenships. You know, as an Indigenous person, we're Cree, or we're Mohawk, or we're Ojibwe, or we're Algonquin. But as well, by participating in the Canadian politics, it doesn't make us any less Indigenous. You know, we can still move to sovereignty and nationhood and all those things, but it's all about making a difference. It's another tool in our box of tools to bring about change, and that's what we're trying to do.
Perry Bellegarde, good of you to join us tonight. Thanks very much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay. I want to bring in at issue once again. Andrew, Chantal, and Bruce have been patient here. I should update the baseball score because that's, you know, what a lot of people are concerned about. I want to get this right. 3-1 for Toronto. Hello.
That is
yes.
correct.
3-1 now for Toronto. It was 1-0 Kansas City in the early going. It's 3-1 now for Toronto. So, you know, life is good. Life is good for the Jays. Life is good for Liberals at the moment. What does the at-issue panel think of what we're looking at? 33, all 33 ridings. That's 32 in Atlantic Canada, the 1 in Quebec.
Well, we're certainly focusing on how well the Liberals are doing, and I can't recall, I don't think you can either, any party sweeping Atlantic Canada.
No.
The Diefenbaker didn't sweep Atlantic Canada, Mulroney didn't sweep Atlantic Canada, but I think it's equally significant how poorly the Tories are doing. They've gone, needless to say, from 15 seats to 0, but a friend of mine who has deep Atlantic roots said, have a look at the third place standings. Last time they were third in 3 ridings. This time they're running third in 11 the ridings. If you look at their popular vote, it's around 17-18%. Let's assume
Right.
it comes somewhere near that. That's down not only from 38% last time around, but I was just looking at the numbers for 1993. Well, you'll remember the Tories were reduced to 2 seats across
That's
the country.
right.
I'm looking at their popular vote in Atlantic Canada. They had just the Progressive Conservatives, never mind the Reform Party, 28% that year in New Brunswick, 24% in Nova Scotia, 32% in PEI, 27% in Newfoundland. This is a historically bad performance for the Tories.
All right, just a minute. Hold on, Chantal and Bruce. We're going to St. John's because Seamus O'Regan is ready to talk to our David Cochrane. And this is the first comments for the new Liberal Member of Parliament from St. John's. David, take it away.
Yeah, Peter, Seamus O'Regan just gave his celebratory remarks, and already we're looking at the app to see how Nick Whalen is doing in St. John's East. So, Seamus, congratulations. You were 16 points behind in July and August, according to your own polls. How'd you turn it around?
Hard work, honestly. The old prescriptions work. And I just went out every single day and walked 15 kilometers talking to people and listening to people. And I knew I had to do that. That's the way we are here in this province. People want to see you work for it. And I just diligently did that day in and day out. And I'm happy with the result and to have the confidence of the people of St. John's South Mount Pearl.
When you look at the numbers across Atlantic Canada, Nick Whalen, as I said, is in a dogfight right next door with Jack Harris. Yeah. Megan Leslie defeated, Peter Stauffer defeated. The vast majority of seats have gone red in Atlantic Canada. What does that say to you about how the rest of this night is going to go?
Well, there's no question about it that people in this country demonstrated to pollsters, to pundits, and later on to family and friends that they wanted real change. And it seemed to coalesce around the Thanksgiving weekend. I think we have a strong platform. I'm very proud of it. I'm proud to represent it. I'm proud to have run on it. And I think at the end of the day, that is what people went on. I think that this was a policy-driven campaign, but it was also a campaign of optimism. I couldn't be prouder.
Have you had any conversations with Justin Trudeau about potentially being the Newfoundland and Labrador cabinet minister in a Liberal government? You're tight with him. This is one of the conversations people have been having since you declared.
I have had absolutely zero discussions with him about that. It is enough, believe me, right now, at this moment, to have won this, to become the Member of Parliament for St. John's South Mount Pearl. point finale.
All right, Seamus O'Regan, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Peter, of course, that is Seamus O'Regan, the Liberal MP-elect for St. John South Mount Pearl. At one point during this campaign, Ryan Cleary criticized him for spending too much time on the mainland. He's going back to the mainland as a member of Parliament.
Part-time.
All right, David Cochrane with Seamus O'Regan, the new MP for the Liberals. From, he's being very careful about saying, oh, no conversations about being a cabinet minister. Sure, he has had no conversations about being a cabinet minister, but everybody assumes that he'll be the new Liberal cabinet minister from Newfoundland. We'll wait and see. Chantal and Bruce, I got a quick hit from each of you before we get ready to tell more results. Go ahead, Chantal.
So a quick word about this Quebec riding, the one on Atlantic Time. Remember 4 years ago, that was the riding that first signaled that the orange wave was real, with the NDP leading, first NDP in Quebec leading that night that was so good for the NDP. Not looking so good this year with the Liberals leading. This is one seat where the Liberals believed that they had a chance at taking the seat, and those early results are really good for them. There's also, in this great Liberal night in Atlantic Canada, maybe some clue as to what might happen in Ontario. There are Liberal governments in place in PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. There is usually a theory that if the government, the provincial government, is of one color, whatever it does that people don't like will reflect on the federal party. That didn't happen to the Liberals tonight, and the big question mark is, does that mean that in Ontario, whatever people think of the Wynne government and the Liberals, it won't matter? Because usually in the past, Ontario has always tended to do blue when it was red, or do red when it was blue provincially. So if this is an omen, it's not a good one for the Conservatives.
Bruce?
Two quick things, Peter. We've been talking about the Conservative setbacks in Atlantic Canada, but the NDP is having a bad night in Atlantic Canada too. They're down 12 points over their performance last time. That's why important MPs, really good MPs like Megan Leslie, are getting defeated. And it's got to be a worrying set of numbers for NDP candidates elsewhere. Second point is, watching Peter MacKay, I was reminded of the fact that the Conservatives lost a lot of front bench talent. Yeah. John Baird, Peter MacKay, James Moore, didn't replace them with high-profile candidates. Mm-hmm. And I think the recruiting that the Liberals did obviously has paid some dividends. We saw high-profile Seamus O'Regan there. There are others that we're going to hear from later. And I think the Conservatives probably have to look at that and say, did we do enough to bring new blood, new talent into our lineup?
Okay, very good points. We'll be back to Andrew, Bruce, and Chantal as the evening progresses. We're half an hour away from those huge numbers. 263 ridings will come into play through from Quebec right through to Alberta and into the north in another 30 minutes. That will dramatically change those numbers. Now this.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
It is a deceptively simple act to mark a piece of paper. And yet, it is one of the most important things you can do. Today, you, as Canadians, can do something that millions in the world can't.
I care about the future of the country for my grandchildren.
I'm really hoping that moving forward, we can make the environment a priority.
I don't think Canadians really realize how rich we are.
It's your power, and it's kind of your responsibility. So just think about it. You get to choose who will lead you, who will steer the course of Canada's future. Ours is now a mature and confident nation, no longer staring at our feet asking, who are we? We know who we are, but do we know what we want? In many ways, your decision today will decide what Canada continues to value, what road it should take, and what paths it should avoid. Canada stands, you stand, at a crossroads. A people of many roots, we are connected by the majesty and potential of our home. The eternal sea surrounding us. The great universe of trees stretching ever onward, uninterrupted. Great citadels of glass and steel driving toward tomorrow. tracts of open space for open thought. Your home and native land. How will we govern this nation and share this incalculable wealth? What is the next stage for this great Canadian enterprise?
So the answer to your question, why are we doing that? Which is a call to once again...
You've heard passionate debate about values and vital interests. You've looked at your country and into your own heart. And now it's time for you to answer a simple but pretty big question. What do you want Canada to be?
Look at the big picture and listen to the people.
I don't want to be a victim of circumstance.
I want my future to be decent.
Just do your job.
This is your democracy. This is your country. And now that all of the arguments and appeals have fallen silent, yours is the only voice that matters. The great engine of democracy is fired up, powered by your simple but all-important act of marking that little piece of paper.
And here we are, back at our election headquarters in downtown Toronto as we're watching the picture unfold across the country. That was the Canadian actor Jay Baruchel narrating that essay about voting, about the importance of this day and the definition of the country that you are actually making tonight in your decisions from coast to coast to coast. The votes that you marked off in ballots across the country still open in a huge part of the country, at least for another 28 minutes or so, from Quebec right through to Alberta and parts of the north, and up at the next top of the clock in British Columbia. So still some voting going on, still some decisions being made by Canadians. But right now, the decisions that have been made in Atlantic Canada are pretty impressive. Look at this, especially, obviously, if you're a Liberal. Every single riding in Atlantic Canada painted red at this point. 28 of the 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada have been decided. There are still a couple too close to call. One riding that's on the same Atlantic Canada time zone is reporting so far. That's why it comes to 33, but it too is Liberal. The Conservatives taking big hits. The NDP taking big hits. Rosie Barton is with us. Rosie.
The ridings of Halifax, Dartmouth, before 3 of them held by the NDP, now all have gone red. All of them have turned Liberal tonight. So let me show you where the NDP took their losses. First in Halifax. This is a major blow to the NDP and a big victory for the Liberals here. Andy Fillmore, an urban planner for the downtown area of Halifax, beats handily Megan Leslie, one of the deputy leaders of the NDP, one of the most vocal and frankly personable MPs up on Parliament Hill, well-liked by so many, and a strong parliamentarian. That's a big loss for the NDP tonight. I'll show you the next one where they've gone down. Another big surprise. This is not a riding where the NDP would have had any concerns going into the election here tonight. Peter Stauffer has held this riding since 1997. He has won 6 elections. For him to lose tonight to the Liberals, this is an indication of something much bigger that is happening, at least in this part of the country. A decision not necessarily for a candidate, but perhaps against a movement. And that movement would be Conservative in this case. And finally, let's show you another one. This is a riding where the NDP had more concerns, I think it's fair to say. They knew that it was going to be a tight race. And indeed, tonight they have lost Robert Chisholm, the former leader of the NDP in that province. Liberals pick that one up again, Darren Fisher. And the only other riding in Halifax has been held by Jeff Regan in Halifax West. He's held it and he kept it here tonight. So an entire swath, another urban area where we expect the Liberals to do well to pick up some seats. Didn't expect them to pick up this many seats, not in this part of the country.
And in some places by as wide a margin. I mean, not even close.
No, that's the point, yeah.
It's stunning, really. Yeah. Let's look at the share of vote, and that will give you a sense of this, the gap between the Liberals and the other parties. This is what we look at.
the Liberals have doubled their vote, basically, in Atlantic Canada. They're up over 60%. Now, Chantal and Bruce and Andrew have mentioned a couple of times that they were polling high in Atlantic Canada throughout the campaign, basically from start to finish, and occasionally this high at 60%. But tonight, they actually delivered those kind of numbers. It's not just a poll. The Conservatives and the NDP down. The Conservatives down 20 points, the NDP down 12, which signals not necessarily a lack of faith in those NDP candidates who have lost tonight or who are losing, but the fact that Canadians in Atlantic Canada made a decision that if they wanted to oust the Conservatives, they were going to have to coalesce between either the Liberals or the NDP, and in this case, it seems they clearly have chosen the NDP. Will that happen elsewhere in the country? That is what we're still wondering about. Overall, 33 Liberals leading or elected in Atlantic Canada and the one Quebec riding that is so far reporting. New Brunswick, as Ian told us throughout this evening, was supposed to be the one area, if anywhere in Atlantic Canada, where the Conservatives would have a good showing. It's all red too. Ian.
And that historic support that the Conservatives have had in a couple of the ridings is probably the only reason why our decision desk is not willing to call two ridings elected yet, although the Liberal candidates certainly are leading. Let's look first of all at Fundy Royal. This is one of these ridings that really, I talked to some Conservatives in the last few days. They felt this was a sure thing. It isn't. You can look at that lead and say it's pretty small, but on the other hand, it's been steady and increasing slowly already. More than half of the polls have reported. Elena Lockhart, I was so unprepared for her to be in the lead, I had to quickly Google search her. She has a store in Sussex, New Brunswick called Lockhart Wedding and Special Occasions. If she hangs on here, she's got a special occasion to celebrate a little later on tonight. And the other New Brunswick riding that is not declared elected at this point is Tobique-Mactaquac. I have an unfair advantage in pronouncing that riding name because about 45 years ago, I went on a school trip to the Mactaquac Dam. So I can nail the pronunciation on that one. TJ Harvey is in the lead there, and that lead at one point kept flipping back and forth, but it just gets bigger and bigger. And a quick shout out, Peter, I just want to mention the riding of Beausejour. I mentioned it before. It was the only riding that the Liberals held last time around. Dominic LeBlanc has ended up with more than 70% of the vote in Beausejour. You'll remember his predecessor in the old riding of Westmoreland Kent, Romeo LeBlanc, his dad, right, close confidant of Pierre Trudeau, cabinet minister in the Trudeau government, and Dominic LeBlanc has been a solid and fierce supporter of Justin Trudeau.
You know, Dominic LeBlanc may well be joining us in the next few minutes from his riding, and as you say, huge numbers for him, and because of his association with Justin, a lot of people are assuming that he, in fact, will be Justin Trudeau's pick for a cabinet minister from New Brunswick. We'll have to see. Current, if in fact they form government, if for the Conservatives, their cabinet minister in New Brunswick, Bernard Valcourt, is not only lost that riding, he finished third in that riding tonight, behind both the Liberals and the NDP. Diana Swain, what do you got for us?
Interesting, you know, at the beginning of the night, we were saying there were Liberals who were saying we might sweep Newfoundland, take all 7 seats, and people would raise an eyebrow. Really? Especially when you're talking about someone like Jack Harris. Mm-hmm. And in fact, we are seeing that they have taken all of Newfoundland and Labrador, only 1 seat still in play, and that's the one that belonged to Jack Harris coming into tonight. Let's take a look at how things are breaking down there, because the vote has been so tight, impossible for anyone to call this one. It's Nick Whalen who's been in the lead for the better part of half an hour now with the votes being counted, but they're separated by 1.5%, or more specifically, 455 votes. It has gone back and forth, but he has been in front, as I say, for at least 30 minutes. Who is he? He's a local lawyer. He was born in St. John's, actually got his education elsewhere, worked elsewhere, came back to Newfoundland in 2009, has been involved locally with the Liberal Party, has never run for office before, must himself be a little, I think, stunned, as so many are, at the support that the Liberals have gotten across all of Atlantic Canada. But in Newfoundland, they've got about 70% of the vote. The other party's back in the 10, 12, 15 range. And as we saw even in the neighboring riding of St. John's South Mount Pearl, we saw that Seamus O'Regan won by a significant margin, knocking off an NDP incumbent. And Jack Harris is really hanging on right now.
Yeah, and he's got to start making a move if he's going to make one at all, because as you showed in that graphic, roughly 150 of 180 or so polls have reported so far. So he's running out of space. He's running out of runway to make something happen there. You know, yesterday I was talking to somebody in Newfoundland who's very, very knowledgeable of Newfoundland politics, and I asked him, I said, I'm starting to hear rumbles about Jack Harris. He said, no, it's impossible. Couldn't happen. You know, he's going to be fine.
Well, and part of that is because of Jack Harris, you know, not only that he's been an MP there for the last 2 elections, but that he was a provincial member of cabinet. He was well known. He was leader of the party at one point in Newfoundland. He has a long political history in that province, so that you've got that sort of dual force sometimes of the party brand, but also the personal brand. You know, going back, he actually, as a lawyer, represented a number of people who were in the Mount Cashel orphanage. He's well known there, well liked, was the defense critic for the NDP in this last parliament. So seeing a name like that struggle in a night like tonight, I think does start to tell us an interesting story about what's happening.
All right, Diana, thanks very much. Well, we're lucky enough to reach out tonight to New Brunswick and get the newly re-elected Liberal MP, Dominic LeBlanc, who joins us from New Brunswick. There he is right now. Congratulations, first of all, Mr. LeBlanc, on your win tonight.
Thank you very much.
Now, will you explain to me what's happened here? We're looking at the board, and every single riding in Atlantic Canada has turned up red. A couple still undecided, but only a couple. Most of them are declared now. Will you explain to me what has happened in Atlantic Canada? Why have the Liberals been so successful tonight?
Probably, Peter, 2 reasons. Our leader, Justin Trudeau, is immensely popular in Atlantic Canada. He's always had an ability to reach Atlantic Canadians at a very sort of emotional level. He spent a lot of time here. He's well known here. We've also had very good candidates nominated in many of these ridings for a number of months. So we've been working on the ground. We've been building local teams of volunteers, knocking on doors in every riding in the region for a long time. But more than that, I think the platform that Mr. Trudeau offered, the change that Mr. Trudeau offered, investing in job creation, helping young people find work, working constructively with provincial governments that are in very difficult financial circumstances, I think resonated across Atlantic Canada, and I think the results are surprising. But you know what? It's a pretty good night. I take them any night, Peter.
No kidding. Do you read much into what's happened in Atlantic Canada as a guide to what might happen in the rest of the country? You know, you've been around long enough to know that that can be a dangerous assumption, because there's there are examples both ways of that. But you've been a part of this national campaign over the last while. What do you sense this signals to the rest of Canada?
Well, and we'll know in the next few hours. You're absolutely right. So we still have a lot of work ahead of us. People are still voting in the province from where you're broadcasting tonight. So I don't underestimate the work that's ahead of us. But I hope what this tells us is that Canadians across the country responded positively to Mr. Trudeau's positive message, his positive message of real change, his ability to tell the truth about the government's financial situation. And when people wanted to change the Harper government in Atlantic Canada, they saw a dynamic new generation leader with new ideas who was positive. And I'm hopeful, Peter, that extends to provinces west from where we are tonight. But we'll see. And I think also, I mean, you've covered more elections, Peter, than I can imagine. Every election has different regional dynamics. The campaign in Quebec is different in some cases than in Western Canada. Atlantic Canada has its own dynamics. So we'll see what the commonality is, but it's certainly a pretty good indication that people were looking for change.
All right. Before I lose you here, because of your background and your association with Justin Trudeau, you both kind of grew up together, both sons of major figures in the Liberal Party. Tell me something about Justin Trudeau that we probably don't know.
It's kind of dangerous to tell stories about your boss, Peter, on national television live. I mean, that's a trick question. Well, I'll tell you one thing that I don't think I'll tell you one thing that I don't think Canadians had seen, perhaps, as those of us that work with Mr. Trudeau every week. He is an enormously disciplined, hardworking person. Our caucus and our candidates across the country were inspired by the level of his focus. He stayed focused on Canadians. He didn't get distracted by some of the nasty negative attacks, and he works very, very hard. And I think if he's successful tonight and becomes Prime Minister, that's a pretty important quality.
Yeah, that would be an important quality. Listen, Dominic LeBlanc, we appreciate your time once again. Congratulations on your win tonight. You've got a party going in your riding headquarters there, so we better let you go join it again. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks very much.
All right, Dominic LeBlanc joining us from New Brunswick. Now, one of the interesting things about this campaign, it happens in every campaign, you try to engage first-time voters. Now, those could be young people, they could be new Canadians, or they could simply be Canadians who've chosen, for whatever reason, never to have voted before. And so there was a lot of attention pointed towards first-time voters during this campaign especially. And we're lucky enough to have in our voters studio Anne-Marie Meadowake, who joins us once again to talk to a number of first-time voters about their experience on this day and what it meant to them. Anne-Marie?
Thank you, Peter. Well, hey, you guys are all voters now, so you all get to be with me here in the voters studio. Congratulations. This is Raj Gill. She's 24 years old, but voted for the very first time today. How did it feel?
I guess it felt good. It made me feel like I had a sense of power and like freedom to vote for whoever I wanted to. I just hope that I voted for the person who has their best interests at heart, though. So.
Great to hear from you, and especially important because in the community you come from, and for people who are watching across Canada, that's in northwestern Toronto. It's a riding, a new name, but the same boundaries, called Humber River Black Creek. And this is historically low voter turnout. Less than 50% of eligible voters came out last time. Jamil Javani is a lawyer by day, but you're trying to change that percentage. Why did you decide to focus on this community?
Yeah, well, so there's national trends across Canada that young people aren't voting, low-income families aren't voting, and newcomers aren't voting. And Jane and Finch is a unique cross-section of those three groups, and so it's uniquely impacted by national trends. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to focus on it. In addition to the fact that there are incredible leaders in the community that we knew we could partner with and make an impact with and try to build mass coalitions of different communities and different ethnic groups and different linguistic groups to try to impact voter turnout.
And part of the way you're doing that is by this army of volunteers that you've brought with you trying to bring out the vote. What are people saying to you at the door about why they don't vote in this community?
I think the main thing is people don't have faith that government services are there to actually make their lives better. I think most people want to believe that the hard work that they put into our country is going to mean that their kids have better opportunities than they had. And I think that people in this community have good reason to believe that that's not the case. They constantly see a failure in government to provide adequate housing, transit services, and various other needs that families have. And I think that over time that creates a cynicism about the possibility of government to actually make your life better.
We need people like you working for change, getting voters out, and young voters like you. Raj, congratulations.
Thank you.
If you want to follow along again in the online conversation happening around these roads, it's hashtag
Canada Votes.
And then, Peter?
Back to you.
That's very good. Thanks, Anne-Marie. A couple of updates to give you. First of all, across the street, not far from where Anne-Marie was, the baseball game is going on. It's 7-2 Blue Jays, led by a 3-run home run from Troy Tulowitzki, his second home run of the series so far. But it's only the third inning. And like the Liberals in Atlantic Canada, don't count your chickens too soon. Because right now, the Liberals own every seat in Atlantic Canada and one so far in Quebec they're leading in. But there are lots still to come. Remember, 10 times more seats than this at stake, at play across the country. But so far, in Atlantic Canada, you cannot take away from the fact that it has been an incredible showing so far for the Liberal Party, and this is one way of showing that. 59.8%, 60% of the vote counted so far in Atlantic Canada has gone Liberal. The Conservatives are only at 18, the NDP just over 17, and other parties accumulating the rest. So you've got more than 80% of Atlantic Canadians voting against the current government, 60% voting for the Liberals. Stunning number. That 38.5% overall is the figure that's kind of the bottom figure for what a majority government would need. and that's the national vote count. It's the lowest number where we've seen a majority government announced before at 38.5%. So we're keeping that in mind as we watch the votes counted across the country. It's not automatic that if you hit 38.5%, you're going to form a majority government. It's not even automatic that you could win. Back in 1979, Joe Clark won with 36% of the vote, minority government, but Pierre Trudeau got 40% and lost. So these numbers can play in a number of different ways depending where your support is. We're going to hit the streets of Toronto in these next couple of minutes because the final voters are heading to the polling booths in Toronto, downtown Toronto right now, to try and make their vote count in the next 9 minutes before the polls close, just as they are closing from Quebec right through to Alberta. And David Common is standing by somewhere in downtown Toronto. Tell me the story. What are you watching?
Well, we are watching, in fact, a lot of people heading out to the polls, trying to squeeze in the last few minutes before they close in Ontario. But, Peter, I know you've got your fancy 3D graphics there of Parliament. I've just taken my daughter's sidewalk chalk. Not a lot left of it because I've been drawing here on the street. Probably get done in for graffiti or something like that. We're talking about riding redistribution. We used to be smack dab in the middle of one riding. Now, we've drawn here, Toronto Centre on one side of the street, University Rosedale on the other side of the street. Now, this redistribution actually can have profound effects for the way in which people end up getting elected. Take a look at what's happened throughout the country. There are 30 new ridings up for grabs this election. That's a total of 338 seats in the House of Commons. Ontario had the biggest growth, with an additional 15 ridings. Alberta and British Columbia each got 6, and Quebec has 3 more. So that means more seats throughout the country, but also more seats in specific areas. And even if you're in an area that doesn't get more seats, it's that things have been redistributed, the boundaries are different, the people voting are all going to be different in all of that, Peter. Oh, I'm now hearing cheering from a balcony. That could mean something about the Blue Jays game. And I'm sure, Peter, they've got Blue Jays on one TV and you on the other. I'm sure about that.
Will you do me a favor,
Yeah,
Dave?
2 runs.
2 more runs?
They're yelling from the apartment building, Peter.
Josh Donaldson home run. Of course I knew that. What do you think? What do you think I'm listening to? Listen, David, please, don't back yourself onto the street again, okay? Just be very careful.
I'm sorry, Peter.
All right.
I'll do better
okay,
next
you
time.
take care of yourself. David's heading to the game where the Blue Jays have a big lead, 9-2. Not as good as 33-0. But the Liberals are showing in Atlantic Canada right now. But here we're getting close, right? We're getting just a few minutes away from the polls closing in a huge chunk of Canada. We got 263 seats are going to start reporting in just a matter of a few minutes. And when they do, we're going to quickly be able to determine just how this night may unfold. Obviously, you look at that board and you say, well, if it keeps going like this, it's not going to take very long to declare who is going to form the next government and then quickly determine also whether it'll be a minority or a majority. But let's face it, it's not going to keep going like this. No party is going to keep sweeping every single seat as you move across the country. Although, as Frank McKenna just points out, every once in a while, I did win 58 out of 58 seats in New Brunswick in a provincial election once. But nevertheless, you've got a lot of different races coming up here in Quebec. It's going to be extremely interesting because you've got 3 or 4 parties at play there. The NDP having swept Quebec in many ways with the Orange Crush, Orange Wave of 2011. But the Liberals are supposedly back in the game in Quebec. The Conservatives still have areas of Quebec that they could do well. And what's happening with the Bloc Québécois? Gilles Duceppe running again. Has his party made inroads? We're going to see that. Ontario, 121 seats at stake. That is a lot of seats. Can easily make the play for any one particular party. The Liberals last time round in Ontario, they only won 11 seats out of the more than 100. Can they do better than that? Can they do much better than that? Can they do like they've done in Atlantic Canada, where they pulled a huge percentage of the vote? Rosie, you've been watching all these things. You're going to be watching the downtown Greater Toronto area, 50 seats at stake in there.
So I'm going to watch for two things, both in Montreal and Toronto, and it's largely the same thing. Can the Liberal Party take back any of the seats that they lost in 2011? Traditional Liberal seats that are on the island of Montreal. Let's think of, for instance, Paul Martin's riding, right, that the NDP picked up the last time in La Salle-et-Mort. If they are able to pull back those seats, it's a good sign. It's a good sign that they've restructured in Montreal and they're going to be making some gains. Because remember, they don't have a lot there right now, only 8 seats. In Toronto, same kind of thing. Can they pick up any of the seats that would be traditionally considered Liberal in the urban centre, in downtown? Who are they picking them up? Are they taking them away from the NDP? And then that Beltway, the 905, same story. Who is that fight between? Largely the Conservatives and the Liberal Party. Are the Liberal Party able to pull back any of those immigrant communities that have been traditionally supportive of the party? Those are some of the things I'll watch for is there. And we need to look for Conservative strength, obviously.
Obviously, we'll be definitely doing that. We talk a lot about strategic voting on a night like this. We've also talked a lot about, over the years, we've talked a lot about Murdoch Mysteries, a very popular program on CBC television. Why do I mention these two things together? Murdoch Mysteries is set at the turn of the last century. Here is what they were discussing. They did this especially for us. It's just a few seconds long, but you want to watch it. A discussion in the police station about strategic voting. Watch this.
Who are you voting for, Higgins?
I don't vote.
You don't vote?
I hate lining up.
Higgins, voting is the cornerstone of our democracy. It's the one thing that ensures our freedom.
If I'm free, then I'm free to not vote.
Who would you vote for if you were voting?
Borden.
Why?
Because I know you're voting for Laurier.
I've met the man personally. He seems very competent. Jackson, what about you?
I always vote Labour.
Labour?
That's a wasted vote.
No, every election, Labour does a little bit better. One of these days, they're going to win a few seats.
Oh, Jackson, our democracy, our whole parliamentary process relies on 2 opposing parties. If you throw a third one in there, it would be madness.
If the Liberals and the Conservatives were to split the seats, a third party would mean that... Well, how would that even work?
It wouldn't work. It would be a disaster is what it would be. Jackson, no single party would ever get enough votes to ever pass any legislation.
Well, I guess they'll just have to learn to cooperate.
Cooperate. Oh, Jackson, that's a good one.
You gotta love it. Our friends at Murdoch Mysteries. Now, we're coming up to the big closing of polls right now.
It's been one of the longest campaigns in Canadian history, a marathon of politics and passion. Now, it comes down to this. Live from CBC News election headquarters, Chief Correspondent Peter Mansbridge and the CBC News team. The results, the analysis, and the reaction from across the country. Now, with the polls about to close in Quebec, in Ontario, in Manitoba, in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, in Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories. Special coverage of Election Night 2015 continues. This is Canada Votes on CBC.
From our election night headquarters in downtown Toronto, we're in fact in the Barbara Frum atrium of the CBC Broadcasting Centre in downtown Toronto. Look down, look way down, and that's where we are. That's our election night set here for tonight, and what a story that is unfolding. I'm Peter Mansbridge. So far, the story tonight is a massive red wave in the Atlantic provinces. A clean sweep so far. Liberals leading or elected in all 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada, plus the one in Quebec that's on Atlantic Canada time. Will that momentum continue? Is this race about to get a lot tighter or turn altogether? We're about to find out, because millions and millions of votes will now be counted in 262 of this country's 338 ridings. Those ridings stretch all the way, as you just saw, from Quebec to Alberta and include 2 of the territories. So we may soon know which leader has led his party to victory and whether it's a minority or majority federal government. welcome to the Barbara Frum Atrium, as we said. We're looking forward to telling you this story over the next couple of hours. It's really just the next couple of minutes that will make the decision on whether or not we're heading to one particular party or another in terms of government. We should find that out within the next 30 to 45 minutes, based on the early returns coming out of that huge swath of ridings. Now, let's have a look at these pictures that have just come into us. The happiest man in Canada at the moment, Justin Trudeau, with his family. That's his wife, Sophie, and the 3 kids. They were watching the results coming out of Atlantic Canada. Let the cameras sneak in there for a few moments to give us a sense of what's happening inside the Trudeau suite at the Queen Elizabeth Hotel. I'm assuming that's where he is, in downtown Montreal, because that's where the party will be either celebrating or saying, what happened? We did so well in Atlantic Canada. What's happened here? Yes, that is Margaret Trudeau, the former wife of the late Pierre Trudeau, who was Prime Minister, of course, from 1968 to 1984, with one exception in 1979, when he was defeated in the federal election that year by Joe Clark. So the Trudeau family watching results coming in Montreal. Wendy Mesley's got the first results coming out of this part of the province, and it's here where we finally see the Conservatives getting back on the board. Wendy.
Well, obviously, Peter, the Liberals are doing well in the Atlantic region, but if they're going to form a government, they need to pick up seats in Quebec. A lot of seats. They only got 7 last time. We have very early results coming in. This is Mégantic-L'Érable. This seat was held by the Conservatives. Very, very early results. It looks like a tight race here. And this is the story we're going to be watching tonight. This used to be held by Christian Paradis. Luc Berthold is a new fella, and he's holding it so far, but very, very, very early. But that tells you, in this riding, it's a 3-way race. Throughout Quebec, it's a series of 3-way races. Sometimes the bloc is in there too. And that's what we're going to be watching is ridings like this, where there is a large francophone vote, because the Liberals very strong in anglophone and immigrant communities inside the island of Montreal, but outside of Montreal, in the suburbs, in the cities, where the francophone, sometimes sovereigntist, they voted for the NDP last time, and the greatest fear of the NDP is that now they might see Justin Trudeau as the one who can bring down Stephen Harper, who is the most popular unpopular Prime Minister ever in Quebec, and that is actually saying something. But Mégantic-L'Érable, so far so good for the Conservatives. They'll be happy. They only have 5 seats in Quebec. They're hoping to keep that one and build. So is everybody.
Yeah, as you say, though, it's very early returns. Likely that riding, given the number of votes, that may have been the advance poll that was released right away, because polls, after all, have only been closed for a minute or two. Ian Hannah-Mansing is also watching some ridings for us tonight in the West, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC. In your territory, Saskatchewan, Alberta, polls closed there. Some early results.
And these are 2 places, of course, the Conservatives did so well last time around. All but one of the seats in each of those provinces they carried last time. So let's take a look, first of all, at Carleton Trail, the first of 3 ridings in Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. Mike Lake has been a Conservative MP for quite a while, and he has, it's interesting, right? 2 polls here, Peter, but a pretty big lead. And so way too early to see a trend, but we may see one pretty soon, because that is a surprisingly big lead when you look at how few polls have reported. Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, Kelly Block, another firmly established Conservative MP, and also a pretty firm lead right now. And as you have pointed out, the results being so quick and there being so many votes there, that may well be an advance poll. And I want to show you one more riding. This one is in Regina Capel. Andrew Scheer, the speaker, he knocked off Lauren Nystrom back in 2004. Lauren Nystrom, one of the last 2 NDP MPs to be elected in Saskatchewan. Extraordinary that party, with its birthplace in Saskatchewan, wouldn't have an elected MP for so long. They're hoping that'll change, and if it does change, it'll probably be in the city of Saskatoon, where redistribution has been kind to the NDP. Will the voters be kind? Well, we're going to find out in the next few minutes.
All right, so the numbers starting to tumble in here rather quickly now. 41 leading or elected for the Liberals, 6 for the Conservatives. one for the NDP. That's Charlie Angus in Timmins, is the one NDP, first NDP on the most recent board we're looking at. We saw in Atlantic Canada some NDP were on there for a while, then dropped off after being losing to the Liberals. But let's get a sense of Ontario, because 121 seats at play in Ontario. It's a huge prize for whichever party can do the best in Ontario, as Stephen Harper found last time, based his majority on seats in Ontario. Diana, what's the early read that you're seeing?
Well, it's interesting because I'm following about 70 of those seats, basically everything outside of Toronto proper that Rosemary's looking at, and we're already seeing the same sort of story playing out that we saw in Atlantic Canada, where Liberals are leading in some ridings. Again, always the caution that it's early, but interesting too. So let's start. We're really out in sort of the Ottawa area and the southeastern part of Ontario. Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, it's Francis Drouin who's in the front. The Liberals actually have high hopes for this riding, even though it was a Conservative MP who held it before. It was Pierre Lemieux. What's interesting is that a lot of the farmers from this region, Peter, were on the lawn of Parliament Hill not long ago, upset about the prospects for what the Trans-Pacific Partnership might mean for them. And it's interesting, we know the Liberals have also been very active in here, trying to speak to what they would consider the progressive Conservative side of the right-of-centre vote, trying to get them back toward the Liberal fold. So we'll keep an eye on that. In Ottawa-Vanier, it's Maurice Bélanger, who has jumped to an early lead. He's also, been there a long time. He's been MP since 1995, one of the longest serving on the Hill. So it would be a huge surprise if something changed here. But I think the larger story for the moment, all of the ridings that I'm starting to follow, and I've got about, I'd say about 8 coming in from Ontario so far, only one is the NDP in the lead. Oh, also, now I see 2, Hamilton Mountain, Timmins, James Bay. But both of those are NDP incumbency seats, so it's not as though they're showing strength, but we are seeing the Liberals everywhere else.
All right, 49 Liberals leading or elected, 8 Conservatives, 2 NDP. The number's still looking, now they cracked the 50 mark. Remember, as Rosie pointed out, they only had 34 seats when that last parliament dissolved. And so here they're back already at 50, a 50 figure leading and elected at this point. Rosie's back with us, and as Diana said, you're watching Toronto. All those seats at stake in Toronto, what are the early numbers looking like there?
53 seats, 35 of them held by the Conservatives. Let me show you Mississauga Erin Mills. Results just starting to come in this riding, held by Conservative Bob Deckert, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, right now trailing to Iqra Khalid, a Pakistani-Canadian woman in the legal profession, but very early numbers, of course, the lead only 8 votes, one of 211 polls reporting. Let me show you the next one that we've got here, Scarborough Rouge Park. Again, the lead going to the Liberals, Gary and Sangari leading over the Conservatives. These are the kinds of ridings that the Conservatives need to either hold or gain if they want to form government. I'm going to show you one more now in Montreal, and you'll see why I'm showing it to you. It's Outremont. And this, of course, is the riding of Tom Mulcair. Very early. Look at the very small numbers here, but the Liberals have a bit of a lead. We'll keep our eye on that. Obviously, anytime you have a leader riding, you want to keep a close watch on it. So just some of the very early results that I'm watching. Peter.
That Outremont one is kind of stunning in the sense, not what the lineup of numbers is, but they've got 3 polls reporting. They only had 30 votes in 3 polls.
Well, maybe it was just a bad night for those 3 areas.
Or maybe they were 3 advanced polls somehow.
Something like that.
We've had over 20,000 votes counted now in Ontario and Quebec. In the big scheme of things, that's not a lot of votes counted. But when you keep in mind that when there are polls reported throughout the campaigns, you look at those polls, most of them on regional breakdowns, if it's for a province, don't come anywhere remotely close to 10,000 people being polled. So we have seen, even in the case here of many of these ridings that we're looking at, that there aren't a lot of votes counted yet, but they add up over the period of the position we're in, that we are looking at a very interesting evening for the Liberals. So interesting, in fact, that we now have a confidence to tell you this right now. Based on the early returns that we are looking at, we can tell you that the next Prime Minister of Canada will be Justin Trudeau. We are forecasting at this moment now a Liberal government based on the returns we have seen. We are not making a determination here as yet as to whether that will be a minority government or a majority government. But what we have seen, you remember earlier tonight, we had David Common in the decision desk area making the determination on exactly how that works, the decision desk. So you have a sense here that people looked at the numbers that were coming in, the patterns that were coming in specific ridings, and we are now confident in making this call that the Liberals will form the next government in Canada. Justin Trudeau becomes the 23rd Prime Minister of Canada. This is still early. The BC votes are still being made in British Columbia. They are still casting ballots there. They won't be closing the polls there for another 20 minutes. But at this point, we've seen enough to say the Liberals will form a government, still not sure majority or minority. Susan Ormiston is the Liberal Party headquarters in Montreal. They must be pretty happy there, Susan.
Well, the noise level just went up several decibels, Peter, when you made that announcement. This room is starting to fill up, and I'm telling you, they'll be rushing over here to the Queen Elizabeth Hotel in Montreal very shortly. When those results went up on that screen, there was a big cheer. You can hear them cheering still. We just saw Justin Trudeau and his family upstairs in a room watching the results, watching CBC's prediction that Justin Trudeau will in fact be the next Prime Minister of Canada. And I can tell you, Peter, from the last weekend, across this country, we were seeing that kind of enthusiasm, this building momentum in the last days of his campaign that led him to this moment, Peter.
All right, Susan, look, we're going to obviously be back and forth with you over the next little while, and we'll wait, obviously, to be hearing later on tonight to hear what Justin Trudeau has to say about all this when he comes down and speaks to his supporters. Susan Ormiston reporting to us from Montreal. So let's go over this once more. Justin Trudeau becomes the next Prime Minister of Canada. He will be the 23rd Prime Minister of Canada when he takes office. That's usually about 10 days to 2 weeks between the election and the swearing in of a new government. This is what's happened so far, and this is one of the reasons we are confident in the call that we are making. The Liberal vote that's been counted so far is, and keep in mind, this is way overweighted on the Atlantic side, but still more than 20, almost 30,000 votes now counted between Ontario and Quebec alone. But the Liberals closing in are just below the 60% figure. That is almost 40% higher than they were 4 years ago. Remember, they were below 20% in 2011. The Conservatives are down 20 points. They are under 20%. Now, big areas of Conservative vote still yet to be counted. That number is bound to come up, but we are confident that it's not going to come up anywhere near enough to threaten the forecast of a Liberal government. The NDP down there at 18%, a lot of NDP vote also still to be counted, especially in British Columbia. Here's another fact to keep in mind when you break it down by province. As we said, heavily weighted that big number, the 60% number in Atlantic Canada, but in both Quebec and Ontario, where so many seats are at stake, 60% of the seats in the country, the Liberals are polling at 40% in both those provinces, or 39, 38% in that range in both those two provinces with the votes counted so far. A very strong figure for the Liberals in both Ontario and Quebec. All right, Rosie, you've got some facts and figures and ridings for us.
Yeah, let's take you through some of the places where the Liberals are leading, and some of them maybe not places that they would have expected to see the leads. And I'll show you one, Markham-Stouffville, and this will be a familiar face to people who watch Power and Politics, certainly. Paul Calandra, the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, currently trailing Jane Philpott. Only one of 231 polls reporting, but there had been some feeling that Paul Calandra was vulnerable headed into the election tonight. We'll see whether that holds true. I'll show you another one in Burlington. This one, again, telling largely the same story here, that there are places where the Liberal Party is making some inroads, perhaps at the expense of the Conservative Party, because Mike Wallace is the Conservative incumbent. Again, the lead is only 2 votes. But another one to keep an eye on, because those areas are places the Conservatives want to make gains. Whitby, of course, Whitby, so well known because it is the riding of former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty. Here, again, a very small lead, one vote, only one poll reporting. Selena Cesar Chavanez, was someone that the Liberal Party felt was a strong candidate. And let me finally show you Outremont, because we're keeping an eye on that one. It is, of course, the riding of Tom Mulcair. Again, 3 of 194 polls reporting, very small lead for the Liberal Party. But Tom Mulcair initially won that riding, of course, in a by-election, and it was seen as a breakthrough for the NDP. And because he's the leader, we'll keep a close eye on that.
And those numbers are so small.
So small.
It's hardly worth, well, it's always worth mentioning them, but it's certainly not worth drawing any conclusions from them.
That's right.
Although the conclusions on the big board show, overall, right now, the Liberals leading are elected in 64 seats, the Conservatives in 29, and the NDP in 8. The Bloc Québécois now on the board with their first lead of the evening. Now, let's have a look at our 3D virtual House of Commons, because this helps tell the story that's happening. We're trying to get a sense of how far the Liberals could push this to get to a majority position. They'd have to get 170 seats. Keep in mind, they had the low 30s when the last Parliament collapsed, so you've got 135 plus seats that they have to pick up tonight to get to a majority threshold. That seems like an awfully long way to go. But already they've put in 64 seats where they're either elected, that's the dark red, or leading, that's the kind of pinky red. The white seats are just empty seats at the moment. That's the ones they need to color red to get to 170. So we're forecasting a Liberal government, but we're keeping open the option of whether or not that is going to be a minority or a majority, dependent on the votes that you have cast right across the country tonight. I gave you those two share of vote figures for both Ontario and Quebec, where so many seats, 60% of the country's seats are located. 40% of the vote in Ontario counted so far is going Liberal. 35% of the vote in Quebec is going Liberal. Those are both strong numbers for the Liberal Party. But it is still early, still in the counting. A lot of seats, obviously, have not been determined in terms of who has actually been elected in them, because the vote count is still too low in many areas for us to make that forecast on individual seats. Let's bring in the at-issue panel, Andrew, Chantal, and Bruce. The forecast of a Liberal government, not clear if it's minority or majority as yet. Andrew, thoughts?
As the purist that I am, I'm loath to call it a forecast of a government if it's only a minority, but you're probably right. I think there's two ways to look at this, as to whether it's a majority or a minority. One is to look at what's happening in Quebec, and the numbers, at least on any numbers we were seeing before, to get to the 170 they did need to get something like 40 seats in Quebec. So that's one way to look at it, is to see, are they getting 20 or 30 or 40 seats in Quebec? The other is to look at some of the ridings in Ontario. And you can kind of rank the ridings by how large the Tory majority was in the ridings they won last time. It's pretty clear they're going to lose the ridings that they won very narrowly in Toronto, and like the Don Valley East, Don Valley West type of ridings. If they start losing, as I think they probably will, the ridings in the 905 belt in Mississauga and Brampton Centre, that's telling you Liberal minority at least. I think we're probably pretty clear there. If they start losing ridings moving into rural Ontario, places like Peterborough, Kawartha, Dean Del Mastro's old riding, or Haldimand, Norfolk, then that will tell you the Liberals are on the way to a majority. And of course, as we move further west, I think it'll be very interesting to see whether the Liberals pick up those ridings they were targeting in Calgary. Right. And those will be a sign. If they're picking up those, they're on their way to a majority.
They clearly seem to be doing well in Ontario, and when you look at the numbers, it could produce real big seats for them. The numbers in Quebec are a little more careful, and Chantal will tell us that. It may well be the decision about minority-majority may go all the way to the West Coast. BC may determine that. Chantal, your first look at what you're seeing happen, especially in Quebec.
Early numbers, but and I see 5 Conservatives leading, which would indicate, and those early boxes that they opened were really strong, so that would seem to indicate that they will probably hold on to what they have, and we're still waiting for so many ridings, it's impossible to see how on the splits this plays out, but the early showing of the Bloc Québécois is really low. They're leading in only one riding. You wouldn't expect that. If they were going to have a really good night, you would want to see numbers that are different from those. And the NDP must be thinking that they are either on the verge of a crushing night, or else these numbers have to change, because the only party that has taken off in these really early numbers in Quebec is the Liberal Party.
All right, Bruce, you look at the Ontario numbers, 50,000 votes counted now, over 41% going for the Liberals. It's the kind of number they would need to make a big push in Ontario to pick up a lot of seats.
Yeah, I think we need to be very, very careful. As I'm looking at the Conservative number, it's actually holding up relatively well. It suggests that their share of the vote is behind the Liberals in Ontario, but not behind by all that much. It was, the gap was a little bit wider only a few minutes ago. What I do think we can see, though, is a pretty severe collapse of the NDP vote. If I look at Quebec and I look at the numbers that they got last election, and if I think about the lead that Tom Mulcair had in Quebec for many months, this is a real disappointment for the NDP, and much of the benefit has gone to the Liberals in Quebec. There's been a collapse of the NDP vote in Ontario as well, not as severe, but it's gone to the Liberals as well. The Conservatives at this point look relatively competitive, though. I think we need to be careful about the Ontario seats.
Absolutely, I hear you. 4-point lead in the share of vote for the Liberals over the Conservatives right now, but you're right. The NDP vote in Ontario so far has collapsed. They're down to 15%. Okay, we're going to Calgary right now because the mayor of Calgary, who has played a not insignificant role in this campaign, he's been very vocal about his feelings on a number of issues. Naheed Nenshi joins us tonight from Calgary. Mr. Mayor, good of you to join us. When you look at what's unfolding so far, not only in other parts of the country, but in Alberta, what's it telling you?
Well, I think what we're really seeing, Peter, and thanks for having me on tonight, is really a repudiation of a lot of what we've seen over the last several months of this campaign. I think it's safe to say that nobody is proud of the last 3 months. Not a politician in any stripe is happy about where we are. And,
what do you mean by
this
that?
morning I woke up, and I think like a lot of Canadians, even a political junkie like me, I thought, this is so long, I want this to be over with. But then I woke up this morning and I felt fantastic that this is a chance to vote. This is what we live in as a democracy. It's a chance to be in this great country. And I think a lot of Canadians woke up this morning getting ready to vote feeling the same way. And really our job now is to close the page on this divisiveness, this difficult rancor that we've had over the last 3 months, and figure out how we're going to build this country together, regardless of who wins tonight.
Canadians became, quickly convinced that they had perhaps the wrong idea of what happens in Alberta when they saw the provincial election result just a few months ago. Are you expecting surprises in Alberta tonight that, we're kind of not used to?
It's hard to say. People say there are 3 seats in Calgary, maybe 3 in Edmonton, that might be up to play. And, I'll leave that for the prognosticators in the ad issue panel to figure out if there's enough of a swing there. I think what is very, very clear is that people are voting not against something, but for something. They're voting for a country and a vision of a country that they want. And, for me, that has to do with things like who's going to invest in transit, who's going to work on housing, who is going to help us build the infrastructure we need to make the economy go. And I think a lot of Canadians said, people have been talking to us about the niqab and God knows what else, but really, we want to figure out what kind of a country we want.
All right. Mayor Nenshi, we do appreciate you taking the time to come and join us tonight. It's quite a night, lots of results to go through.
Well, thank you very much. We'll see what happens in Calgary as those numbers start rolling in.
You got that right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's go to Diana Swain, who's watching the Ontario numbers. They are fascinating. Big numbers on the big board. The Liberals approaching the triple-digit number. They're at 99 now overall. Well, there you go. They've hit the 100. But the Conservatives hanging in at 62. Now, that's a long way back from 100, but they are at 62. The NDP at 12. Le Bloc Québécois at 1. These are leading and elected, not just elected. Diana, the Ontario story outside of Toronto.
I think this story could be summarized in part by looking at how things are breaking down, not just through Liberal strength, but the fact that it's coming at the expense of both the Conservatives and the NDP. And we have some examples to show you where the strength is. So let's take a look, first of all, at a new riding. This is Bay of Quinte, one of those 30 new ridings that played this year. And it's Neil Ellis who's out in front. He's a former mayor of Belleville. Belleville, of course, is in this riding. So this is one of the examples of Liberal strength, running out in front in some of these new ridings. Let's show you another example where things are in play. Thunder Bay Rainy River, out at the northwestern part of Ontario. This was an NDP riding. John Rafferty's had this for a while, in fact, and yet again, we're seeing it's a Liberal who's out in front. The same caution we've been making all night when we get these very early results, 3 of 195 polls reporting, but an example we've seen in a few ridings in Ontario where the Liberals are out in front in what was an NDP seat until tonight. Let's take a look at an example now where the Liberals are out in front of what had been a Conservative seat, Pierre Lemieux. We looked at this one earlier in the night. Francis Drouin has been in the front since they counted the very first box of votes. So what it does tell us, I think, Peter, is that it's not just Liberal strength where they're seeing their vote share go up in seats they had coming into this. And in fact, there were only 4 outside of the city of Toronto. Right. Now we're seeing them leading in all kinds of areas where we had not seen that strength before, whether it's new seats, NDP seats, Conservative seats.
All right. I want to check in with Rosie Barton next door to you, who's looking at Toronto. 115 Liberals, 116 now. The only MPs who've been elected tonight, based on what we've seen, are Liberals so far. They're leading. The Conservatives are leading in 67. Of that 117 total for the Liberals, 31 are actually elected. So there are lots of races still to play, and most of them, obviously, are in this huge swath from Quebec to Alberta. Rosie in downtown Toronto.
So there are right now 16 ridings reporting in Toronto. Out of these ridings, this is downtown Toronto, but they largely tell the story of a Liberal lead. And I'll show you one in Davenport. This one now, coming at the expense of, now this is stunning to me, Peter, only one of 192 polls reporting. But Andrew Cash is the incumbent in this riding. He's the NDP MP here, well known. NDP MP, and he is right now in third with the Liberal candidate, Julie Dershowitz, leading by only 19 votes. So, you know, we'll take it with a grain of salt. Parkdale High Park, this is another place where the NDP is trailing at the expense of the Liberals. Peggy Nash, another prominent NDPer, who is right now trailing by 45 votes to Arif Virani. And I can tell you more about him. He's a constitutional lawyer, someone the Liberals were putting a lot of hopes in as well. And finally, here's another one that everyone will be watching closely throughout the evening. Scarborough Southwest, the former chief of police for Toronto, Bill Blair, a controversial figure, but he was someone that was viewed as a star candidate and courted, worth reminding, by all 3 parties. He's currently leading over incumbent Dan Harris in that riding.
All right. Those are quite the figures. Thank you very much, Rosie. 1 of 23, the Liberal number at now, leading and elected. Conservatives dropping down a little bit all of a sudden at 69. The NDP at 13, the Bloc Québécois at 2. We have forecast a Liberal government. We are keeping open the option of determining whether that will be a minority or a majority. We want to see a lot more results yet before we make that determination. But they are marching towards a number of, obviously, extreme confidence for them. They're in over 125. They're almost 100 seats ahead of where they were when the last Parliament shut down. British Columbia, the polls are about to close in BC now, and when they do, we get another 40 or more seats that start to be counted, and those will be interesting to watch as well.
It's been one of the longest campaigns in Canadian history, a marathon of politics and passion. Now it comes down to this. Live from CBC News election headquarters, Chief Correspondent Peter Mansbridge and the CBC News team. The results, the analysis, and the reaction from across the country. Now, with the polls about to close in British Columbia and Yukon, special coverage of Election Night 2015 continues. This is Canada Votes on CBC.
And there you go, downtown Toronto on a night where both the Blue Jays are winning and the Liberals are doing well right across the country in all the polls that are reporting so far. This is a story that's coming to you from our election night headquarters in the Barbara Frum atrium of the CBC Broadcasting Centre in downtown Toronto. There's the time on the clock, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock in British Columbia, where, as we said, the polls have just closed, or at least have supposedly just closed. I'll tell you about that in a moment. Canada has been hit by a red wave. The Liberal Party has completed a stunning turnaround, going from third place and 34 seats in the last Parliament
to power. Justin Trudeau will be your next Prime Minister. Prime Minister Trudeau. You've heard that before. Now, we don't know yet whether he'll lead a minority or a majority government. Those are the Liberal Party headquarters in downtown Montreal. Justin Trudeau will be arriving there later on this night to speak to those supporters and also to the nation in his first speech as Prime Minister-elect. The votes about to be counted in British Columbia and Yukon could make the difference between minority or majority. Well, let's start off by going right out to Vancouver, where the polls, as I said, were just supposedly closed just moments ago. But that one, Chris Brown, looks like it's still open.
Peter, the door actually is just shut, but what you're looking at is the final Canadians, some of them anyway, to vote. We're actually able to see this great window on democracy because this is obviously a glass gym, so we can see what's going on. Obviously, people out here have been able to know what the results have been for the first time in many years. They know that when they came to vote that this election was already decided in terms of that it was going to be a Liberal government. Most people I talked to said it didn't change their vote anyway, that they came in and they had a mission and they were going to do it. A few people kind of laughed and said, well, I guess we're now voting for a majority or a minority. And so that will be the contribution, I guess, if you will, that British Columbia makes. We're expecting a very tight three-way race this evening here in Vancouver and BC.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. Chris Brown in Vancouver watching the polling station and the opportunity for some to keep voting because they were in the line. Let's see what's happening in Quebec, because this was a story for the Liberals. If they were going to keep making progress across the country, as we saw in Atlantic Canada, they had to do well in Quebec. And Wendy gives us our first sense of how that is looking so far. Here's your map of Quebec. Red, obviously, is Liberal. They're doing well in a lot of ridings in and around Montreal and outside of Montreal and north of Montreal. The West Island of Montreal was kind of their power base, but look what's happened through other parts of the province of Quebec, which was the area of the Orange Crush, where the NDP made the big breakthrough in 2011. Wendy, tell us the story riding by riding.
Yeah, Peter, that map really does tell the story that the Liberal government, a big part of the story, unraveled or came to pass here. They are now at about, well, more actually than 1/3 of the seats in Quebec. They were not expecting to do that. We saw around Montreal, the NDP are still hanging in a bit of the block, but Andrew was saying if they got more than 40 seats, they would form a majority. And at the beginning of the campaign, we didn't think it was possible. But this first result, the first orange wave, began here in the last election. Now it looks, as you say, Peter, a red wave. This riding is so close to Prince Edward Island, it's in its own time zone. And Diane Leboutillier has been elected, the first Liberal to be elected in Quebec in this campaign. They were not expecting to win this. This used to be a block riding, a very heavily francophone riding, and this helps explain what happened tonight. Let's take a look at the riding, Jean Chrétien's old riding, Saint-Maurice-Champlain, kind of symbolic that here they are, the Liberals are back on the map here again, a francophone riding. They always do well in Montreal, not so much outside the Liberals. François-Philippe Champagne is got a fairly substantial lead there. Jean Chrétien made a lot of appearances with Justin Trudeau. Looks like it helped. To go from just doing better in Quebec, because remember they had 7 seats in the last election, they had to not only win their Montreal seats, but around the belt around Montreal. Châteauguay-Lacolle is a lot of commuters. It's on the south shore of Montreal, so the promise to spend a lot of money on infrastructure for bridges and ports and to spend money creating jobs was very popular here, and the Liberals it's very early results, but the Liberals are leading. So this is quite stunning, actually, because the Liberals thought it would take them 2 elections to rebuild their base among the Francophone vote in Quebec. So it's stunning for them. And another way, it's just the Conservatives are hanging on to most of their seats from the last election, but obviously the NDP aren't. So this is a very sad evening for them because they were hoping that this was their path to a government.
What's interesting, just of the ridings you showed us, the way the Liberals are winning or leading in some of those Quebec ridings is they're kind of coming up the middle. The Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc are getting, a significant amount of votes. The Liberals are getting a little more, just a little more. They're in the low 30s. The other three parties are in the low 20s. So they're benefiting from the fact that in some cases it's a four-way race.
Yeah, in many ways, this has been seen almost as a referendum on Stephen Harper, with people looking for the best way to defeat Stephen Harper. And no one knew it was a four-way race. No one knew how the votes would split. But obviously, the benefit has gone to the Liberals. They've decided, for various reasons in different parts of the province, that he was the best person to defeat Stephen Harper. Or maybe they just loved him.
All right. A lot of attention focus, obviously, throughout the campaign on the leaders. So let's take our first look at how the party leaders are doing tonight. The major party leaders. Stephen Harper has an early lead in his riding of Calgary Heritage. Only a couple of polls reporting here so far, but he's off to a significant lead of a little more than 100 votes in Calgary Heritage. We go from there to Outremont, and we're still waiting for some significant number of votes so we can say something beyond the fact that after three polls, Tom Mulcair is trailing in Outremont, but look at the number of votes we're talking about. It's barely more than 100 total in the whole riding. So the third riding would be Papineau, and that is where Justin Trudeau is running. He has a big lead, the next Prime Minister of Canada, the 23rd, the first Prime Minister since 1925 to come from third place to first place in an election. And if you're wondering, well, who was that in 1925? It was the Conservatives who had that movement from third to first place. Didn't last long, but nevertheless, tonight for Justin Trudeau, big night for him in Papineau and right across the country. Rosie, what are you looking at now? Which urban area are you looking at?
I'm looking at Montreal, and we are seeing sort of the same pattern we've been seeing places where the Liberal Party lost to the NDP in 2011 and are potentially going to make some pickups tonight. I'll show you the first one, and Honoré Mercier is a good example of that part of the story. This was won by the NDP. Oh, no, okay, we're doing something completely different. This is just British Columbia, so completely across the other side of the country. But it'll tell you a similar story. This is Carrie-Lynne Findlay, Minister of Revenue, who is currently trailing the Liberal candidate Carla Qualtrough in Delta. Those are our first results from my area of Vancouver out in BC. We wanted to bring you those very early on. Now we'll get back to where I was talking about. Here we go. Pablo Rodriguez, who has been one of the Quebec organizers for the Liberal Party for a long time and helped them rebuild in that province, is currently leading by 95 votes. But look at that, Peter, because the Conservative, is that the Bloc candidate actually, is in second. The NDP, the incumbent, in third right now. Early results again, but gives you a sense of where things are headed. That is a traditional Liberal riding on the island of Montreal. Dorval Lachine LaSalle, again. This is the NDP trailing by 250 votes here. This is, of course, the former riding of Liberal MP Marlene Jennings. So another riding that the NDP clawed back from the Liberal Party in the last election. Liberals leading early on in that one. And I'll show you one more. Similar story here. This is Pierrefonds Dollard. And again, the NDP trailing by, a number of votes. But again, you can see the Conservative candidate is actually ahead of the NDP. What we'll be watching here, and these are just early results though, and what will become part of the story is, were these wins by the NDP in 2011 one-offs? Or were they something more? And if they were not something more, what does that tell us about what happened in 2011? And where do we, how do we analyze that? And where did that actually come from? Was it something to do with Jack Layton? Was it something to do with what was going on in that province because of the Bloc? Those are all things we'll have to think about as we watch these early results.
It appears in many parts of the country it had something to do with a decision that Canadians were making about they don't want Harper, they were going to have to go somewhere. And it was either going to be the Liberals or the NDP. Yeah. And over the course of the campaign, it seems they picked the Liberals.
That's right. And if you see the momentum heading in one direction, you're trying to get on board the train potentially.
Right. The numbers at this point show the Liberals leading or elected in 155 seats, the Conservatives in 94, the NDP in 25, the Bloc Québécois in 8. Polls just closing in British Columbia. We'll start to see those BC numbers. Keep in mind, you need 170 for a majority. The Liberals are getting close to that area. When the BC results start coming in, that might make a difference, but many of them, dozens and dozens, are not determined yet. They're just leadings, they're not elected. But it is a huge lead for the Liberals. They are going to win tonight, whether it's a minority or a majority, as yet we don't know. Let's look at our House of Commons once again, because this helps tell the story of the evening. The Liberals are up 119 seats on the evening. The Conservatives are down 62. The NDP are down 61. A huge chunk of those, obviously, in the province of Quebec, and that is benefiting the Liberals. The Bloc Québécois are up 4. They've doubled their seat total so far, but none of those are elected yet. They're just leadings. But in terms of a seat change difference on the evening, those are staggering numbers, and they back up the suggestion that the Liberals are having just a huge night in terms of sweeping various parts of the country. We spent a couple of hours looking at Atlantic Canada and knowing very well that the Liberals were doing extremely well there, wondering would that signal what might happen in the rest of the country? Well, it clearly seems to have done exactly that. Let's go down here from the insiders, Jamie, Kathleen, and David. David gave us a sense earlier what we should expect as a result of those Atlantic Canada numbers, and it seems that they've been borne out already, and we still have quite a few seats to hear from, yet still 50 to hear from. So let's hear from Jamie, Kathleen, and David in terms of what you've witnessed tonight. Tough night for two of them. Not a tough night for the man in the middle. David, do you want to start us?
Well, Peter, I think it's very clearly going to be a majority Liberal government. All the ridings that the Liberals would have needed to win, all the stretch ridings that would have been required to win if we're going to pull more than 170 seats are coming along. We're doing very well in Francophone Quebec. People like Julian Fantino are losing in Vaughan. We're winning in the Oakvilles and the Burlingtons. On the outskirts of the city of Toronto, we're winning the NDP ridings in downtown Toronto. So I think we have very, very high hopes for British Columbia for really a historic Liberal result in British Columbia. So I think I'm pretty confident right now that we are over the majority number, and it's an unbelievably historic night for the Liberal Party, written off for dead 4 years ago.
And not just by their critics, by some Liberals as well.
I wrote articles that posited it was more likely that the Liberal Party would never seriously contest another election than that it would win this one. But that was before the Deus Ex Machina, Justin Trudeau, arrived on the scene and really changed everything.
Yeah. Well, he certainly seems to have changed things tonight. And this is not your father's Trudeau. So he's a very different guy, a very different campaigner. And in some ways, you know, if this holds up and he continues to rack up these numbers, he's going to redefine what Trudeau mania means, given what we saw in 1968. These are staggering numbers, and right across the country that he is delivering. We'll see, although he still hasn't delivered in Alberta, at least the last time I looked.
I'm sorry, but coming where he came from, there is no question that this is a more impressive result than 1968.
All right. That'll give us something for the at-issue panel to talk about as the evening goes on. Thank you, David. Kathleen, you're up next. I mean, I'm sure this is a tough night for you. So give me a sense of not only what you're feeling, but what this means for the NDP.
For sure. It's a tough night for me, for my friends, for people like Megan Leslie. In fact, Megan Leslie, I believe, is trending across Canada on Twitter right now. She was such a popular MP. So to lose someone like her, of her caliber, is certainly disappointing. But looking ahead to the results the rest of the night, still looking for hopefully some good news out of places like Essex in Ontario, in the Southwest, or possibly in Oshawa. And some of our 2011 caucus in Quebec, places like Berthier-Masconaget, where Ruth Ellen Brosseau holds a seat, or places like Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, where Alexander Boulouris is. But there is some good news in all of this. Out of the Atlantic results that we've seen so far tonight, Peter, we left the last parliament with only 5 women in the Atlantic region as MPs, and now there's 7. And so that's good news, and I hope that trend continues as we move across Canada.
Well, I mean, you point to some of the positives, but look at that number. I know there's BC still to come. You guys were around 100. There are 24 leading and elected right now. This has got to be a crushing blow for your party's hopes.
It is, you know, we have to wait to see what happens in BC. As you just said, the polls are just closing there. But obviously, this is, you know, disappointing for New Democrats across the country and disappointing for people for some of our really strong incumbent MPs, people like Jack Harris, people like Megan Leslie, Peter Stauffer, incredibly popular, principled, ethical MPs who have done such great work in our parliament and really were an example of how we could get things done.
All right, Jamie, the Conservatives are going to lose. They're out of power after 10 years. They're going to come in somewhere around 100 seats, probably a bit more than that after we hear from BC. But your thoughts on the night?
Well, I think David is exactly right, Peter. The Liberals are winning where the New Democrats needed to win. The Liberals are winning where the Conservatives needed to win. And so I think we can be cautious and we can say we're waiting for British Columbia. But, you know, when I look at that number at the bottom of the screen and where we're sitting, I think we know how the night is going to end. It's a very tough night for the government, who's governed for a long time. It's a tough night for the Democrats. And it's a wonderful night for the Liberals. And for them, it never gets better than tonight. This is the apex of it all.
Is this a night where we're used to watching leaders resign on nights like this, given the most recent provincial elections, Paul Martin back in 2006? Is that the decision that is being weighed right now, one assumes, by Stephen Harper?
I'm sure it's being talked about. I have no idea what he will decide. And certainly after being Prime Minister for 10 years, he's entitled to some time to thoughtfully reflect on that. But I'd be surprised if he hasn't thought about it before tonight. And I'm certainly sure he's talking about it with his close advisors right now.
All right, insiders, stay with us. We'll be back to you in a little bit. Jamie Watt, David Hurley, Kathleen Monk. Let's go to Montreal. Hannah Thibodeau, who is watching the NDP tonight, has one of the senior strategists in the NDP campaign, Brad Levine, with her. Hannah, take it away.
I'm joined by Brad Levine, senior strategist with the NDP team. Now, Brad, first off, I want to talk about you have lost some very senior people, including Peter Stauffer, your deputy leader, Megan Leslie. What do you account for these big losses?
Well, certainly Mr. Mulcair is making the case for change to Canadians. And, in some of these ridings where we have outstanding members of Parliament like Peter Stauffer, Megan Leslie, Robert Chisholm, Ryan Cleary, it's unfortunate that change, unfortunately just went to the Liberals. And that's unfortunate because they were such wonderful members of Parliament. And I think the next Parliament is going to be less so because of their absence.
Now, we have seen that it's a tough race even in Outremont for leader Tom Mulcair. What do you account for that?
Oh, I just think that it's the early polls. Mr. Mulcair is going to win his seat. We're going to be winning a lot more. I've been noticing, a lot of the seats that have been coming in on the counter, we're still waiting for a lot of our targets. Obviously, British Columbia, there's ridings in Saskatchewan and Edmonton that we're keeping a close eye on, so there's still a lot of New Democrat wins to come tonight.
Now, when you move out west, where do you see these gains? Do you see most of them coming in British Columbia?
Oh, for sure. Well, Vancouver Island's going to be very strong for us. The interior, Prince George, Kamloops, there's a lot of pickups. Edmonton, for sure, both in Saskatoon and in Regina, we're keeping an eye on. Very happy to see Elmwood Transcona leading right now, but of course, it's still early in a lot of these polls, so we don't count anything just yet.
Still early in a lot of those polls, but are you disappointed about what's happened out east so far?
No. Listen. This was a change election. Mr. Mulcair, pressed the case for change not only in Parliament over the last number of years, but also in this campaign. And so, we're going to see how Parliament.
Where do things change for the NDP?
Well, we'll have to see whether or not this Parliament is a minority Parliament, and if so, the New Democratic Party will have a balance of power and have a tremendous amount to contribute. Let's not forget that, Medicare, social housing, old age security, all of these things, the pension plans, all came about with the NDP playing a balance of power. So that's still something that's very much in play at this hour.
We saw Mr. Mulcair go in with the momentum in this campaign, and then it stopped. And I even heard some of the campaign people working, some supporters saying, darn NECAB.
There's no question. 78-day campaign, there was a lot of issues at play. There's a number of different discussions, good for democracy, but there's no question that the NECAB, this is a point of principle for Mr. Mulcair. It's one of the things that define him as a public official in his 35 years. And New Democrats are proud that this is a party and a leader who stood on principle, did the right thing. It was the right thing at the time. It's the right thing tonight. And it's unfortunate that it's cost us a bit of support, but there's a tremendous amount of contribution that the New Democrats are going to be making in the next Parliament.
Brad Levine, want to thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Hannah.
Peter.
All right, Hannah, thanks very much. There's your totals as we're looking at them now. 173 Liberals leading or elected. 170 is what's needed for a majority government, but as Levine quite properly pointed out, a lot of these results so far, especially in the West, are based on just one or two polls. So we want to see a lot more before we're confident enough to suggest how those ridings will turn out. And you can see that 174 number popping up and down, going up, coming down. 170 is needed for a majority. We're not going to call a majority until we're convinced that they, in fact, will make that mark. The Conservatives at 95, the NDP at 24, and as you can see, the numbers changing as we talk. The Bloc at 9. All right. A lot of familiar faces are losing their seats tonight, and these are cabinet ministers. Let's have a look, run through some of them. Mark Holland defeats Chris Alexander, the Minister of Immigration, who had a tough run during the campaign, including getting beaten up by Rosie Barton on Power and Politics in the middle of the refugee and migrant crisis. At the moment, Holland is leading Chris Alexander in the riding of Ajax. These two have been back and forth against each other over a couple of elections. Holland used to be the MP for Ajax. Alexander defeated him. This time round, Holland hoping to reverse that trend. Here's another one. Courtney Alberni. Gord Johns is, well, okay, you're kidding me, right? 7-3-2. 12 votes counted. Yes, there's definitely a trend there. But at the moment, John Duncan is trailing in Courtney Alberni. We'll see how that one plays out when we actually have some real votes. Well, everybody's vote counts, but let's see some real numbers. And here's some real numbers in Vaughan Woodbridge. Julian Fantino is behind by about 700, almost 800 votes in Vaughan Woodbridge. Julian Fantino, the Conservative cabinet minister, running in second place in his riding. And moving on, we look at Delta, where Carrie Lynn Findlay. This is a tight race, 170 seats votes roughly separating her from the Liberal who is running, Carla Coltrow, against her in Delta. So one more. These are all cabinet ministers here. Bob Nault, the Liberal, is leading here. Howard Hampton, the former provincial NDP member, and former provincial NDP leader as well, I believe, in Ontario, is running in second. And the cabinet minister, Greg Rickford, for the Conservatives, is actually running third. He's the natural resources minister, so not a good night for him at the moment. Lots of looking at Eglinton Lawrence. This is one of the big ones. 15 polls out of 207, so not even 10% of the polls reported yet. Joe Oliver, the Minister of Finance, trailing by only 5 votes. This is close. It's expected to be close. We'll see how this works out. Marco Mendicino is the Liberal in that riding. It's been a tough race. The NDP, not a factor at all. Andrew Thompson, the former NDP Minister of Finance in Saskatchewan, who is running in that Toronto riding, not doing well. Now, we were talking earlier about why we're not calling this a majority as yet, and that always comes down to so many ridings that are too close to call. This is just a hint of some of them. There are 27 in total where there's less than a 50-vote lead. 18 of those ridings are Liberal leads. So that's why we're being cautious. Here's 6 of them. Gives you a sense of how tight some of these ridings are. 2, 3, 4, 5 votes separating first and second place. So we're being cautious. We're being careful. We're not going to call a majority unless we actually see it in hard numbers. More ridings here. Look at these. Nunavut, Richmond Hill, Calgary, Skyview, all where the Liberals are leading, but not by many, 8, 9, 10 votes. So until those become clear, until we see more than what we're seeing so far from them, we are not going to call either those ridings, obviously, or the big number. 179 right now looks impressive, and it is impressive, where the Liberals are leading or elected, but you see it goes up and down just came down by 1. So we obviously want to see more in a lot of ridings yet. Diana Swain is watching Ontario outside of the city of Toronto. And there's our map, which once again gives us a sense of how it goes color-coded. Conservatives doing well in kind of rural Ontario in the south, but the Liberals picking up seats in a lot of different areas, as well as downtown Toronto that Rosie was saying. Diana.
And while we don't see the swash of red that we saw in Atlantic Canada, keep in mind that after 2011, the Liberals had 4 seats outside of Toronto. So that gives you some context to what we're seeing here. And the seat change is really starting to tell a story. As you were talking about earlier, Peter, if this was about people voting that they didn't want a Conservative government anymore and worried that maybe they were splitting the vote, deciding that people needed to vote one way to make sure it was going to happen, we're certainly seeing in Ontario that has come at the expense of the NDP. So we want to talk about the seat change, if we can. First of all, in Ontario, we're seeing that the Liberals are leading in a wide number of seats, not just in the cities, not just in a Kitchener or London, but also in some of the rural areas where the Liberal Party wouldn't necessarily or historically expect to do well. But you can see that they are up 62 seats. The Conservatives down 49, the NDP down 13 at the moment. The other one's all still in play. Let's give you an example, though, of where we're seeing the NDP vote collapse. So let's take a look at Hamilton East Stony Creek. It's Bob Bettina who's in the lead here. He is well known. He was a Ticats reporter for years and, of course, more importantly, the mayor of Hamilton, leading Wayne Marsden, who's held that seat since 2006. So you're talking about better part of 10 years. Let's take a look at another seat, Ottawa Centre. Boy, this one will have a lot of people talking. Paul Dewar is, as we've talked about tonight for some other names, very well known within the NDP caucus, very well known MP. His mother, Marion, was the mayor of Ottawa for a long time. But Catherine McKenna is an interesting story, too. She's been campaigning hard. Some would say she's been campaigning for over a year. In fact, she and her team knocked on 100,000 doors, which is really remarkable from a campaign perspective at all. But for the moment, it looks like it's working. Always the caution, it's close, but this one we're about to show you not close. Paul Lefebvre has taken the riding of Sudbury for the Liberals. What's interesting is the New Democrats' Glenn Thibeault won this in 2011. Then he stepped down to run for the Ontario Liberals. There was a bit of a backlash there, people very unhappy at that choice, but the Liberals have in fact won this seat federally now. So that's part of the story that we're seeing, Peter. And as I'm keeping an eye on all these scrolling ridings that we're going through, you keep seeing Liberal pop up at the front of the screen. Some of the races are tight. Some of them we still see traditional areas where the NDP is in charge or the Conservative, but the Liberal showing here is dramatically different than what was happening 4 years ago.
Look at that number on the screen. Liberals leading or elected in 181 seats. Rosie,
Should we just remind people what they started with again?
Yeah.
34.
34. Now, we keep saying that this hasn't, a lot of these haven't been finalized yet. In fact, many of them, for all parties, I think the Conservatives they're still in single digits for seats where they've in fact been elected, and the same with the NDP. But nevertheless, this is the broad sweep of the look of things as it stands right now. It's going to change before the evening ends, but it's not going to change in any dramatic fashion in terms of first, second, and third. But 180, when you start with 34, going in, even if you're going to have a spectacular campaign, nobody assumes it's going to be anything like this.
And this is exactly the story that we were thinking might happen with these urban centers. If you start to pick up these broad swaths, as you see there on the map, of these urban centers in and around Toronto, you start to win. And if you go through the Toronto belt right now, there's only right now a couple of Conservatives who are potentially holding, one of them Lisa Raitt, the transport minister. But when you get into Toronto proper, it is Liberal leads right down the whole board, even in places where the Liberals did not expect to make any progress. So let me bring you through a few of them, and they are coming largely here at the expense of the NDP. Let me show you the first one. This is Davenport. Again, Andrew Cash, one of the incumbents here for the NDP, a Juno Award-winning musician, right, was a member of the Skydiggers, right now trailing Julie Dershowitz, the Liberal candidate. This, though, was signaled to us that if the NDP loses this riding, they haven't yet, it's the sign of a bad night. So keep your eye on this one. Parkdale High Park, another one with a prominent NDPer, Peggy Nash. She is now trailing the Liberal candidate, Arif Virani, by 400 votes here. And I'll show you one more that tells the same story that Diana is telling outside of Toronto and the same one we are seeing systematically now inside Toronto. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, a lawyer for the Liberal Party, is leading by 465 votes over Matthew Kelway, the NDP incumbent. That another riding that was Liberal from 1993 up to 2011. It was one that the NDP picked up there. Yes. And now it has gone back and forth between the two, and now the Liberal Party could get it back. And let me just tell you one more I don't have a board of. It is the only place that the Liberal Party doubted that they could potentially pick up, and that's the riding of Toronto-Danforth, held by NDP MP incumbent Craig Scott. Currently, he is trailing in that riding. It was the only riding where Liberals said to me, there's no chance we'll get it. Well, they may walk away with it tonight.
All right. Rosie, thank you. You know, 4 years ago, the story of the night, aside from the fact that Stephen Harper had won a majority government, was that Jack Layton had taken the NDP from third place to second place and had become the official opposition leader in the country. As we all know, only a few months later, Jack Layton passed away, and the country was in mourning. The Prime Minister called for a state funeral, which was held in Toronto. Jack Layton's wife, Olivia Chow, was a sitting MP at the time as well. She chose to resign that seat, run for mayor of Toronto. She lost that. She decided to go back and try to attain a seat once again in the House of Commons on this night. She was not successful. And just in the last few minutes, she gave this concession speech. Here's Olivia Chow.
But I ask you to join me as I congratulate Adam Vaughan on running a good campaign and his party for running a very strong national campaign. And locally, I would like to let Adam know that I will support him in progressive change. So should we all.
All right, Olivia Chow, losing tonight to Adam Vaughan. Where Olivia Chow will now play in terms of the local or national landscape, we're not sure, but she has been a dominant figure in the country and in this city for some time, and tonight giving a gracious speech, concession speech to Adam Vaughan. Yes, Rosie, you wanted to say?
I was just going to say that was supposed to be a very tight race.
Yeah.
And it is not that at all. Adam Vaughan has won with 56% of the vote. She got 22% of the vote. Olivia Chow came back, after not winning in the Toronto mayoral race. She wanted to get back into the game with the thought that perhaps the NDP would form government and this would be her way back in. She is, as you know, widely loved within the party as the widow of Jack Layton and as a formidable parliamentarian herself. Wasn't even close in that round.
No. And once again, suffering from the same problem. People who wanted to stop Harper had to choose one way to go.
Yeah.
There was a bit of blowback, too, on her for having left, gone, tried for mayor, losing, and come back.
Fair enough.
There'd been, $50 million on a by-election, all that kind of stuff. So there were those issues as well. Want to update you on our monitoring of how the leaders are doing in different parts of the country. And let's have a look, first of all, at what happens with the new Prime Minister. He has been re-elected in Papineau with an easy win tonight for Justin Trudeau. There had been rumblings, remember a couple of weeks ago, being fed by some poll that came out of Montreal, seemed like a bizarre one, that was suggesting that Justin Trudeau was in serious trouble in his riding. Perhaps it was true at the time, who knows? It certainly wasn't true on election night as Justin Trudeau wins handily in Papineau. Let's take a look at the big picture of the country, because this is important. By the end of the night tonight, we'll be looking at this big picture map. Now, it tends to overstate, well, not overstate, but simply because the rural ridings are much bigger and you don't see what's exactly happening in the cities here. But this does give you a sense of the kind of country we're creating tonight in terms of Liberals, New Democrats, and Conservatives. And in some ways, there's the old kind of Atlantic Canada, Ontario, and Quebec heavily Liberal, then you go into the prairies, especially Saskatchewan and Alberta, parts of the interior of British Columbia, parts of Manitoba, heavily Conservative. And is that the old split, the sort of east versus west? Is that what we're going to be looking at? In Alberta, it's the overwhelming majority of seats tonight are going to the Conservatives, kind of the flip side of what we saw in Atlantic Canada. I think the last time I looked, it was 32 to 1 or something like that, 29-2-1 for the Conservatives, heavily dominant in Alberta. So this will be an interesting story to follow as the evening goes, and I'm going to want to hear I want to talk to the at-issue panel a little bit about that because, we're seeing a country being painted in a certain way tonight with a new government, with a Liberal government. 184, if they say anywhere near that number, it's obviously going to be a majority government at 170 seats. We've explained why we're not calling that yet with so many seats so close. But when you look at that map, that's kind of like the Canada of...
If I may quote a former Prime Minister, welcome to the 1980s.
Welcome to the 1980s.
This looks a lot like that. I was just counting up on the seats the Liberals are leading or declared winner in are now, I think, at 165 before you even get to the Manitoba border. So they're very near to a majority just in eastern Canada.
In fact, Andrew, hold on for a minute because we now, based on not only what you've said, but our calculations and the decisions of the decision desk, we are now prepared to make the following call. Based on the information that we've seen, the analysis of the numbers coming in from all these different ridings, what's looked clear for some time now, the Liberal government of, I almost said Pierre Trudeau, Justin Trudeau will be a majority government tonight. The Liberals attaining the majority status. They're well above the crowd reacting in Montreal at Liberal Party headquarters, as we've seen enough now to be convinced of this outcome. Right now, they're sitting in triple digits, 183 leading or elected. They needed 170 for a majority government. A lot of these still to be determined, but we're convinced they will finish well beyond the 170 mark. Susan Ormiston joins us from Liberal Party headquarters. In fact, right by the podium where Prime Minister Trudeau will be speaking, one assumes, in the next hour or so. Susan.
Peter, a little hard to hear you. The noise is deafening here. This is an astounding involvement. I can imagine what's happening upstairs where Mr. Trudeau are watching the results. This is what a flawless campaign in the last couple of weeks, except for Dan Gagne's resignation. There was momentum starting after Thanksgiving weekend. It's continued into tonight. People here really can't believe it, actually. They saw the kind of poll results going into this election, and now they're just astounded, really. Even organizers talk can lead that they've actually exceeded their expectation. If there's one thing, Peter, I can say from being on tour with Trudeau over the last week, what got them here was this positive campaign where they wanted change, yes, but they wanted positive change. They rejected the negativity that they believe was happening in the country. I can tell you every time Mr. Trudeau said we're going to take back the country from Stephen Harper and give it to Canadians, there were huge reactions in the rallies this weekend. So they're just getting started here in Montreal. These are a lot of Papineau voters who brought Justin Trudeau to be the next Prime Minister of Canada. He will be the first son of a former Prime Minister in this country. 2 Trudeaus as Prime Ministers never happened before. Family legacy in this country. And we're expecting Mr. Trudeau, of course, but not for some time, as this crowd just revs up, Peter.
All right, Susan, thanks very much. And make sure you give us a holler when we know that Prime Minister-elect Justin Trudeau will be coming into the room. Let me just get back to the at-issue panel. Andrew, first of all, you're making the point about the welcome to the 1980s line, and for those of you who don't remember where that came from, it came from election night in February of 1980, and this is what it sounded like when Pierre Trudeau, after being tossed out of power the year before, came back and won re-election in 1980. These were his first words to Liberal supporters on that night in Ottawa.
And finally, he's coming in, I understand.
He was waiting until Prime Minister Clark made his statement. He has now got a majority government, a born-again leader. He's coming right towards me right now, smiling, happy. The crowds are just incredible.
Fellow Canadians, mes chers amis canadiens. Well, welcome to the 1980s.
There you go. It was a great opening line, but not only just remembering the line, what you're talking about is that in many ways this way that country is shaping up at the moment by that map.
Right.
Looks a lot like the 1980s.
So it's similar in that respect. In a lot of ways, though, Peter, there's no precedent for this election.
No.
There's nothing for precedent for what the Liberals have done. To come from 34 seats, 11% of the total last time, to a majority, it looks like a pretty strong majority. Nobody's done that, anything like that. To have raised their popular vote from 19% last time, we're now looking, I think, now I don't have all the results, but 44%. That's extraordinary. It's similarly unprecedented, or some very bad precedents for the Conservatives. There's only been 4 majority governments since 1935 that have been defeated, that have been thrown out of office. In 93, in 84, and in 57, and in 35 itself. In 3 of those, you had a terrible economy to account for. People threw the guys out because they were sick of a bad economy. In 57, the government had been in for 22 years. What's the story with the Conservatives? We don't have anything like as bad an economy. They've only been in for 10 years and only 4 years as a majority. They managed to make people sick of them much quicker than any previous
Well, were
government.
they sick of them or were they sick of him?
Well, that's going to be one of the questions Conservatives are going to have to ask themselves. But this is, again, right now the Conservatives are on pace for about a 30% popular vote. Maybe the BC will pull that up a bit, but that's on course to be one of the worst popular votes in their history for a united Conservative Party. So it's a terrible result for the Conservatives, needless to say, and just an extraordinary comeback for the Liberals. One last point, with all due respect to, and present company accepted, this is not a good night for the pollsters. The last day polls were showing a gap of about 7 points between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and right now it's 14 points.
Yeah. Just if you're watching, yes, that is Elizabeth May, who is leading for the Green Party in her Vancouver Island riding, and we'll keep an eye on that. Chantal.
So a word on Quebec. Crushing night for the NDP. Could finish third. But to give you an idea of the magnitude of what the Liberals are doing tonight in Quebec, the last time I looked, Laurier-Sainte-Marie, which is the riding where Gilles Duceppe was first elected and where he is trying to come back, at this point it was a 3-way battle with the Liberals leading. And I live in Laurier-Sainte-Marie. I can fairly report that the last time Laurier-Sainte-Marie was a Liberal riding was when Jean-Claude Malépard, who was a Trudeau MP, represented it. And actually, it is from the Liberals that Gilles Duceppe won it at the time of the Meech Lake failure in 1990. If these numbers hold, and I suspect that they will, this will be the first time that the Liberals have a majority in Quebec since Pierre Trudeau had a majority in Quebec in 1980. So it's more than a comeback. Even Jean Chrétien never managed to win. He won the plurality of the vote, but he never managed to beat the vote. So I think you can conclude from that 2 things. It will be the second election in a row where Quebecers massively, with numbers like that, decide to embrace federalist parties. And there is a huge lesson there for the sovereignty movement and for sovereigntist parties. But also the NDP will find it hard on the basis of the seats that it will keep tonight to compete against the Liberal Party in Quebec.
All right. I take your point on how they've embraced the federalist parties. But when you look at these numbers, the Liberals are the big benefactors here by coming up the middle, because they're getting less than 35% of the vote.
Yeah.
Or they're getting more than half the seats in Quebec. It's a stunning combination.
And the NDP is keeping about 10 to a dozen. But that, in the end, works out to a fairly solid and more diversified majority of seats in Quebec. And the Conservatives, it may be the one province where the Conservatives actually increase their seats.
Right.
Which helps for the splits, but is also a major defeat for the sovereignty movement. And its brand new leader, Pierre-Carl Péladeau, who put his face on every poster. He couldn't have had a better Bloc Québécois leader than Gilles Duceppe, and they look like they're coming up short of official party status.
Okay, I want to bring Bruce into the conversation. I want to bring it in terms of the new Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, because when he started in federal politics, a lot of people accused him of simply cashing in on his father's name, and that he would made progress simply because he was Pierre Trudeau's son. That happened when he ran in the by-election. It happened when he ran for leader of the party. But in this campaign, you've never heard that against him. He didn't win this campaign because he was Pierre Trudeau's son. He won this campaign because it was Justin Trudeau and what he spoke for and the desire to get rid of Stephen Harper.
Yeah, ironically, Peter, I have believed that there was no way for Mr. Trudeau to actually win this election unless he had been pushed down into third place before the election. In other words, that people had a chance to evaluate him in his effort to improve and also take a look at the other two possible outcomes and decide whether they really wanted that. So the first challenge for Mr. Trudeau was to get ahead of the NDP. And no question, I mean, I think it's probably fair to say he ran a campaign for the ages. This may have been the best campaign I've seen in my lifetime, and he's responsible for that. He picked the people who ran the campaign. He performed phenomenally himself. Some of the more interesting numbers that we were watching over the weekend, measuring attributes like works hard, tries to improve, in addition to smart and ready to be PM, where he came from well behind Mr. Mulcair and Mr. Harper to tie them in the final days. But he was way ahead of them on works hard, tries to improve, listens to good advice, that kind of thing. And so his image has been transformed by the effort that he and his team put into this campaign. At the same time, I think we were talking a minute ago, you were talking with Andrew a minute ago about were people sick of the Conservatives or sick of Mr. Harper? I think there was no question that Mr. Harper's negatives continued to rise through this campaign. And you could see a reflection of that in the Conservative advertising. It was kind of, don't make this about me, which was obviously too late in the game to raise that. But I think beyond that, they were sick of his style. Voters were sick of his style. And on our program, we talked about this a lot over the last few years. A hyper-partisan style. And so when we're looking at some of the races now with Mr. Calandra, close race with Mr. Poilievre, some of those people who are at the vanguard of that style of politics for the Conservatives are in trouble. And to me, it says something about the reaction of voters to the tone of politics that Mr. Harper has stood for. And I'd be very surprised if we're not looking at two leadership conventions, one for the Conservatives and one for the NDP in the next little while.
And we may get the first signal of that when we hear the speeches from the various leaders later on tonight. Okay, thanks to Andrew, Chantal, and Bruce. We'll be back to them a little bit later. I want to quickly, before we talk to our next guest, give you a sense of the way the vote is broken down that's been counted so far in this, a night of a Liberal majority government. Who thought they'd be saying that just 2 months ago? A Liberal majority government, the numbers you see, the big numbers, 183 leading or elected, 104 Conservatives, 33 NDP. What a huge drop for them. 10 for the Bloc Québécois. That's more than doubling their total from the last time. We're within 2 of official party status, and the Green Party, Elizabeth May, at 1. Here's your vote change board. The Liberals are up 23%. They're over 43% of the votes cast so far tonight have gone to the Liberals. Remember, they were under 20 last time round, and people were saying the party was finished as a force. The Conservatives down 8 points, sitting right now at around 31%. And that has been a constant for them, if you believe in polls, throughout this campaign. For the last 11 weeks, they've always been in the sort of 29, 30, 31 range, never budged. And there they are again tonight. The NDP, they were looking in the early 30s when this campaign started, where Jack Layton left them after the 2011 campaign. But tonight, they're down 12.5 points. They're well under 20% at 18.1%. They're back to where they used to be in the pre-2011 days. The Bloc Québécois at 4.2%, and the Greens and others filling out the rest. With me for a few moments, Dimitri Soudis, who is a former key figure in the Conservative Party, one of those people who was extremely close to Stephen Harper for a long period of time, former executive director and CEO of the Conservative Party of Canada, had a falling out with the party and a falling out with Stephen Harper last year, so he'd been gone for most of the last year, but still very close to a lot of people in the Conservative Party. One assumes you've been talking to them. First of all, in terms of the result we're looking at tonight, knowing what you know about Stephen Harper, what's he thinking and doing tonight?
I have no doubt that he's disappointed, obviously. He's disappointed that he couldn't win a fourth election, but also it wasn't obvious. The last prime minister to win 4 consecutive elections was in the early 1900s. At the same time, I have a feeling that tonight he and his family, his wife, who's been by his side for all 4 election campaigns, and his 2 kids, Ben and Rachel, who have now grown and are becoming young adults, I think he's probably in a better headspace than he's ever been before. He's leaving his party as prime minister and as leader with 100-plus seats. It's not a repeat of the 90s, 1993 election where the Conservatives went from governing to just down 2 seats.
But he's leaving his party after a loss to the son of Pierre Trudeau, who throughout his career was kind of the arch villain to Stephen Harper.
Indeed.
He wanted to destroy not just the Liberal Party, but he wanted to end the era of the Trudeaus forever.
I'm sure that losing to Justin Trudeau, losing to a Trudeau, is not something that makes him happy tonight. I'm sure he's very disappointed, but I also think he's had a great run. He's been there for a decade. He reunited the Conservative movement. I may have had a falling out with him, but credit is due on certain things. Free trade, reuniting the Conservative movement, and taking the country through the global recession.
Will it stay reunited after what we've witnessed tonight?
Yes, I absolutely believe the Conservative Party will stay united because you don't have the same scenario that you had in the 90s.
Parts of the Conservative Party, or what they thought was the Conservative Party, clearly voted for Liberals tonight.
Yes.
They were so upset with Stephen Harper's leadership that they abandoned that union and they went Liberal.
I think that the mood for change was overwhelming. I think we started this election campaign with about 60% of Canadians wanting change, and we're probably at more than 67 to 68% tonight. That's very difficult to beat. And what Justin Trudeau's done, quite frankly, is he's ran a perfect campaign. The Conservative spokesman at some point said he'd be lucky he can win just by putting his pants on, and the majority was out of sight. I think Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister-elect Justin Trudeau, capitalized on this mood for change, and we see the NDP results that have now shifted completely to the Liberals. You have some NDP strongholds like Peter Stauffer, Megan Leslie, even Paul Doer in Ottawa. Justin Trudeau capitalized on the mood for change and was probably the clearest communicator in this election campaign.
So why did the Conservative Party run against that kind of a tide, basically with a one-man campaign? The mood for change was based around Stephen Harper.
It was.
As Andrew said, it wasn't based on a crashing economy, as other majority governments have fallen. It was based on a feeling about Stephen Harper, and yet your old party ran a campaign that was solely based on one guy.
I think hindsight is always 20/20. We started this campaign with projecting an NDP government and a Conservative government, and today we have a Liberal majority government. It was probably a strategic error to solely run on leadership. Record would have probably been something more useful, but at the end of the day, the ballots have been cast, and we have a new prime minister.
In the old days, you would have had something to do with the campaign. You would have been part of that group that made the decisions. Would you have gone for a long campaign like this? Was that a mistake?
I don't think it was a mistake, to be honest with you. Given the advantage that the Conservative Party had in terms of spending more money than any other party, the question to be seen is whether or not they actually outspent their opponents. It was a tactical advantage, and the reality is that in the early days of the campaign, most people weren't paying attention. And to those who were, I mean, let's not forget, for the first 2 to 3 weeks of the election campaign, the Conservative campaign was unable to get its message out because of the Mike Duffy trial. And that poses a serious challenge.
When do you think that Stephen Harper realized he was going to lose?
You know, you actually sometimes never realize you're going to lose. I remember in 2004, I was young.
People must have been coming to Stephen Harper and the key strategists of that campaign early on in this campaign saying, hey, what we're doing is not working. It's not working, and we're going to lose unless we change.
Well, I think what you saw in this campaign is the most experienced campaign team amongst all three. I mean, this campaign team had the experience of 4 national election campaigns in 11 years. But I have a feeling it wasn't necessarily the most unified team. And that demonstrates that I think the Liberal team and the Liberal strategy team was probably more unified than the Conservative one.
What are you
and
saying?
You see those cracks.
What are you saying when you say it wasn't a unified team?
It didn't. To me, from the outside, it didn't look like the senior team, once a decision was made in terms of which direction to go, that everybody was going in that direction.
Did this Australian guy, Lyndon Crosby, did he have anything to do with this campaign, as far as you've heard?
Very little. Very little. I think he gave some advice on polling and focus groups and messaging, but quite frankly, very little.
Did he have anything to do with the Niqab decision?
I don't think so, no.
Who made that decision?
I think that ultimately that was the campaign manager. The campaign manager who decided that at the end of the day, Niqab was what was going to win yet another government.
But isn't the real campaign manager in that party Stephen Harper?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, the buck stops on the leader's desk. You're absolutely right on that, Peter. And in 2011, when he won his majority, in 2008 and 2006, when he won his minority, he obviously deserves the credit for that. And ultimately, yes, the buck stops on the leader's desk, which is probably why tonight we're going to see the first hints of Stephen Harper stepping down, obviously, as Prime Minister, given that his opponent has won. But also, I have a feeling that he'll be hinting that he will not be leading the Conservative Party as leader of the official opposition, and he will be hinting that.
Guy Giorno is apparently telling reporters as we speak that we will know the future of Stephen Harper tonight. Do you think he'll step down?
I don't know if he's going to step down as an MP. Paul Martin, after he lost in 2006, stayed on as an MP. What I can tell you with certainty, knowing the Prime Minister, is that he will not be leading the Conservative Party as the leader of the official opposition.
Dimitri, thanks very much for this. And it was a difficult night, in different ways for you, seeing it's kind of split from them. But nevertheless, at the same time, you had a long-time relationship with Stephen Harper, close to him through the good days. Today's not a good day.
It's the end of a chapter.
End of a chapter. All right. Dimitri Soudis, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let's go to Calgary. Catherine Cullen is in Calgary tonight and getting ready. Pretty somber crowd there behind you, waiting to hear from Stephen Harper.
Yeah, the crowd is growing, I will say, Peter, but lots of crossed arms. I saw a few Conservative staffers hugging each other. There's obviously some remorse in the room tonight. I was speaking to some Conservative supporters who say they're still trying to understand why this happened, but the one thing you keep hearing from people over and over in this room is that obviously it was this desire for change that beat them. Now, I also spoke with Conservative campaign chair Guy Giorno, tried to get a bit of a sense from him about what exactly went wrong tonight. He too talked about the desire for change. I also asked him, and he did say anything that went wrong ultimately fell on the shoulders of the campaign. He wouldn't put any blame on Stephen Harper. I asked him what we could expect to hear from Stephen Harper. What was Stephen Harper's future? He suggested that that was something that we might learn tonight. So obviously we're going to be listening very carefully when Stephen Harper takes to the stage behind me at some point this evening.
What can you tell us about that crowd that's there, Catherine? They're obviously relatively somber. It must be a difficult mood in there. But who are they? Are these like longtime supporters of Stephen Harper? Is this basically his riding people, or is it Calgary Conservatives in general? What is it?
Calgary Conservatives in general. I've spoken to numerous people in the crowd, a lot of them who volunteered. I spoke to one young man who told me he'd been volunteering with the Conservatives since 2006, so was there for the whole time that they were in power. Some of these older folks, long-time Calgary Conservatives, a lot of them are expressing a lot of worry tonight about Justin Trudeau. They very much, perhaps based on the results we've seen tonight, a lot of Canadians thought that what the Conservatives were saying, just not ready, didn't apply to Justin Trudeau. But the people who do believe that he is just not ready are the people in this room tonight, and they are wringing their hands over issues like the Liberals' proposed spending, how they will deal with security issues. They're concerned. At the same time, I think a lot of people did see this coming. Obviously, the polls of, well, perhaps not the scope of this, but that they might not win tonight is something that they perhaps, whether it was through the polls or what they were doing door to door, they got a sense that this something of this type could be coming.
All right. Catherine, thanks very much. We'll be back to you when Stephen Harper arrives in the Conservative Party campaign night, election night headquarters in Calgary. That's Catherine Cullen. The latest numbers, 186 Liberals leading or elected on this night. The Conservatives at 104, the NDP at 36, the Bloc Québécois at 10, the Green Party at 1. Let's go to British Columbia now in Surrey, where Andrew Chang joins us. Good to see you, Andrew. What can you tell us?
Yeah, well, let me tell you, Peter, this is party central for the Liberal candidate in this riding, Sukh Dhaliwal, and I say that because it has been absolutely nuts. When the Liberals crossed the 170 mark, there's huge applause. Everyone went crazy. When they crossed the 180 mark, everyone went crazy. And when you declared a Liberal majority, once again, huge applause. Sukh Dhaliwal himself has just entered the room, and he's kind of making his way around. And let me just tell you one thing about the riding, because this is what makes this riding stand out among many others in this country. The Indo-Canadian population in this riding is absolutely massive. 1 in 3 people who live here were born in India. Now, you can see the crowd here, and any moment Sukh Dhaliwal is going to start speaking, but I've got Pavan Bahia here with me. You're one of the campaign workers. You've been on the ground. You've been knocking on doors. You've gotten your hands dirty, boots on the ground. What have people been telling you? I mean, Liberal majority is what we're seeing right now. What were you hearing on the ground?
We were hearing the same exact stuff. It was amazing support that we were getting while we were knocking on doors, making phone calls, out in public, canvassing all the individuals in the community. We were getting an amazing response for the local candidate here, Mr. Sukh Dhaliwal, but not just for Mr. Sukh Dhaliwal, but for the leader, Mr. Justin Trudeau as well. We were getting an amazing response from the community.
How much of a difference did that make? Because Sukh Dhaliwal has run in this riding before and lost. Now you have Justin Trudeau at the helm. How big of a difference did that make?
Well, for example, we were able to get 300 plus volunteers on board with our campaign team. Now, these are 300 youth volunteers, people that were high school students, young university students as well. And they came in and day out, knocked on doors, pounded the pavement, and they also made phone calls. Burma shaved on major intersections throughout the riding. And I mean, it was
how does that compare to previous years? 300 youth volunteers.
It was so invigorating. I mean, not only did it help, obviously, the campaign, but everyone that was on board was just so enthusiastic because of the youth that were involved, because of the people that were there to help out and give a lending hand.
All right, thank you so much, Pavan. And so there you have it, Peter. A lot of people happy here to see a Liberal majority. And as I say, Sukh Dhaliwal about to...
You're starting to look like a politician, Andrew. That's the way they carried the campaign. They always had a crowd behind them cheering for them. Very impressive. Andrew Chang in Surrey.
That wasn't my doing, I swear.
Yeah, right. Of course not. Andrew Chang in Surrey, British Columbia, for us tonight. Now, where did we want to go next? Diana. Oh, that's right. Diana's going to bring us up to date on Manitoba, where the Liberals were hoping to make significant gains inside the city of Winnipeg. Is that what happened?
Absolutely. They've certainly realized all their hopes and dreams in Manitoba, 14 ridings there. You'll see as we look at this map that they have done, it looks like not so well because you see these big swaths of blue, but inside the city of Winnipeg, this is where they've taken back virtually everything. So let's give you an example of what's in play right now, because a couple of ridings where we're still looking at the votes being counted and the vote change, you see the Liberals have done terrifically well. This is an interesting riding. Pat Martin has held Winnipeg Centre for the NDP going back to 1997, makes him one of the longest-serving MPs in Ottawa. But Robert Falcon Ouellette is someone who literally came out of nowhere politically. He ran for mayor in Winnipeg last year and finished third, which maybe doesn't sound fantastic, but he really sort of blew onto the scene, made a huge impression, and people were really remarking on his ability to get people to listen to what he had to say. He is an Aboriginal man who works at the University of Manitoba, does not live in the riding. Neither does Pat Martin, incidentally. This would be interesting. If the NDP loses Pat Martin, it's another one of those big names, big faces within the party that is going down to defeat. Let's take a look at another riding. This one is settled. It's Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley. And you'll see that Stephen Fletcher, who has been a name within the Conservative caucus, has in fact lost this seat. He goes back a ways, too. In fact, he first won this riding against Glenn Murray, who was convinced to leave the job as mayor of Winnipeg by none other than Paul Martin to run for that seat. They thought it was such a safe Liberal seat back in the day, and Stephen Fletcher surprised them and won. It is, again, a Liberal seat tonight. Doug Eielson is an emergency hospital doctor. One more riding to show you. This is Jim Carr. I've known Jim Carr myself years from living in Winnipeg way back in the day. He was an MLA in Manitoba, and in fact, way back, he and I would talk to Zosky about Manitoba once a week, the Manitoba Report. He has led a career in business since then. He has won this riding against Joyce Bateman, and at a certain point tonight, I'm sure we'll be talking about cabinet material. Everybody I talked to in the last several weeks said if Jim Carr wins that riding, a lock for cabinet based on his experience both within the party, his political experience, business experience. It's just a matter of which portfolio he gets.
Wow. And what's interesting, obviously, for Justin Trudeau is he's got to pick from a selection of Liberals now in Manitoba. Remember all those days, Lloyd Axworthy got all the prominent cabinet positions in Liberal governments, partly based on, at least sometimes, being the only Liberal from Manitoba getting that opportunity. But this time, as you say, there are a number of Liberals to choose from.
And lots of them with experience that isn't necessarily federal experience, but political experience nonetheless. Like Dan Vandel, who's been a city councillor in Winnipeg for many, many years, is tonight an MP.
Let's go next door to Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC. Ian's watching all three tonight.
Let's focus on Alberta for a moment and how the Liberals are doing in Alberta. It depends, if you want to call it successful or not, whether you measure the Liberals' performance tonight against history or if you measure it against total numbers. Against history, they may be poised to make that long-awaited breakthrough in the city of Calgary. They have not elected an MP in Calgary since 1968. So let's take a look at, first of all, the map of Alberta, and it is still, very blue. Last time around, all but one of the ridings in the province of Alberta went for the Conservatives, and the one exception was the NDP in Edmonton. Take a look at Calgary, 2 painted red at this point, but you know what? Don't put that in permanent ink yet, because these are ridings that are still very much in play. Let's start with Calgary Confederation. And this is one of the ridings that have been identified, Peter, as a potential breakthrough for the Liberals. Matt Grant, one of those dogged campaigners that knocked on a lot of doors. Len Weber was a former Conservative MLA. He broke with his provincial party over the spending scandal there, which many people felt was in his favor. Look how close that is. But the key statistic at this point, I guess closeness, and also the fact that the Liberals are in the lead with already 80 of the polls that have been counted. Calgary Skyview, another one that had been identified as a potential Liberal breakthrough, and a big lead for Darshan Kong, a former MLA for the Liberal Party in Alberta. And, that riding actually has been going back and forth through the evening, but as you can see, the lead here is pretty solid with 25 polls that have been counted. And Edmonton Centre. Some of us remember this as the riding of Anne McClellan, the former Deputy Prime Minister, who was nicknamed playfully Landslide Annie, because some of her wins were by the slimmest of margins. This has also been close through the night, but we're seeing Randy Boissonnault slowly, certainly not pulling away, not with a 350-vote lead at this point, but a little wider margin of a lead than we saw earlier. So at this point, 3 Liberals leading, 2 in Calgary, 1 in Edmonton. If that were to hold, that would be a significant increase for the Liberal Party in Alberta.
And it was, as you said, 1968 that Pierre Trudeau, in the year of Trudeau-mania in 68, got 4 seats in Alberta. And that had become a marker that Liberals often look back with some degree of hope that they could repeat that again someday. I think they did it once in the 90s with Jean Chrétien. I think they had 3 or 4 seats at one time in Alberta. But tonight, as you say, they're leading in 3, but they're all very close. The big breakthrough in Alberta does not seem to have happened. Let's go back and visit our 3D virtual House of Commons, because we like to go inside to stack up the numbers and have a look at just how this would play out. Keep in mind, the red are elected Liberals, the pink are Liberals that are still leading, but it hasn't been finalized yet. The blue seats are Conservative seats. The light blue are Tories that are leading and not elected yet. And the yellow ones, the deep yellow, almost orange, are NDP, and the others are leading NDP candidates. So that's what you're looking at in terms of your House and Commons tonight. You've got 187 Liberals leading or elected, 107 Conservatives, 33 NDP, 10 Bloc, and 1 Green. In 2006, that's not that many elections ago, it's when the Conservatives first took power, the NDP won 29 seats. In 2008, they moved to 37. Then, of course, last time round, around the 100 mark, for the NDP after the big breakthrough in Quebec. Now they're back down to 33, lower in seat totals than they were in 2008. So they've taken a big step back both in seats and in percentage of the vote. They're down to under 20%. This is a terrible night for the NDP. They have been hurt badly by their losses in Quebec, but also hurt badly by losing some major significant players from that NDP caucus who have become almost national household names, gone from the landscape now. Mulcair, we are told, Tom Mulcair has phoned Prime Minister Trudeau to congratulate him. I imagine those phone calls will start being made back and forth between the different leaders, and their aides and advisors start at this point in the evening to decide who's going to go out and speak first, who's going to concede first, who will speak last. It's usually the winner on the night. We'll see how that plays out over the next little while, because I expect those speeches will be coming up soon. Let's look at the outcome in Outremont. We were following this earlier in the evening where Tom Mulcair was actually trailing. He's not trailing anymore, but listen, it's not a huge lead. About a quarter of the polls reporting so far in Outremont, and Tom Mulcair has a lead of a little over 500 votes over the Liberal. But at the moment, he's leading, but we haven't declared that one over yet. We'd like to see a little more before we head in that direction. But a difficult night for the NDP. Tom Mulcair, there's already been discussion around these tables anyway, that he may decide to step down after being in this kind of a situation at the beginning of the campaign, looking so good for the NDP. They were leading in the polls, sort of 32, 33%, even though there was clear that it was a three-way race. They were leading for most of the first month. Tom Mulcair was criticized for looking like he was running a front-runner's campaign. By the end of the campaign, he's in third place, lost 2/3 of his seats, and lost a significant percentage of the vote that he had been counting on. You want to add to that, Rosie? You've watched Tom Mulcair perhaps more than any one of the rest of us over time, having worked in the National Assembly, covering the National Assembly in Quebec City as well.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how he stays at this stage.
Yeah.
I think that, we can go through the various mistakes that may have been made through the campaign, but I think that I won't. But I don't know how you can go from your biggest success under a different leader, fair enough, official opposition, to now becoming third party with only potentially 30 seats. So you've essentially gone to where the Liberals were in terms of third party standing, and I'm not sure how you do that.
Okay, going to stop you there because we've got Susan Orbison's got a guest with her in Montreal tonight, and for many people, this man was the architect of the Justin Trudeau win. His name's Gerry Butts. He's standing by with Susan Orbison. Susan.
You're absolutely right, Peter. Gerry Butts, the principal advisor to Justin Trudeau. He is the man behind this successful campaign. To what do you attribute this success, Gerry?
Oh, there are a lot of people behind this successful campaign, Susan. 85,000 Canadians volunteered to make this happen, and we've taken a team approach from day one. The leader of it has done a phenomenal job, and that's Justin Trudeau. So we're very proud to work for that man tonight.
How did you knock down he's not ready?
Well, by showing people the ways in which he was. I think that the Conservatives spent $25 million on attack ads, and that will have a momentary effect. But in the end, if the charge they're making is not true and you're able to demonstrate to Canadians in a very clear way that it isn't true, they'll respond because Canadians are fair people.
He said once that people underestimated him. Do you think that happened in the early stages and that this is more what's borne out?
I think that people have been underestimating Mr. Trudeau since before he was in public life, and I think it will probably continue. I think he's done a truly remarkable job. What he's accomplished tonight has never been accomplished before, and he's done it because he stayed focused on the things that really matter to Canadians. the fact that people feel like that people are not getting ahead, that the economy is not working for regular Canadians, and notwithstanding all of the issues that came up over the course of a 78-day campaign, Mr. Trudeau stayed focused on those core issues, which, as you know, having been on our plane and dealing with the day-to-day news cycle is not easy, but he became convinced that there were a few important things that he wanted to talk about for 78 days, the diversity of this country, the middle class being its strength, a plan to lift 315,000 children out of poverty, and he stuck to those things because he really, really cares about them.
But you took a risk. You took a risk by saying we're going to spend on infrastructure and we're going to have deficits for the next 3 years. You couldn't have been that confident that was going to work.
I think it's always a risk when you challenge conventional wisdom in anything, in politics or whatever walk of life. But I think Mr. Trudeau, what we had real confidence is that he spent 3 years. It was about almost 3 years ago this week that he kicked off his leadership campaign. And he spent those 3 years in kitchens and basements and community halls talking to Canadians about what they wanted. So it's true that we got lots of advice from experts on our economic plan, but at the end of the day, he was the person who was able to decide whether it was going to ring true with what Canadians wanted, because he'd had thousands and thousands of conversations with regular people, and that, I think, is what... there was no risk in that because he knew what was going to be true.
When we got off the plane this morning at dawn here at Montreal's airport,
yes.
Did you know? Did you know it was going to be this big?
We had a strong feeling. Katie Telford and I had an inside bet that was pretty close to where we ended up, but you know, you never know until it happens, and that's the great thing about nights like this. It's all of the speculation and punditry that goes into trying to forecast what happens falls by the wayside, and something actually happens, and it was pretty awesome.
I know you have to go back up and talk to Mr. Trudeau about his speech, but you've got an embarrassment of riches now in terms of determining a cabinet, you've got a majority government. What is the first thing tomorrow that the leader is going to have to do?
Well, I think the first thing he's going to have to do tomorrow is talk to a key group of people about the transition plan, and we'll have more to say as the days go by. But we're focused on tonight right now. We'd like to take a couple of hours and really enjoy this and absorb it, because things like this don't happen very often.
Congratulations, Jerry, you and your team. Quite an amazing night for the Liberal Party.
Thank you very much. It's an amazing night for Canadians.
All right, Jerry Butts, Principal Advisor to Justin Trudeau, going up to talk about the speech. We expect to hear from Mr. Trudeau shortly. Peter.
All right, Susan, thank you very much. Susan Ormiston in Montreal. So quickly to recap the story that we've seen tonight. The Liberals will form a majority government. Justin Trudeau becomes your 23rd Prime Minister. The numbers tell the story in so many ways. 189 Liberals leading or elected, 104 Conservatives, 34 NDP, 10 Bloc, and 1 Green. We're in this kind of pause before the storm of speeches starts. We'll hear from Stephen Harper, and strong suggestions that what we're going to hear from Stephen Harper is that he will concede defeat to Justin Trudeau. He will announce that he will be stepping aside as leader of the Conservative Party, calling for the National Council to make determinations on how they want to follow through, perhaps appoint an interim leader until there's a leadership convention, but likely he will stay sitting in the House of Commons. What will Tom Mulcair do? We'll find out when he gives his speech. A big defeat for the NDP, dropping 2/3 of their seats tonight. The Bloc, we may hear from Gilles Duceppe, although he apparently is trailing in his riding, although his party is doing twice as well as it did last time round. Elizabeth May be speaking as well. Well, I'm lucky enough now to be joined by the last leader of the Liberal Party before Justin Trudeau. I mean, technically it was interim leader. Was it interim leader?
That's right, interim leader.
But nobody called you that. They called you the leader. Okay, so this is an amazing story.
Fantastic. Absolutely. I could not have hoped for more. I told people that we were going to rebuild the party starting in 2011. And then after I'd been doing it for about a year and a bit, I realized that it was important for somebody new to take over, and that it was clear to me that Justin Trudeau was ready to do it and wanted to do it. And so I prepared the way and stepped aside, and Justin took on. And I remember historically gave him the Laurier's pen, which is in every Liberal leader's office. And I've just been so impressed. I'm not surprised, but I've been so impressed with how he's run this campaign. I don't think I've ever seen a campaign, ever, either provincially or federally, that was as well executed and had a strong and clear a vision of what he wanted to do and where people wanted the party to go, as we've seen. And, yes, there were bumps in the road. There always are. But he ran an extraordinarily just proficient campaign.
But after that disastrous 2011 campaign for the Liberals, you take over, you start the rebuilding process. Did you ever think that no matter how it unfolded, who ended up leading, that it would be even possible to consider a majority government just what in fact at that point was 3 years later?
Well, I hate to say this, but Peter, if you'd listened to my speeches at the time, you would have heard me say that, look, and I would say to the caucus, I would say to the party, it doesn't matter whether you're first, second, or third. The thing about this game is, this business is, every election you start from zero. I mean, this is what was ludicrous about, the NDP going around saying we only need 35 more seats. Well, they're now at 32. So, I mean, you sort of say that's not what it is. Every election you start, I always thought there was tremendous resilience in the Liberal idea, told people about that, tried to talk and persuade people that's the way to go, and create what I thought was a better feeling in the party. The Liberal Party had some work to do to kind of get itself together again. But look, Justin Trudeau took us to a level that I don't think any of us would have said, gee, that's exactly where we're going to be. But I always believed it was possible for us to form the next government. And I'm delighted that it's a majority government. Now, by the way, at 191, I mean, I don't think too many people would have bet that in a pool.
No, I don't imagine.
Did you choose that in the pool, Peter?
That is, in fact, what I chose in the pool. I'm surprised that all those numbers are coming up.
You also won the lottery last night, $64 million.
You knew I was out in Mississauga buying that ticket. Listen, Adam Vaughan joins us tonight. He's with Renee Filipponi. And Adam was the winner tonight.
Great
defeated
candidate.
Olivia Chow. And Renee, have you got a question there for Adam? Or
Yeah, absolutely, Peter. Adam here, very exciting night. You got up there. What was going through your mind as you're watching this sort of red wave come across the country?
Look, we've been working very hard for the last couple of years. There was an election last spring. And then there's been a year of putting the policy and the platform together and making sure that it's going to work on city halls and in provinces right across this country. The need to stand up and fix cities, to build stronger cities as a way of creating a great country is now in front of us. And so that starts with housing, in my perspective. You got to add transit in. Our infrastructure program is there to make life for Canadians better. And I am just so proud of what Justin Trudeau has accomplished. It's an extraordinary result tonight. We're proud of our contribution here in Toronto. But my goodness, right across this country, there are a lot of campaigns that did hard work.
One of the more controversial aspects of your campaign was your position on C-51. You talked a bit about that when you were up there today, and you said you heard things on the doors.
Look, Mayor Nenshi talked about politics in full sentences. I believed, and I know that the residents of Fort York are prepared to have politics in full paragraphs. And so when we explain how we had to work in Parliament to improve a bill, the work that still remained, the need for civilian oversight and making sure it's charter compliant, we heard the concerns. It's the only reason people said they weren't voting for me. We're going to get to Ottawa. We're going to make that right. We are the party of the charter, and we're damn proud of that. And I know from talking to my colleagues in caucus before the election, and certainly talking to candidates that I was running with across the country, that we know we have work to do on that file to make sure we get the very important balance of public safety and the public's charter rights put in balance again and respectful again. But this has been a great campaign, and I'm celebrating tonight.
All right, well, thanks and congratulations. That's Adam Vaughan here, the winner in Spadina, Fort York. Peter?
All right, Renee, thanks very much. Back with Bob Ray. One of the things that has to happen now, because things start moving very quickly after an election, and when you take Bauer coming from third place to first place, kind of what you did, right, in Ontario.
Technically, I was in second, but I was a distant second.
Right, but suddenly you're confronted with having to take over government.
Yes.
There's a transition period that's relatively short.
Yeah.
Here, maybe 10 days, 2 weeks. And you need advice and counsel. Are you going to be part of that?
I have no idea. I'm certainly happy to do whatever the leader wants me to do. But yeah, it's important to hit the ground running. I'm sure that the team around the leader has been thinking about this. I think, though, unlike some of the other parties, I don't think they had a whole transition team kind of working away, because I think the party was focused very much on winning this election and focusing on that target. And
they don't have long to get.
They've got to get ready. They've got to get.
Right?
They've got to. Yes, and they will. I mean, look.
And there are big decisions coming up. There could be a decision from Obama this week on Keystone.
Yes.
There's the big Paris conference on climate change coming up. There's all sorts of stuff happening. Plus, at some point, I suppose, they get handed the details from the finance department of what the books really look like.
Yes.
Perhaps they look like what we've been told. Perhaps they don't. Big decisions have
That's
to be
always
made
an
there.
exciting moment. I was told the day after I was elected that by 3 officials that, in fact, there was no balanced budget and that we were heading towards a structural deficit of over $8 billion. So I know what that conversation is like. And it's, it certainly is.
That's why you see so many figures coming out. Well, I made all these promises, but they were based on numbers I thought were right, but turned out not to be right.
Well, he does have the benefit of people say, he's not ready. Quite the contrary. He has an instinct for this job, and he has an instinct for what it means to be the leader of the Liberal Party, but also what it means to be the Prime Minister of Canada. He grew up with that, and he's known what it's like, and he's watched other people doing it. And I think, frankly, people are looking for a different style in their Prime Minister from what we've had. I think that had a whole lot to do with why the results have come the way they've come.
All right. Well, speaking of that, because you bring up his father's role as Prime Minister of Canada, both you and I were in Ottawa in the late 70s, early 80s. You were an NDP MP. You went head-to-head, toe-to-toe against Pierre Trudeau.
Well, sort of.
Well, as much as
we're
anybody
pretty far
could,
back,
right?
the Ottawa River, pretty close to the Ottawa River.
Nevertheless, you saw him up close.
Yes.
And you've seen Justin Trudeau up
Absolutely.
close. A lot of people kind of criticized Justin Trudeau when he came in as cashing in on his father's name, and that's how he was getting ahead. But if anything, this campaign has proven he's his own guy.
Totally.
He did this, this was a Justin Trudeau campaign.
Totally.
But how are they different? Because they're not the same.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways in which it seem to me to be very different and also very similar. The main similarity I think that everybody needs to understand is that this man is extraordinarily disciplined. He's physically disciplined. He's in great shape. I don't think you could have run a 78-day campaign and he's in fantastic physical condition. He's also in great mental condition. And once he decided that he was going to take on the leadership of the Liberal Party, he didn't lose his focus. And his father was exactly the same way. His father was extremely tough that way, and Justin is very tough. Nobody should underestimate his ability to do this job and make difficult decisions about people, and we've seen it. I mean, all the way through. There's a difficult decision to be made, he makes it. And that is an important similarity. I think the greatest advantage that Justin has is he has a tremendous degree of compassion, and he has a lot of heart. And he shows that in ways that I don't think Canadians see it in terms of how he likes the crowds and is totally effusive of that. But he does it in very personal ways. I can speak to it in terms of my own life. I think many other Canadians can, and many people who work with him know that he's a genuinely thoughtful person. His father was a little bit more removed, a little more austere. And, people say, well, Pierre was so super brilliant. But the thing you've got to remember about where they're also similar is they believe in creating teams. Everybody used to say, Trudeau's a one-man band. They used to say about Pierre Trudeau.
Yeah.
Look at his cabinet. Look at the people he had around him in his cabinet.
Yeah, you can probably still name at least.
I mean, you can if you knew who they were, right? I mean, how can you? Who the hell knows who was in this cabinet? People say, "Oh, your cabinet minister was defeated." Who is that?
Right.
And that's different, and that's what we're going to see. I'm convinced we're going to see that in this Trudeau administration.
Okay, I got to move on because Rex Murphy wants to talk.
Well, Rex Murphy is, far more eloquent than I am. Lord knows.
Lord knows. Lord doesn't.
Lord knows.
I leave you on this. A little birdie told me over the last couple of days that the Liberals win. You're going to New York as the UN ambassador.
Well, that's the first I've heard of it, and
Okay. I just wanted to give you a warning.
Okay. Well, what's this? What was this? Was this a bird? Was this bird a blue jay?
It was a non-denial denial.
Was this bird a blue jay? Jays have won tonight, I think.
The Jays have won. They're great.
Good.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very
Good to
much,
talk
Peter.
to
It's
you.
a pleasure.
All right.
Take care.
All right, I promised Rex Murphy. He's had all evening to plan on these next few words. So he's got them ready, and he's going to impress us with exactly what he has to say on what has been a stunning evening in Canadian politics.
Well,
Rex.
first of all, Peter, I want to back the move that you've just started to send the less eloquent Bob Rae to New York. I think that's a good idea for all of us. So that's the first step. But what I'd really like to get to is that you've seen here, and it should be applauded for its skill and execution, a great triumph by the Liberal Party. They achieved what was their principal goal, and probably the principal goal of the majority of the population, which was the eviction of Stephen Harper and the Conservatives, a term that had gone too long and needed to go. Now, the third thing, and this is where it comes, is also a side effect. It was the great wounding of the NDP. We saw it beginning in Newfoundland, where you had Jack Harris, who was as much a figure of the Newfoundland thing as anywhere else. The NDP tonight has suffered so much, and it wasn't an expected element of this campaign that it was. Anyway, Peter, brief as that is, we're going back to you.
All right, Rex, I appreciate that, and you bring us in right on cue with those comments about Tom Mulcair. Here he is in Montreal. Let's listen to him, the first concession speech of the evening from one of the National Party leaders.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Mes amis,
Friends,
mes amis, depuis le début,
friends, from the very
cette élection
outset,
porte sur le
this
changement.
election has been about
Et ce soir,
change.
les Canadiens
And
ont
tonight,
tourné la page sur
Canadians
10
have turned the
longues
page on
Et
10
ils ont
long
rejeté
years,
la politique
and they
de la
reject
peur et
the
de la
politics
division.
of fear and division.
Et les Canadiens ont demandé
And
au NPD de
Canadians
continuer
asked the
d'être
NDP
porteurs de
to
l'espoir et de
continue to bring a message of hope and optimism, something that characterizes our party.
The extraordinary people I've met across this country, the people who are counting on us as New Democrats, the First Nations women I met in Saskatoon who knew we could be relied on to call a national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women, and to lead the way to eliminate violence against women. The former auto worker I met in Essex, who had lost his good-paying manufacturing job and was worried for the future of his kids. The grandmother I met in a senior's home in Brossard, who held out so much hope for the next era of Medicare. I want you to know that we will work for you each and every day in this new majority parliament. Il est évident qu'il existe des
It is
différences
clear
majeures
that there are
entre nos
major
partis
differences between our respective
Au cours
parties.
des 78 derniers
In
jours,
the last
l'accent a été mis
78
sur ces
days,
différences pour permettre aux
there has been an
Canadiens de faire
emphasis on differences in order to allow Canadians to make a choice. And today, Canadians made that choice. And we accept that choice
Moments ago, I spoke
with
with Mr.
full
Trudeau,
humility.
Mr. Harper,
humility.
Mr. Duceppe, and Ms. May. Despite our many differences on policy and on the way politics should be conducted, I thank Mr. Harper for his service to our country. I congratulated Mr. Trudeau on his exceptional achievement for both him and his party. In this campaign, Mr. Trudeau made ambitious commitments to Canadians, and Canadians will have high expectations for their next parliament. Les députés néo-démocrates vont se mettre au service des Canadiens.
NDP
en
members
travaillant
will be
avec
serving
les
Canadians
autres
by working
parlementaires
with other
pour bâtir
parliamentarians
l'avenir que
to
nous
build
souhaitons
the
tous
future that we
pour nos
all
enfants
would
et
like
nos
to see for our children and
C'est ce à
grandchildren.
quoi les gens s'attendent
That
de
is
nous.
what people expect of us.
Nous allons nous tenir debout
We
pour vos
will
communautés.
stand
Nous
up
allons
for
nous
your
battre
communities,
pour vos
we will
emplois,
fight
pour
for
vos
your
familles.
jobs, for your
Nous allons
families,
lutter
and
pour protéger
we will fight
l'environnement.
to protect the
We will
environment.
be unwavering in our pursuit of better health care for Canadians. We will stand strong in our fight against climate change and to protect our land, air, and water. And we will be resolute in our efforts to build a true nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. It's on these priorities and on many more that New Democrats will make real and lasting progress in this new Parliament. With this election, Canadians have asked us all to work for them. We will not let them down. Je veux remercier
I would like to thank first and foremost the voters of Outremont for renewing their confidence in me tonight. And I would also like to thank all the candidates who campaigned with courage under the NDP banner. I could not be prouder of the work that was accomplished.
Of the diversity and strength of our NDP team, as Rebecca reminded us, and that the work you have accomplished to build our party will carry us for years to come. We ran in this election with the most women and the most Indigenous candidates, not just in the history of our party, but in the history of Canada. This is something that makes me immensely proud.
To Catherine, with whom I have been sharing my life for more than 40 years now, I want to extend my great thanks for your love, your kindness, and your constant support. Thank you as well to Matt and Greg, our sons, and their wives, and our grandchildren, Juliette and Raphael. I can never thank you enough for your support and for your love.
To New Democrats here tonight and in every community across this country, thank you for your hard work, your dedication to our cause, and your steadfast hope and optimism. My friends, New Democrats have made historic contributions to build this country, whether it's Medicare or old age security, and we will continue.
Tonight, we have shown that the roots of the NDP continue to develop, and henceforth, the NDP will always be there for Quebecers, always be a real choice for Quebecers.
As a party with established roots in all corners of this country and deep roots right here in Quebec, the next chapter begins in our effort to build a better Canada. Thank you. Merci. On continue.
Tom Mulcair is speaking to supporters in Montreal tonight. And no indication there, direct indication from him as to what his own personal plans are. Obviously, it's been a very difficult night. The NDP sitting at 35 seats right now, compared with where they were with nearly 3 times that number after 2011. Leaving the stage quite quickly, they lost 12% of the vote. The crowd subdued. That's the shortest applause I've heard for a leader on any situation. Following an election night, and the crowd kind of sort of moving on and moving out. Here are the overall numbers for the Outremont riding where Tom Mulcair was running. Just so we clean this one up, Tom Mulcair has been re-elected in Outremont. It was an interesting race at the beginning. It was kind of tight, but in the end he won relatively comfortably by 1,500 votes. Tom Mulcair, being leader of the NDP for just over 2 years, joined the NDP in 2007. Remember, he was a provincial Liberal. He was the Quebec Environment Minister and during his Liberal days from 1994 to 2006 in Quebec. His time as Liberal leader looked so good for so long for him as he was moved up in the polls. Started off as a bit of a struggle, but he ended up moving up in the polls, and by the time the campaign started, he was the front runner. People criticized him because he was acting like the front runner. But he stayed that way and made it a 3-way race for roughly the first half of the campaign. Then things started to happen that were going against his numbers. Let's go back to Montreal once again. Hannah Thibodeau covered Tom Mulcair in many moments throughout this campaign. That was a very straightforward speech with very little reaction, really, from the crowd.
Yeah, very little reaction, Peter, because there aren't too many people down here at the headquarters. I want to go back to something that you were talking about just when the speech was over, about the fact that he didn't talk about what happens to his leadership from here on in. I was talking to some insiders just before he did take to the stage, and they were telling me that tonight is not the night to make that decision for him. Maybe this is something that's going to be discussed down the road. Also, another thing he made sure to mention in his speech is his wife, Catherine. They have been together for over 40 years, he says, but she was really his main advisor on this campaign. She was by his side each and every day, didn't miss one event, and you could even see her sitting in the crowd at time, making sure that he was smiling, that he was going long enough with his answers, and tonight you saw the disappointment in her face as well. So when it comes to his leadership, whether he maintains that or continues to decide whether he will do this down the road, I think that's something that's going to come in the few days and the weeks ahead. It wasn't something for this evening.
All right. Hannah, thanks very much. Hannah Thibodeau in Montreal with some insight on what may be going on and thinking behind the speech tonight from Tom Mulcair. We can tell you, and we've heard a number of times in the last hour or so, that Stephen Harper, when he does speak in Calgary tonight, will be announcing that he'll be stepping down as leader of the Conservative Party, retaining his seat that he won again tonight in Calgary, asking the national executive to make decisions about how they want to move forward with a new leader, whether it's initially an interim leader or whether they want to go straight to a leadership race. But Stephen Harper, we're told, will be making those comments during his speech in the next little while. Not sure who's up next. I'm assuming it's Stephen Harper will be speaking next, and then we'll hear from Justin Trudeau. Elizabeth May, Gilles Duceppe will also be speaking in the evening, and we'll check in to see what they have to say in their comments. All right, let's look at that Quebec map. When you look at a lot of red there that wasn't there the last time round. Quebec Liberals were mainly based on the island of Montreal, but not so this time. Wendy Mesley has been watching all this. Wendy.
Well, we've talked a lot about how well the Liberals have done, and they did pick up so much in Ontario. But I would argue, Peter, that once again, like 2011, the biggest surprise tonight has been in the province of Quebec. The Liberals were not expecting to pick up anywhere near the number of seats that they did. They went from an endangered species to the leaders. Let's take a look at what kind of change we're looking at. So the Liberals, they are up to, I think now it's 47 seats. That is more than his father won the last time here. They haven't been this high since his father was prime minister back in 1980. It came at the expense of the NDP. They were at 59 last time. It's almost as if they've switched spots. The Conservatives, they're back up to 11. That should be good news for them, but obviously they're not in government, so it's just not enough. And the BQ back in the game. Okay. So they've picked up a lot of the seats here, but look how it happened. They did it with only 1/3 of the vote, 35%. So we talked about how this would be a four-way race. It very much was. The Liberals have done extremely well with so many seats, but only 1/3 of the actual vote. So this could suggest, we'll find out later, but this could suggest that it was the Liberal machine, it was the efficiency of their vote, that they were able to get out the vote. Last time, they had no machine at all. They were destroyed after the sponsorship scandal. Actually, that was an entire decade of darkness after that. The NDP, Tom Mulcair was saying that they had deep roots, but they don't really have deep roots here, Peter, and they certainly don't have a machine. They weren't able to get out their vote. So the biggest story to me is that the Liberals have been sort of offside in terms of they have not been at the big table. They have not supported the party in power since 1993. They are now back at the big table. There are a lot of names that we haven't heard of because they haven't been in the game, but they are back at the seat of power. And the other big story, of course, is the NDP. They're going to be so disappointed that that they weren't able to pick up on what Jack Layton started for them here.
All right, Wendy, thanks very much. That's a story out of Quebec. Let's go to Vancouver Island. Duncan McHugh is with Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, who won her seat tonight. Party dropping a little bit in terms of their share of vote compared to last time round overall on the country, but she wins her seat, holds on to the leadership of the Green Party. She's with Duncan McHugh. Duncan.
Peter, I'm joined by Elizabeth May of the Green Party. Congratulations on winning your seat.
Thank you, Duncan.
I'm curious, as we look at the Liberal majority government, what your thoughts are, and you've already spoken with Justin Trudeau. What did you say?
I told him congratulations, that I'm looking forward to working with him as our new incoming Prime Minister, and I said, when can we sit down and talk about the climate conference? We only have 40 days for Canada to get our act together again, and so I have to say, I'm less partisan than many other party leaders. I'm very concerned that we have to rebuild the damage of that Stephen Harper has done to our laws, to some of our environmental laws, our policies, our reputation in the world. We've got a lot of rebuilding to do, and I want to be a constructive part of that.
You started out this campaign projecting 12 to 15 seats for the Green Party. Right now, it looks like you're a party of one yet again. So what went wrong?
It was a big blow to our campaign strategy when the English language national broadcast leaders debate, with CBC, CTV, and Global, when that was put at risk when Tom Mulcair pulled out, and of course Stephen Harper had already pulled out. It was very clear that was what had propelled us to doing particularly well in 2008. We had a great campaign strategy, but it really was rather predicated on having access to regular coverage. So we kept hearing every night about the three parties. That does take its toll on a party that's struggling to build that base. But I'm really excited about how well we've done, the great candidates we've had across Canada, thousands of volunteers, and so many people who said to me, I wanted to vote Green, but this time I had to vote strategically, which of course was hard to hear, but the message they also gave me was, next time I won't have to worry about that, I'll vote Green next time. So we're really looking forward to ongoing growth in the party and to getting Canada's reputation back in the world, to building climate action, to bringing back our environmental laws, and we will push the Liberals really hard to do those things.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Peter, back to you.
All right, Duncan, thank you. Duncan McHugh with Elizabeth May on Vancouver Island. Okay, we're told that it's only a couple of minutes away from Stephen Harper making his speech in Calgary, so we'll, of course, join that as soon as he arrives in the hotel in Calgary to give that speech. Bruce Anderson, you were watching Tom Mulcair closely. You've watched a lot of leaders give speeches on nights where elections are held, where leaders lose, leaders win. What did you make of Tom Mulcair's speech there?
Well, I had a kind of a mixed reaction to it. I certainly think very highly of Tom Mulcair and his wife. I think they're very committed to public service. I think they worked very hard for what they were fighting for. But the speech itself, I felt, was a bit of a mix. It almost sounded like a small victory speech as opposed to a recognition that something had failed really quite badly in the NDP campaign. And it did make me wonder, okay, he's probably got another announcement that he's going to make about his future at some point, because you could interpret part of what he was saying was, this idea of us forming a government, let's banish that idea and go back to being a party that champions specific causes but doesn't really try to form a government. That's how you could interpret some of those comments. And when you think about where he was when he started this campaign, he was ahead in the polls, and he shed support all the way through this campaign. That was a failure on his part, a failure on the party's part, and the party really needs to decide going forward whether it wants to try to go back towards a winning position or something else.
Chantal?
2 points. He reminded me of Michael Ignatieff in 2011 on that defeat night when he sounded like life was going to go on as usual the next morning. That can't be good. That can't last long. And Mr. Mulcair and the NDP have just sacrificed the best talents of a generation of New Democrats to a war against the Liberals. And I think they will find that the hardest thing to recover from.
It'd be interesting to see in that recovery process, if it doesn't go well, whether the party fragments further as a result of this. Andrew, your thoughts on
There's
this?
another similarity to Michael Ignatieff, which is he does not have deep roots in that party. He was parachuted in on top. They basically hired him like a sports team would hire a pitcher at the trading deadline to take them to the top, to win. And he didn't win. They started with, mid to high 30s in the polls, and they're at 19% at the end. If he was not thinking about his exit during that speech, I'm sure some other New Democrats were.
Well, as Hannah said, perhaps they've decided that tonight wasn't the night, which should be kind of similar to Ignatieff, right? What was it, the next day?
Yes, we sit you down in a hotel room.
Yeah.
One of the things
and we have a talk.
It's over.
One of the things, Peter, that I think confused lots of people, I guess, was that Mr. Mulcair's numbers really soared after the election of Rachel Notley in Alberta.
Right.
And I think it was easy for New Democrats to say, this is about us. This is about the movement and the party writ large. And in fact, I think it was really more of a test drive. Canadians on the center of the spectrum were saying, we've heard questions about Justin Trudeau. We really do want change. If Albertans can elect New Democrats, maybe we should take a look at it too. But it was a test drive. They weren't sold on it. I don't think the economic policies convinced many Canadians, and we see the result tonight.
You know, you look at the Alberta vote tonight. Rachel Notley winning just how many months ago?
Yeah.
How many? 6 months ago? More than 60% voting Conservative in Alberta. 11%. Voting NDP.
We've talked about how people have underestimated Justin Trudeau, and I think the NDP probably more than anybody. I think it's pretty clear they thought that the Liberals were just going to drop off the map in the campaign. It would become a two-horse race. They would present themselves as the government in waiting. And I think that accounts for the
They weren't the only ones who thought that, right?
I know, but
the Conservatives clearly thought that too.
But
they thought it was all going to come down to a Conservative NDP race.
Yeah.
Got to go to Calgary. Stephen Harper's entered the room, and we're about to witness his remarks to his supporters. Stephen Harper, 56-year-old Prime Minister for the last almost 10 years. That's his wife, Lorraine, of course. Shaking hands with supporters and those who've been at their side for all these years. 9 years, 8 months, 8 days as Prime Minister. That's up to today. He will remain as Prime Minister for the next 10 days, 2 weeks until the swearing in of a new government. That's the 6th longest in Canadian history, just behind Jean Chrétien. If he'd won tonight, he would have passed Jean Chrétien in another couple of weeks, actually, that he would have surpassed Jean Chrétien's time as Prime Minister. Only 5 other Prime Ministers have attempted to win 4 successive mandates. Remember, he started off by winning 2 minorities, then followed that with a majority. If he'd won tonight, he would have joined Select Company with 4 successive mandates. 5 other PMs have attempted 4 mandates. MacDonald, Laurier, King, Trudeau. Well, they all won 4, but only MacDonald and Laurier had won successive 4 mandates. Stephen Harper would have tried to have joined them. John Diefenbaker also lost in his attempt for a 4th successive mandate. First elected in 1993 as a Reform Party MP. Elected in 2002 by election as an MP for Canadian Alliance. Elected in 2004 as an MP. They lost that election, won in 2006. Let's see how he handles his speech and his comments for Conservatives and Canadians.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for that tremendous welcome. I can tell you that for Lorene, Van, Rachel, and me, after 11 weeks, it feels very good to be with you here at our home in our Calgary. And a special welcome to all of those who are here tonight from the great riding of Calgary Heritage. In a moment, friends, I'll have a little bit more to say about that, but first, I wish to address all Canadians. Lorraine et moi avons embrassé la vie publique.
Lorraine and I decided to go into public life because we believe that hardworking Canadians should keep more of their hard-earned money.
Because we believe that hardworking Canadians should keep more of the money they earn. Because we believe that government should manage the people's money the way people manage their own. Because, friends, we believe that in a dangerous world, Canada must, without apology, advance our values, defend our interests, and stand by our friends. We have championed those values all of our public lives. Pendant les dernières 9 années et demie,
in the last 9.5 years, I had the incredible honor of serving as your Prime Minister.
It has been an unbelievable honor to serve as your Prime Minister. And it has been a great experience to again meet Canadians from coast to coast to coast during the last 2.5 months of this campaign. Nous avons tout mis en jeu.
We put everything on the table. We gave everything we had to give, and we have no regrets.
We gave everything we have to give, and we have no regrets whatsoever. Friends, how could we? We remain citizens of the best country on earth. Friends, our country is one of the most enduring democracies in the world today. And today, for the 42nd time in 148 years, Canadians have chosen a national parliament. Well, tonight's result is certainly not the one we had hoped for. The people are never wrong.
The people of Canada have elected a Liberal government, a result that we accept without hesitation.
Have elected a Liberal government, a result we accept without hesitation. I have spoken, friends, to Mr. Trudeau and offered him my congratulations, all of our congratulations, on his successful campaign. And I have assured him of my full cooperation during the process of transition in the coming days. I know we also want to extend all of our congratulations to Mr. Mulcair, Ms. May, and Mr. Duceppe on their campaigns. To all Canadians of every stripe, in every corner of our country, victorious or not, I salute you. Your efforts help keep our democracy strong. To the constituents of Calgary Heritage, thank you. Thank you for renewing your support for me once again. This is the 7th mandate you have given me, and it remains a true privilege to serve the people of this vibrant city in the Parliament of Canada. Dear friends, there are so many people who deserve credit for the work that goes into a national campaign. And at the top of that list, of course, are my family, Lorraine, Ben, and Rachel. I love you more than you can imagine. And I have depended on you a great deal, not just in these past 79 days, but for a long time before that. I hope you will always know that without you, none of this would be possible, but with you, everything is. Thank you.
I also want to thank my campaign team across the country.
All of those with us on the road, at our national headquarters in Ottawa, and in Calgary Heritage, and 337 other electoral district associations across this country. Our party, friends, is a grassroots organization, and it is only because of our devoted staff and the thousands upon thousands of loyal members and volunteers that our party has been able to spread its message.
And tonight, we elected an official opposition which is strong.
And tonight, friends, we have been able to elect a strong official opposition to the Parliament of Canada. For all of those who have, over the past decade and a half, built our party and contributed to our campaign, you have our deepest gratitude, and you should feel nothing but pride. Know also this as well. The disappointment you also feel is my responsibility and mine alone. But know this for certain. When the next time comes, this party will offer Canadians a strong and clear alternative based on our conservative values.
And we will offer that alternative as a party that has a solid basis, including in Quebec.
Never forget that due to your efforts, our country stands tall today. We have built a Canada that is stronger than ever. Our economy is growing and new jobs are being created. The budget is balanced and federal taxes are at their lowest in 50 years. We are poised to seize the opportunities that come with free trade access to Europe, to the Americas, and now to the Asia Pacific. Our men and women in uniform have the tools to do their jobs and the steadfast support of their fellow citizens.
Canada is safe and more united than ever.
In a dangerous world, we have stood consistently for freedom, democracy, and justice. This is the Canada we Conservatives have been building since the time of Sir John A. Macdonald, and this is the Canada to which, for the countless generations to come, we will be dedicated. Thank you again, friends, all of you, for all your support, for all you have done for our country. Merci beaucoup. Please say a little prayer for our men and women in uniform. God bless all of you. God bless Canada.
All right, Stephen Harper making his remarks to Conservative supporters. In Calgary, he never gave his own personal decisions about what was going to be moving forward, but I can tell you that we do have a statement that was released at the same time as Mr. Harper moved into the Calgary speaking area to give his speech tonight. A statement from John Walsh, the president of the Conservative Party of Canada, and it's very short here. It says, I've spoken to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and he has instructed me to reach out to the newly elected Parliamentary Caucus to appoint an interim leader and to the National Council to implement the leadership selection process pursuant to the Conservative Party of Canada Constitution. You'll issue a detailed statement tomorrow morning. So Stephen Harper exits the stage in Calgary and exits the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada on those instructions to the party itself. So we've got the 22nd Prime Minister of Canada being defeated tonight convincingly by the Prime Minister-elect, Justin Trudeau, who will be speaking next, we expect within the next 5 minutes or so from his spot in Montreal. Stephen Harper shaking hands and heading for the exit in Calgary. Difficult night, one assumes, for him and his family. There's Lorraine Harper with Stephen Harper, the RCMP detail that surrounds him and moving out, quick wave, and he's gone, not spending any time in the auditorium. That's his son, Ben, with his arm around him. Has been a fixture at various campaign nights and election nights like this in the past. So once again, as we await comments from the new Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, let's talk about the comments we just heard from Stephen Harper. Andrew, do you want to start us off?
Very gracious in tone, seemed almost chipper, almost cheerful, almost like he had a weight off of his shoulders. And I'm sure through the last few weeks of that campaign, it was probably like dragging an anchor.
He kind of signaled in that interview I did with him over at Labor Day. He was even then talking in sort of very open terms about, I've enjoyed this time as Prime Minister, I'm proud of my time. It almost sounded like he was ready for defeat at that point.
Well, we've talked about this before, that it was hard to see how you got to a Conservative victory from the beginning of this campaign. They had a ceiling of 35% that they were ever going to get. And unless the vote split perfectly on the other way, they were not going to form the government. So he may have seen, as many of those departed cabineters may have seen the writing on the wall fairly early. On the other hand, this is entirely self-inflicted. I mean, they didn't run a very good campaign. It was spiritless. It didn't not much in the way of a platform, et cetera. But the conditions for this were laid out in the years previous to this. I do think a lot of it had to do with a style of politics, an approach to government that was overly centralized, overly harsh, overly autocratic. And a lot of the message that Justin Trudeau was bringing was very much the opposite of that. It was much more upbeat, much more cheerful, much less emphasis on, controlling and fear, et cetera. And you reap what you sow. This did not have to happen. They were not condemned, as we've said before, by the economy. They beat themselves.
He kept saying through the campaign, he said it in that interview, and he was saying in his ads by the end of it, it's not about me.
Yeah.
Where, in fact, it was about him.
Yes, but when you look at the popular vote, he still wasn't rejected massively by the people who gave him a majority. It is only that finally the vote that never wanted him found a home to coalesce in. Otherwise, he could have won on the splits again. I'm not sure he would have been well served with a minority government this time around, not only because of the opposition, but because he had always brought his party forward in every election. This would have been the first sign that he was a spent force. It would have been really difficult to run that government. I listened to that speech, and it seemed to me that he had not prepared another speech for tonight.
No. I think he's known for some time.
Yes.
There's, probably more than a few days. We're talking a few weeks. He seemed, I think, convinced of the direction this was going in. Bruce?
Well, I do think that he looked and sounded relieved. But, I look at him and I think, like Andrew and Chantal were saying, this wasn't foreordained. This didn't have to happen this badly for the Conservative Party. I can't recall a prime minister who seems less interested in the salesmanship part of politics than Stephen Harper. Yes, he put hundreds of millions of dollars of public money into advertising designed to get voters softened up. Yes, he had made sure that Pierre Poilievre, handed out billions of dollars in checks to families. They went through all of these things that should have given them a lift. But ultimately, the Prime Minister, Mr. Harper's problem was he was happy pitching 40% of the vote. And if you're never going to try to increase the share that you could get, if you're never going to reach beyond those people who say, yes, the one and maybe the only thing I care about is taxes or security. What we found in our last survey was that the number of people who said taxes and security were the top issue for them together was 10%. Failed to land that ballot question. He doesn't seem remorseful about that. He said he took he took responsibility for the failure, but it was a pretty quick acknowledgement that it was a failure.
Let me throw something else on the table. The Conservatives took a lot of heat for the last 4 years from people who did not like them, and that's putting it mildly, that they only represented 39% of the population, and therefore more than 60% were against them. Look at these numbers tonight. They were almost identical. The Liberals are at 40%.
Yeah. So, that's our electoral system, unfortunately.
It is our electoral
another can
system.
of worms. I don't think it was just the numbers. It was the style of government. And, I think this is you can't put this all just on personalities. This isn't just about the leadership of Harper. It was about the culture he created in the party. It was about the approach to politics and governing that they took with him at the top, no doubt. But I think this is an opportunity in a sort of a way for the party to re-examine itself and go back to basics. What happened under this leadership was they decided they were going to minimize their actual substantive differences with the other parties. They weren't going to take any risks. They weren't going to unveil any big, ambitious policies. It was all going to be small ball, and they replaced those big substantive differences with a lot of partisanship and with a lot of micro-targeting, et cetera, and sort of amp up that side of things. I think they need to make the opposite mix. It's clear people want a more positive type of politics, a more civilized type of discourse, but hopefully in the wake of that, they can also start talking about ideas again and about challenging the opposition and making, the government now, and putting forward positive alternatives rather than just this kind of nickel and diming.
Chantal.
It's not just the numbers. I think you best saw it in Elizabeth May's reaction tonight. She didn't have a good night. But you could tell that she was happy because there are more policy connections between the NDP, the Green Party, and the Liberals than there ever were between any of those parties, really, and the Conservatives. And that is why Justin Trudeau won, because it was so easy for so many New Democrats. Your BlackBerry, like mine, is probably filling up with people who voted NDP and who are partying. because they got the result that they wanted. So 40% for Justin Trudeau is not the same thing as 40% was for Stephen Harper, which was his maximum.
Not on this night.
No.
Wait if it heads south. Then it suddenly
Let's see in
becomes
4
important.
years.
Exactly. Rosie, you want in on this?
Well, I agree with you. I think that this was not a surprise for Stephen Harper. I think that this had been signaled to him weeks ago by those around him that it was bad and it was getting worse. And I think that's why we saw some of those sort of desperate attempts towards the end, right, to bring in the Ford family, for instance. And by the way, didn't pay off. They didn't win any of the Etobicoke. So even that wasn't enough for them. And it may be too soon to cast our minds forward, but it's going to be awfully interesting in the days ahead.
All right, here's Justin Trudeau arriving in the Queen Elizabeth Hotel with his wife, Sophie, to a cheering crowd, obviously, an ecstatic crowd of Liberals, many of whom, no matter what they thought at the beginning of this campaign, I'm sure those thoughts did not include a night where they were going to get 188 seats and form a majority government, and that Justin Trudeau would become the 23rd Prime Minister of Canada. What will he have to say tonight? What is he going to tell this crowd? Well, we're about to find out what words he has, not just for Liberals, but for Canadians from across the country who voted for him and voted against him. He's the new Prime Minister. How is he going to unite Canadians in a difficult campaign, at times a vicious campaign where things were said about him that were not about his policies or his politics, but were about him personally. And here you are, the first words from the soon-to-be new Prime Minister of Canada. It takes, once again, about usually 10 days to 2 weeks before the transition finalizes and a new party, a new government takes hold, Prime Minister sworn in, and the cabinet he has to pick will be sworn in. Let's just watch and listen to this. He seems a little overwhelmed by the moment.
Merci. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Merci. Merci, mes amis. Thank
friends.
You. Thank you, my friends. Merci. Il y a plus de 100 ans,
more than 100 years ago, a great Prime Minister, Wilfrid Laurier, talked about sunny voices. He knew that politics can be a positive force. And that is the message that Canadians sent today. Canadians chose a change, real change.
Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways. This is what positive politics can do. This is what a positive, hopeful vision and a platform and a team together can make happen. Canadians from all across this great country sent a clear message tonight. It's time for a change in this country, my friends, a real change.
There are so many people to be thanked tonight. I will be spending lots of time in the coming days thanking them. But I'd like to begin today with my family. I'd like to begin by thanking my family, Sophie, Xavier, Ella Grace, and Adrien. Thank you for allowing me to serve. Thank you, Sophie, for your strength, for your compassion, and for your generosity, your deep generosity. And to Xavier, Adrien, and Ella Grace, who are asleep now, but who will be with us tomorrow morning. My children, I have to say, we are embarking on a new adventure together. And I can tell you now that there will be difficult moments as children of a prime minister, but Dad will be there for you. I also want to thank all the people who have trusted me since 2008, the people of Papineau. Thank you once again for your support. Thank you for your confidence. I will be, first and foremost, very proud to represent you in the House of Commons. Dear fellow citizens, you talk to me about the issues that are important to you. I heard you, and that helped me to become a better member of Parliament, to be a better leader, and that will help me to be a better Prime Minister. Thank you.
I also want to specifically thank my good friends, Katie Telford and Gerald Butts. Katie and Jerry are two of the smartest, toughest, hardest working people you will find anywhere. They share with me the conviction that politics doesn't have to be negative and personal to be successful, that you can appeal to the better angels of our nature, and you can win while doing it. Tonight, my very good friends, we proved that. I hope it is an inspiration to like-minded people to step up and pitch in, to get involved in the public life of this country, and to know that a positive, optimistic, hopeful vision of public life isn't a naive dream. It can be a powerful force for change. And I also want to thank the incredible volunteers that made tonight happen. Over 80,000 Canadians got involved in the core of this campaign. They knocked on their neighbors' doors. They made phone calls. They sent emails. Hundreds of thousands more supported us actively with their friends and online. They convinced their neighbors and their families. And all of these people had one thing in common. They care deeply about their families, their communities, and their country. They believe that better is possible and that active citizens can play a real part in making it happen. Now, this movement we've built was fueled by these amazing volunteers. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Now, I want to take a moment to speak about my colleagues across the aisle. Tonight, I received phone calls from all of them, including from Mr. Harper. Stephen Harper has served this country for a decade, and as with anyone who has devoted their life to this country, we thank him for his service. Now, over the course of this campaign, I had the opportunity to have a couple of brief personal conversations with him about our families. It reminded me of the extraordinary and unique sacrifices that are made by anybody who serves this country at the highest levels. And I want to remind everyone, as I've said many times over the course of this campaign, Conservatives are not our enemies, they're our neighbors. Leadership is about bringing people of all different perspectives together. Je veux aussi rendre hommage.
I also want to pay tribute to Thomas Mulcair, who ran a vigorous campaign. He fought right up until the end. And to the supporters of his party, I understand your disappointment tonight. Our party has had some difficult times not so long ago, so don't be discouraged. Our country needs engaged citizens like you. Our country will only be stronger as a result. Thank you.
Now, you're all going to hear a lot tonight and tomorrow about me and about our campaign. Lots of people are going to have lots of opinions about why we were successful. Well, for 3 years, we had a very old-fashioned strategy. We met with and talked with as many Canadians as we could. And we listened. We won this election because we listened. We did the hard work of slogging it across the country. We met with hundreds of people in the dead of winter in the Arctic and with thousands of people in Brampton in the middle of this campaign. You built this platform. You built this movement. You told us what you need to be successful. You told us what kind of government you want, and we built the plan to make it happen. In coffee shops and in town halls, in church basements and in gurdwaras, you gathered. You spent time together with us. And you told us about the kind of country you want to build and leave to your children.
You told us about the challenges in your everyday lives. You told us that it was becoming more and more difficult to make ends meet and to pay your bills at the end of the month. You told us that you were concerned about your retirement. You told us that your communities needed investment. You told us that good jobs were becoming more and more rare. You are the inspiration behind our program. You are the reason why we worked so hard to reach this point, to reach the point where we are tonight. And you will always be at the heart of the government that we will form.
Over the past 3 years, you told us what you're going through. You told us that it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet, let alone to get ahead. You told us you're worried about whether you'll be able to afford a dignified retirement. You told us that your communities need investment. You told us you need a fair shot at better jobs. You are the inspiration for our efforts. You are the reason why we worked so hard to be here tonight, and you will be at the heart of this new government. So, my message to you tonight, my fellow citizens, is simple. Have faith in yourselves and in your country. Know that we can make anything happen if we set our minds to it and work hard. Ce n'est pas moi qui a fait l'histoire ce soir.
I am not the one who made history tonight. You are.
Ne laissez pas les gens vous dire le
Don't
contraire.
let anyone tell you anything different.
Que je suis ici ce soir
I know that I am
pour
on
une
this
seule
stage
raison,
tonight for one
parce que
reason and
vous
one reason
m'avez
alone.
choisi.
Because you
I
put
didn't
me
make
here.
history tonight. You did. And don't let anyone tell you any differently. I know that I am on stage tonight for one reason and one reason only, because you put me here. And you gave me clear marching orders. You want a government that works as hard as you do, one that is focused every minute of every day on growing the economy, creating jobs, and strengthening the middle class. One that is devoted to helping less fortunate Canadian families work their way into the middle class. You want a Prime Minister who knows Canada is a country strong, not in spite of our differences, but because of them. A PM who never seeks to divide Canadians, but takes every single opportunity to bring us together. You want a Prime Minister who knows that if Canadians are to trust their government needs to trust Canadians. A PM who understands that openness and transparency means better, smarter decisions. You want a Prime Minister that knows that a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples that respects rights and honors treaties must be the basis for how we work to close the gap and walk forward together. À mes compatriotes québécois,
To my fellow
ce
Quebecers,
soir, ensemble,
tonight,
nous avons
together,
choisi la voie de
we have
l'engagement.
chosen the path
Nous
of
avons
engagement.
choisi de se réengager
We
dans une politique
have chosen to
plus
re-engage
rassembleuse, plus
in
positive.
a more unifying
Nous
and
avons
positive
choisi
form of
de se
politics. We have
réengager
chosen
dans la
to
gouverne
re-engage
d'un pays
in
pour qui
leading
reflète
a
nos
country
valeurs et nos
that
ambitions.
reflects our values and our ambitions.
Nous avons choisi
We have
de faire
chosen
confiance et
to
d'investir
trust one another and
ensemble
invest
dans notre
together
avenir.
in our future.
Au cours des 3 dernières années,
In the
j'ai
last
passé
3
beaucoup de
years,
temps
I have spent a lot of time meeting with you and listening to what you had to say. You told me that you wanted a government that would be open and transparent. a government that trusts its citizens, a government that is there to serve all Canadians. Tonight, that is the commitment I am making to you. I will be the Prime Minister of all Canadians. We will form a government of integrity that respects institutions and which will make collaboration with the provinces the primary principle of all its actions. Dear fellow Quebecers, thank you. Tonight, Canada is becoming the country it was before. Tonight, Quebec is returning to the Government of Canada.
Canadians have spoken. You want a government with a vision and an agenda for this country that is positive and ambitious and hopeful. Well, my friends, I promise you tonight that I will lead that government. I will make that vision a reality. I will be that Prime Minister. In this election, 1,792 Canadians stepped up, put their names on ballots and on lawn signs, and ran for office. 338 of them were chosen by you to be their voices in Ottawa, and I pledge tonight that I will listen to all of them. There are 1,000 stories I could share with you about this remarkable campaign, but I want you to think about one in particular. Last week, I met a young mum in St. Catharines, Ontario. She practices the Muslim faith and was wearing a hijab. She made her way through the crowd and handed me her infant daughter. And as she leaned forward, she said something that I will never forget. She said she's voting for us because she wants to make sure that her little girl has the right to make her own choices in life and that her government will protect those rights. To her, I say this: you and your fellow citizens have chosen a new government, a government that believes deeply in the diversity of our country. We know in our bones that Canada was built by people from all corners of the world who worship every faith, who belong to every culture, who speak every language. In our hearts, that this country's unique diversity is a blessing bestowed upon us by previous generations of Canadians. Canadians who stared down prejudice and fought discrimination in all its forms. We know that our enviable, inclusive society didn't happen by accident and won't continue without effort. I have always known this. Canadians know it too. If not, I might have spoken earlier this evening and given a very different speech. Have faith in your fellow citizens, my friends. They are kind and generous. They are open-minded and optimistic. And they know in their heart of hearts that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Mes amis, nous avons battu
my friends,
la peur avec l'espoir.
we beat fear with
Nous avons
hope.
battu le cynisme
We beat
avec le
cynicism
travail
with
acharné.
hard work.
Nous avons battu la politique
We
négative
beat
avec une
negative
vision
politics
rassembleuse
with a
et
positive
positive.
vision that brings Canadians
My
together.
friends, we beat fear with hope. We beat cynicism with hard work. We beat negative, divisive politics with a positive vision that brings Canadians together. Most of all, we defeated the idea that Canadians should be satisfied with less, that good enough is good enough, and that better just isn't possible. Well, my friends, this is Canada, and in Canada, better is always possible. Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci. Merci.
Well, there you have it, your new Prime Minister, the 23rd Prime Minister in Canada's history, Justin Trudeau, with his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau. And his definition, in many ways, in that speech of what real change means to him, his sense of what he wants to see happen in the country, giving credit where credit's due, saying it wasn't him who won, it was the people who made the choice based on what they heard throughout this campaign. A lengthy speech, as winning speeches go in terms of these nights, but a speech clearly that Justin Trudeau wanted to make tonight, not just for those in that room, but for Canadians from coast to coast to coast who were fascinated by this person's campaign, a winning campaign, a campaign that started, apparently, it looked like he was in third place, and he just took off. There was a debate in that first week of the campaign where Justin Trudeau did not look like the odd man on the stage. In fact, he very much looked like he was part of the debate. And from that day forward, he just picked up steam. And in these last couple of weeks, certainly made the push through certain parts of the country. He was always going to do well in Atlantic Canada, broke through in parts of Quebec, broke through in Ontario, has done well in BC, done well in parts of Manitoba. Not so well in Saskatchewan and Alberta, but nevertheless, he's got seats in... I didn't check. Did he get a seat in Saskatchewan? Did he get a seat in every province in the country? Yes, of course he did. Ralph Goodale would have won. So he's represented in every province in Canada, which is always a marker for any prime minister who takes office after defeating another government. Where's the representation? Well, in his case, it's right across the country, although it is slim in those two provinces of Saskatchewan and Alberta. So here are your overall numbers as we go from the Liberal Party headquarters. Let's look at our virtual parliament with now a Liberal majority government. You've got 184 Liberals at the moment. There are still some seats to be decided. There are close races in a number of places in the country. Numbers changed a little bit during that speech. 184 Liberals leading or elected, 101 Conservatives, 42 NDP. They've popped up a little bit in the counts in BC and in a couple of other places. 10 for the Bloc Québécois and 1 Elizabeth May for the Green Party. I'm going to quickly go back to Montreal. Susan Ormiston was in the room listening to Justin Trudeau. Give us your thoughts, Susan.
Well, you know, a couple of things struck me about his speech, Peter. One is have faith in yourself and in your country. There was, I sensed across Canada this last week, a pent-up desire to usher in a new way of doing things, a new way of politics. They bought the message from Justin Trudeau that things could happen in a different way with optimism, getting rid of divisiveness. You know, I talked to some of his advisors on the plane this week who said, I asked them, did you always have faith that you could stay positive and not dig deeply into the negative part of the politics when you were attacked, and they looked at me and they said, well, our leader was determined, indicating that they weren't always sure, but this was his message from the get-go. I also was impressed with what he said tonight about, he said, I'm not the person who made history here tonight, it's you, throwing it back to the voters, back to the citizens of the country. So a very long and inspiring speech from a leader whom now has many expectations on his shoulders. Everybody will be tugging at his sleeve starting tonight, Peter.
All right, Susan, great work tonight. Thanks so much. Susan Ormiston in Montreal. Reminded me a little bit of the Obama 2008 speech. Remember after the Hope and Change campaign, the speech he had to give that night in Chicago to Americans, talking about hope and change, but also at the same time saying these things don't happen automatically. We got a special guest for you in a moment here, but I just want to preface it by telling you this little story of Justin Trudeau. I talked a moment ago about doing that, the Harper interview around the Labor Day weekend. Well, I did a Trudeau interview at the same time. And after the interview was over and we were taking what we call cutaways, different shots that you need in terms of the edit and the production of the interview, he told me he went through his little riff about being underestimated throughout his life in politics. That he was underestimated when he ran for the by-election, first of all, for a win in Papineau. Then he was underestimated, he said, in that fight, remember, against the Conservative senator, and he ended up the boxing match for charity, which he won. That he was underestimated when he ran for leadership of the party, and that he would be underestimated again during this campaign. He said he was always underestimated, but he always had confidence that he could win. And in fact, in every one of those circumstances, Justin Trudeau won. Now, I tell you that story for another reason, because in the history of our country, there's only one person who has ever defeated a Trudeau. And that's our next guest. Joins us tonight from London, England, where former Prime Minister Joe Clark sits by, having defeated Pierre Trudeau in 1979, didn't go so well the next year in 1980, but nevertheless has that record for him. I know it's very early in the morning, it's tomorrow morning in London, but you had a chance to watch Justin Trudeau there. I'm not sure whether you ever thought you would see that day. I mean, you knew the Trudeaus, you obviously knew his father, you saw Justin growing up, at the same time your daughter Catherine was growing up. It must have been a strange feeling for you watching that tonight.
Well, it's been a strange feeling since Justin ran for the leadership and won it. But I have to say his performance in the campaign has been really extraordinary. Not simply was it effective, but it demonstrated who he was. And I did know the family, and they were both, the father clearly has proven his essence and strength, and I think that at least so far, Justin Trudeau, the new Prime Minister-elect, has done the same thing. What is clear is that they're very different people, but one of the things that they have in common is that they reflected their age. They reflected the generation that they were elected to lead. And both of them, as Justin Trudeau indicated tonight, were very much optimists. I think probably the son a little more enthusiastically than the father. I found it striking that he would talk about Laurier's sunny ways, because it seems to me that this campaign at the end came down to quite clearly a choice of styles. And he is an optimist. He's establishing a sunny style, a style of hope. And he is following a period of time when there was a sense of division and of lack of momentum in the country. Now, it's going to be a real challenge for him to maintain that idea of inclusiveness going forward. But I think it's genuine, and I think he's very well begun.
You know, there was something he said in that speech that reminded me of the eulogy he gave his father. He talked tonight about respect for your opponents. And I don't think anybody who would have seen that eulogy those few years ago for his father would forget that moment. He talked about being taken in the parliamentary restaurant after making a few cracks about you, young Justin, led over by his father, Pierre Trudeau, to meet you, and under the instruction saying, you always respect your opponent. You never make fun of your opponent. It was interesting to hear him, in some ways, remark back to that same kind of lesson that he'd heard from his father tonight.
And that is going to be a real challenge going forward. It always is. He has reached out to everyone. He has achieved the support of a lot of people who would not normally support his party, might not have supported them in previous times. He's set himself the goal, as he has to, of governing for everyone. Being a prime minister can be confining. Leading a party, leading a government, even a majority government, can be confining. And he's going to have to ensure that he is true to that promise. You know, Peter, some of us who have a long experience with Liberal governments harbor a suspicion that they are not always as open as they seem. And I think that one of the challenges that Justin Trudeau faced and overcame in this campaign was that he earned confidence, that he was quite genuinely a person who trusted and respected others. I think that's an essential quality in the country and the world that we're living in now, a time when problems are acute and when suspicions are higher than they had been in previous times. He's going to need that. He's going to need help, but he's going to have to be very true to himself. And on the basis of what I've seen in the last couple of months in the campaign, I'm reasonably confident he'll do that.
The Right Honourable Joe Clark joining us from London, England tonight. We appreciate very much your time, Mr. Clark, getting up early, as I know you did, but I guess you probably wanted to watch that little bit of history unfold this evening as well.
I certainly did. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, sir. Joe Clark joining us from London. I want to show you, we're going to go to the insiders in just a second. I want to show you this cartoon that's come out in the last couple of hours. Bruce McKinnon, the great cartoonist in Halifax for the Chronicle Herald. Justin Trudeau doing the bat flip with Stephen Harper based on tonight's results. And that's a classic. That one will go down and be remembered. That's in tomorrow's Chronicle Herald. We love to scoop the papers on their own stuff. All right, let's bring in the insiders. They're down in the voters' studio, and they've been very patient throughout tonight, as has everybody, as we watch what's been going on. We're heading into a period of transition, I guess, in terms of, where am I looking? There we are. In terms of what happens now as governments change. You've all seen some of that kind of action before, whether it's from opposition to government or from third-party status to opposition. Things have to happen in spite of what happened this evening and the emotions that this kind of evening produces, but they have to happen in a hurry, especially when you're moving into government. What's that process like? David, can you give us an idea?
Well, I think that the officials at the Privy Council office in Ottawa will have been giving careful study to the Liberal platform and coming up with ideas as to how that platform can be implemented. They will be meeting with Mr. Trudeau's team virtually immediately, and there will be extensive and intensive meetings over the next week to 10 days, talking about everything from how to restructure the machinery of government to the ordering of policies. And of course, while all that's going on, the new Prime Minister has to decide what kind of cabinet to put together and how that cabinet will be shaped and formed. And in this regard, I just want to say one thing that's kind of got lost in the shuffle of all this. One of the many great things that Mr. Trudeau and his team did was recruit a truly exceptional group of candidates across Canada, a once-in-a-generation influx of talent. So they've got an embarrassment of riches in terms of a cabinet, and I fully expect they'll put together one of the most talented cabinets we've seen in the country.
And one of the challenges he will have in doing that is he's talked about having, you know, as almost all governments do when they come in, we're not going to have a large cabinet, we're going to have a smaller cabinet than the last the last party did. We're also going to reflect diversity and have an even gender balance. But he's got a lot to choose from, so these are going to be extremely difficult decisions. Jamie, your thoughts on the emotions of tonight and the challenges of transition?
Well, first of all, you know, new leaders are lucky. We have
very sophisticated public service when it comes to transitions. They're good at it. They've been preparing for over a year. But you're right, there's lots of decisions to be made. And every leader soon finds out he disappoints more people than he makes friends when she or he makes their new cabinet. And Mr. Trudeau is going to find that out when he's got a lot of terrific choices and some restrictions, geography, gender, and what others. But there's just an awful lot to do when you take over a G7 government. And of course, remember, people are taking over this government and they're exhausted. They've been on the longest campaign in memory, and they've now, without getting any kind of break at all, they've got to assume some really important responsibilities starting first thing tomorrow morning.
The winners are never as tired as the losers.
At least not briefly. And then, of course, the opposition parties have a transition of a different kind.
All right, Kathleen?
Yeah, we just pick up on what JB was just saying there, that there's different kinds of transition depending on where the parties are, right? So, and Democrats obviously will be having to let go and restructure staff, and that's really sad because it's not just the numbers on a screen. These are real people who will likely will have to lose their jobs in the coming days. So my heart goes out to them, friends and colleagues. That said, I think the one thing I would mention that hasn't been said on the show tonight, Peter, I was hearing from friends in Ottawa about people cracking champagne and even fireworks going off in some areas of Ottawa tonight in celebration of the Heave Steve event that happened tonight. And I think that New Democrats, despite the disappointing results tonight, can take some amount of pride in the fact that New Democrats did hold Mr. Harper to account in Parliament and help to kind of in some way illuminate the disastrous record that the Conservatives have had in government and just the destruction that they've wreaked on many of our services, on our veterans, on our environmental laws in this country. And hopefully there's some solace in that tonight.
All right. Well, I'm sure some New Democrats will take solace in that. Kathleen Monk, David Hurley, Jamie Watt, thanks for your patience tonight. Long night, but we were better informed by having the opportunity to hear your thoughts and analysis on a variety of different things that happened throughout the evening. The insiders, and they'll be back with us, of course, during the National over the weeks ahead. Okay, let's look at the big numbers and then get some final thoughts from everybody before we hand things over to Ian Hannah-Mansing, who's got an all-nighter planned for us. So we're looking forward to that. It'll even be longer than Justin Trudeau's speech, Andrew. All right, the Liberals at 184, leading are elected, 102 Conservatives, 41 NDP, 10 Bloc, and 1 Green. Let's go quickly around the table. Rosie, your thoughts on what we've witnessed tonight. I mean, nobody has been closer to the campaign than you doing it every day on Power and Politics.
Well, it's not where we thought we would end up at any point, certainly at the beginning, and even at the middle. I'm not sure we really had a sense that this was coming until maybe a week ago. We started to feel some sort of magic thing happening on the ground. And I think it's worth pointing out to people now that the changes are going to be quite phenomenal going forward. Let's talk about just some of the immediate things. Cabinet meetings. Mm-hmm. We are going to attend and know when cabinet meetings are happening again. I have never experienced that as a journalist in Ottawa. We're going to be able to ask questions of cabinet ministers as they come out. This is something the Liberal...
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
That's what they say they're going to do.
I'm going to buy it for a day, okay? I'm going to buy it for a day.
Okay.
Give it to me for the day. That's what they say they're going to do. And I think we're going to, they say they're going to have first ministers meetings again. Again, give me 24 hours, Chantal. This is what they say. Maybe it'll happen. I think there's going to be a lot of shifting for things, and I think that the story gets exciting in the next 24 hours.
Diana.
I thought it was interesting how, as the night started, Newfoundland did, in fact, foretell much of the story. The Liberals won every riding in Newfoundland and Labrador at the expense of the NDP, and we saw that play out in other places.
We're not hearing you.
We're not hearing me. No,
Is your mic working or not?
I think so. Are you hearing me now? No. See, now I can hear myself.
They're hearing you. Okay.
What I was saying is that I thought it was interesting. The night started in Newfoundland, and it foretold the story for the rest of the country. It was the Liberal strength at the expense of everything else. They won every riding in Newfoundland and Labrador at the expense of the NDP. We saw that play out certainly in Ontario.
Interesting in Ottawa, for instance, the Conservatives hold one seat after tonight. Pierre Poilievre goes back. The man who was ushering in the Democratic reform, ironically finds himself living it out in a very different way. Two other thoughts I would add, though, quickly.
Make them quick, because
184 for the Liberals. What was it, 34 before tonight?
Yeah.
150 neophytes going to Ottawa. Yes, they have political experience municipally or provincially, but it's not the same sandbox.
Wendy, and we only have a couple of seconds. Sorry.
Well, a very, very long campaign, and I think that really helped Justin Trudeau. It was really only about halfway, 2/3 of the way through, that he started to pick up all of that support in Quebec among Francophones. In the middle, they were hoping for 25 seats. At the end, they said, we're secretly hoping for 40. Nobody believed them. That's what they ended up getting. Some of that was the NICAB issue, played so heavily by the Bloc and the Conservatives. It hurt Tom Mulcair. It did not hurt Justin Trudeau. So this was a referendum, not on sovereignty for once in Quebec. It was on Stephen Harper. Quebecers chose him to lead them out of that. And you said that his speech was somewhat like Obama's. To me, it also had echoes of Jack Layton, of hope over fear, and he's the one who picked up that mantle, or those seats.
All right, quickly with the at-issue panel, and I'm afraid it has to be quick. Andrew, you start.
Oh, and then you start with Andrew, so good night.
I'll keep it short.
You watch. It's going to be...
How do you think I feel?
We don't call him 30-second coin for nothing.
I thought we were in an era of good feelings now.
Okay, that's enough.
Right message, right campaign, right strategy. But ultimately, this was Justin Trudeau's victory. I think we're discovering he's a bit more of his father's son than perhaps we'd understood in the past. Bob Rae talked about the discipline. I was struck by something that Bruce said about how it was good for them that he started in third. And I think people construct politics, they construct along storylines. And there was a storyline here of Prince Hal kind of being tested and tempered and having to show that he was actually his own man and could tough it out. And that's what he did in the course of this very long campaign.
All right, Chantal, just 30 seconds.
30 seconds, I'll give you an example of what it means to see seats change, even if things get worse. The Bloc Québécois tonight more than doubled its seat count, but it actually got less votes and less share of the popular vote than it did when it was almost crushed. So this is what a four-way split does, and it gives the Liberals 40-plus seats, which is all good for them.
Of course, this is all going to change when we move to a new system of representation that Prime Minister-elect has promised, right? Bruce, your final thought.
There was a book written about the Harper era, I guess, or at the beginning of the Harper era, called The Big Shift, and it suggested that Canada had undergone a fundamental value shift. I think this election, to me anyway, has proven that when it comes to things like compassion and tolerance, we're still the country that we were before Mr. Harper. I do think there has been an important shift, though, and if I think about what's really unique about Mr. Trudeau, it's probably that he's the least partisan prime minister that we have had. Probably Paul Martin was not that partisan, but we had years of Jean Chrétien, and we had years of Mr. Harper, both of whom were highly partisan people. I don't think Justin Trudeau thinks that way. I don't think he approaches politics that way. It'll be interesting to see how well that works.
Yeah, we will. It will be interesting to see because, you know, we've all been disappointed at times in the past by things that were promised going into a period of government at different levels of government. And we'll wait and see what happens this time around. A great start, though, for Justin Trudeau. Those numbers prove it. A majority Liberal government and the new 23rd Prime Minister of Canada. Thank At Issue. Thank the insiders. Wendy, Diana, Rosie. Terrific work in the field by our reporters, Hannah and Susan, and Catherine Cullen, who was in Calgary. And thank you for watching. This has been your day. We've been saying that throughout this day. This is the decision you made about the future shape of this country. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Thanks for watching tonight. There'll be lots of stories tomorrow, and follow up now with Ian Hanomansing.